This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Honor by Reese Knightley, narrated by Declan Winters. Chapter 1. Parker.
Thanks for coming in. I'm happy to help,
Parker said as he took a seat in front of the new police chief's desk. He'd known Harvey Dennison going on 20 years. The man was as solid as they came. When Parker had given his notice to Ventura PD, Harvey had been the best choice as his replacement. Harvey was in his 50s and had spent most of his career as chief of police in a small suburb in Missouri. When Parker called Harvey about the possible position, the man had applied for the job in Southern California the next day and was accepted a month later. It was a win-win situation in Parker's opinion. Harvey's daughter had married last year, and as luck would have it, she'd moved to Los Angeles County and was expecting Harvey's first grandchild in a few months. And Parker? Well, he was thrilled to be out of the office. Being out on the streets and solving crime was in his blood, and working with a group of men who only answered to the Secretary of Defense left them a lot of leeway to get really bad guys off the streets. His unit was known as Pegasus, and they went about helping law enforcement when legal methods didn't work. As Ace had explained it to him, Pegasus went about righting the wrongs of the world that fell through the cracks. Essentially, Pegasus got shit done that law enforcement couldn't, due to bureaucratic bullshit and red tape.
We had a source offer information about a sex trafficking ring. Some of the victims were as young as 14.
Harvey rubbed a hand over his graying beard. It was one of the cases Parker hadn't been able to get any farther with, other than arresting several low-level perps before he left.
So you rescued some? We did, and after that the source gave us another tip. This time, just before we got to the location, the place was cleared out.
Harvey rubbed at his cheek.
And I have no idea who the asshole is that's running this thing. It feels like new blood.
Parker understood Harvey's frustration. He himself hadn't been able to get a name on the man running the operation, much less get a glimpse of the lead man. The top dog continued to elude police.
Do you think there's a leak in the department?
Harvey asked.
I do not, Parker responded. This place is solid. What I think you might have is a dirty informant.
Harvey pursed his lips in thought and then nodded.
That's possible. After the last bust went belly up, I told my officers to be careful of how much they share on the streets.
That sounds reasonable. The big man's chair squeaked as Harvey sat forward.
I think you're right. We might have an informant spilling their guts to the leader.
So your informant doesn't know the leader's name?
So he said.
Harvey let out a frustrated sigh.
Said? Parker frowned. He's dead. Murdered a week ago, and his body was dumped in an alley west of here.
Well, shit.
Yeah, Harvey said. My men rounded up 2 more informants that swear they don't know anything, but my hands are tied getting them to talk, so I cut them loose.
I'd be cautious about what you tell them or any information you might receive at this point. Harvey nodded and rubbed his mouth. It was a nervous, telling gesture.
How can I help? Parker said. I'll get right to the point. 3 young adults have gone missing this past week, 8 total this month. I need help. You think your new boss would have Pegasus look into this and those informants? Harvey responded.
I can run it past Ace, but yeah, I think this is something Pegasus can help with. The smile on Harvey's face reached his tired brown eyes and lines crinkled at the edges.
I really appreciate it. You guys make us look good.
Parker chuckled. He'd reached out to Pegasus numerous times when he'd been chief.
You noticed that, huh?
Yeah, Harvey said with a smile. Parker fired off a text to Ace and received an immediate reply.
Ace is calling a meeting to discuss it. That's fantastic. I'll let my team know, and I'll text you the exact names of those 2 informants, the chief said.
A knock on the door interrupted their shared moment of understanding.
"Enter,"
Harvey called out. The door opened slightly, and Oliver Raines poked his head through the small opening. Blue eyes landed on Parker, and he felt the familiar climb of heat when Oliver lifted a hand to brush back the dark hair that fell over his forehead. "Time's up," Oliver smirked and waggled fingers at Harvey. Rising from the chair, Parker shook Harvey's offered hand. "We'll be in touch."
"Thank you. See you later."
Parker stepped out and closed the door to the office, but stood there because Oliver hadn't backed up. He gazed down into the operative's face. "What?"
"You didn't respond to my text," Oliver frowned.
"I didn't?"
"Nope. You said to send you a text so you could get the hell out of there,"
Oliver stage whispered, looking left and then right before smirking up into his face.
"If I didn't respond, it means I didn't need saving," Parker pointed out, drawing in a slow, deep breath of Oliver's faint aftershave.
The man always smelled like lemons and sunshine. Yeah, corny as all fuck, but it got Parker's dick harder than anything on earth. Oliver blinked as if the thought hadn't occurred to him. "I don't see why I couldn't have just gone in there with you."
"It was a private meeting."
Parker closed his hand gently around Oliver's upper arm and walked the slighter man down the hall until he reached a door. Opening the door, he pulled Oliver inside and shut them in. Oliver glanced around. "A supply closet?"
"Yup."
"Why are we in a supply closet?"
"Shut up and kiss me,"
he muttered and yanked Oliver close. Eager. That was the one word that came to mind when Oliver met his kiss and wrapped his arms around Parker's neck. Eager and decadent and hot. So fucking hot. He devoured Oliver's lips, drinking from the well of warmth until they were both breathless and he was left brushing his lips over the man's mouth again for one more taste. "Wow," Oliver said breathily. "You sure know how to kiss, Chief."
"I'm no longer a chief," he frowned.
"True," Oliver gave a thoughtful smirk. "Whatever should I call you?"
"By my name."
"I don't know." Oliver stepped back, hands on his hips, and eyed him up and down. The little flirt.
"Say my name,"
Parker muttered, fisting the front of Oliver's shirt. "Why should I?"
"Because."
"That's not a reason," he groaned.
"Say my name, damn it."
"Damn it. Now that's an interesting name." There went those fucking dimples flashing. Oliver was a fox, a fucking hotter-than-fuck fox, all lean and corded muscle with bright eyes and an overly attractive face, and he was smart as a whip. Oliver kept him constantly on his toes.
"Say my name and I'll feed you."
"Promise?" Of course. They'd been doing this dance for the past month, trading kisses in secret and eyeing each other. Parker wondered how much longer he could endure the flirting and heavy petting before he blew. He wanted nothing more than to fuck Oliver into tomorrow, but for some reason he'd yet to figure out, Oliver was holding him at arm's length. "Okay, I'll..." Voices out in the hallway drew Parker up, and he clamped a palm over Oliver's mouth. The man's big blue eyes blinked at him over his hand. Parker smirked and lowered his hand to cup the side of Oliver's neck.
"You'll what?"
A shadow flashed in Oliver's eyes, but then was gone and those dimples were back. "I want to try that burger place we passed on the way here," Oliver announced, snatching his keys before pulling open the door and stepping out into the hallway.
"Give me back my keys," Parker whispered.
"No." When Parker didn't immediately follow the man out into the hallway, Oliver shot him a look from beneath his lashes and sashayed away. Fucking little flirt.
"I didn't hear my name," Parker grumbled quietly before adjusting himself.
When he felt sure that Oliver had reached the end of the hallway, he stepped out of the supply closet and shut the door. He made it halfway down the hall before he was waved at. Several officers called his name and stopped to speak with him. It took him another 10 minutes to make his way out of the building. Relief swept over Parker when he spotted Oliver leaning against his SUV. Last time, the man had driven off and left him. Yep, the sexy shit had taken his SUV. See? One sexy eyebrow quirked at him. I waited this time. And I appreciate that. He got the keys Oliver tossed to him. You're driving, Oliver said. I want my hands free when I eat. I still haven't heard my name. After you feed me. Parker laughed. He'd been doing a lot of that lately. Well, both, actually, feeding Oliver and laughing. Chapter 2. Oliver. Oh my effing God, this is so good, Oliver said around a bite of burger. Parker only chuckled at him. Oliver tossed the man a grin and was suddenly fascinated all over again by the shade of Parker's eyes. If Oliver had to put a name to the color, he'd say they resembled a clear blue-gray, but sometimes they turned to pure smoke. Silence settled into the SUV and Parker didn't reach for the radio, but rather let the quiet be. He didn't mind that Parker was on the quiet side. It gave him a chance to talk and try to make Parker smile. He really liked Parker's smile. So, how do you know Harvey? Parker pulled out of the drive-thru of the burger place and into traffic. We worked a kidnapping case that crossed state lines back in the day. Back in the day? Oliver snorted. Parker talked like he was 60 instead of 40. Yeah, I was a detective for Topeka, Kansas. Parker tossed him a frowning look. I know that part. You told me you grew up in Southern California and transferred as a detective to Kansas, but how did you meet Harvey? I'm getting there, Parker said, taking the on-ramp to the 101 freeway. I was working a kidnapping case. And that's where you met him? Stop interrupting or I'm not going to finish. He grinned at Parker. It drove the man crazy when he interrupted, but he didn't want to piss the former chief of police off, so he only smiled and gave a quick salute. Yes, sir. Smartass, Parker grumbled. Sorry. Finish. Parker let out a heavy sigh. Anyway, the kidnapper went across state lines and into... I thought the FBI took over when it goes across state lines. Do you want to hear the story or not? Parker shot him a stern look. Go ahead. Oliver waved his hand and dug into the bag for more fries. No, I don't think I will. What? I don't think I'll finish. Wait a minute, you can't leave me hanging. His mouth gaped. I can't? Parker smirked at the windshield and flipped on the blinker when the exit that led to the Pegasus bunker drew near. No, you can't. Why not? Because, well, I don't know why not. Parker snickered and took the first left off the exit and then a few rights until they reached the bunker. It was the new location just down the street from the brewery. They'd been hit twice by criminals over the past few months at the brewery, and it was putting customers at risk and affecting the business. You promise not to interrupt again, and I'll tell you. Oliver crossed his fingers over his heart and then pressed his lips together and turned an invisible key and tossed it away before stuffing more fries into his mouth. Parker huffed a laugh. We posted the kidnapper's picture up around town, and it was picked up by a news station. An informant for Harvey's police department called in with a tip. Long story short, Harvey called me to say he thought the kidnapper was in his neck of the woods. I contacted the FBI, and then I drove over to meet Harvey in Missouri. Parker tossed him a look like he couldn't believe that he hadn't interrupted him yet, and Oliver grinned. He liked keeping Parker on his toes. So that's it, Parker finished, pulling into the Pegasus parking lot. Why Kansas? The question might have seemed out of the blue since Parker had already told him he'd moved there as a detective, but Oliver wanted to know why Parker had done it. I needed a change, so I made a lateral move. I thought it'd be cool, Parker shrugged. Was it cool? Yeah, for a while, Parker said with a slight smile. But then you missed SoCal? Something like that. Parker's smile turned into a smirk. Have you been friends with Harvey ever since? No, we had a working friendship for a few years, and then Harvey took a fishing vacation. Fishing? Mm-hmm. And he gave me a call. "There's some killer fishing in Kansas, and I invited him over," Parker said at his confused look. Parker suddenly smiled. He could picture Parker sitting on the riverbank, wearing blue jeans and a t-shirt and barefoot with a beer in one hand and a pole in the other. Oliver hated fishing, but he'd go if Parker ever invited him. "So you told Harvey about your job here being vacant?" "Yeah," Parker said and pulled into a spot and shut off the engine. "His daughter moved here last year. Harvey is a single dad. Anyway, his daughter is set to have his first grandkid in a few months." "It makes sense." Oliver held out the bag of fries to Parker. "You sure you don't want some?" Parker eyed the greasy bag and shook his head. "I'm good." Oliver laughed, slipped from the SUV, and came around the other side. When Parker stepped out of the SUV and stretched, Oliver's hands itched to trail up the man's chest and feel the muscles beneath the light gray t-shirt. He wanted to push the heavy leather jacket from Parker's shoulders and thrust his fingers into the man's rich dark hair and nuzzle into his beard and mustache. All of Parker's hair, both on his face and head, was speckled with gray. Oliver fucking loved it. He'd always gone for older-looking men. Not that Parker was old, but that he was only 40 and looked mature was a bonus. "Stop it," Parker growled. Oliver gave a cheeky grin, and whistling, he sauntered through the front office door. He didn't look back, but he knew Parker's eyes were locked on his ass, and Oliver gave an extra sachet. He'd just reached the end of the hallway when Hunter called his name. "I got a splinter," the man said, coming down the hallway toward him. Oliver eyed the palm Hunter held out. "Big baby, let me see it." "It needs medical attention, and since you're the only medic around," Hunter shrugged. "I'm not the only medic around," he murmured, lifting Hunter's hand. "Beckett's somewhere talking to someone," Hunter said, his words trailing off. Oliver glanced from Hunter's hand to Parker's stony face. "I have a sliver," Hunter said a bit defensively at his older brother. The brothers looked nothing alike. Hunter's hair was a medium brown, while Parker's was a darker, richer color. Hunter had a ready smile that at this moment Parker didn't. "Ouch," Hunter grumbled when Oliver poked at the small piece of wood. "When you're done holding hands with Oliver, Ace called a meeting," Parker growled. "He did?" Oliver raised his eyebrows. He hadn't heard of any meeting. Parker held up his cell phone, and, sure enough, it was a text from Ace. Oliver gripped the tiny edge of the wood with a pinch of his fingernails and yanked. "Ow!" Hunter groused. Oliver rolled his eyes. "Put some ointment on it. You'll find it in the cabinet in the break room." "Prognosis?" Hunter grinned. "You'll live." Oliver laughed and slipped around Parker and into the main bullpen. The place was empty. Desks lined the walls of the large room, and a big area rug of rustic browns and reds sat in the middle of the room. Walking across the room, he entered one of the meeting rooms and found the rest of Pegasus gathered. Ace, their boss, was at the desk up front. Perched like usual on the corner of that desk was the Pegasus techie, Jacob Burns. The man held a tablet in his hands and glanced up when he, Parker, and Hunter entered. "Oh, good, you're all here," Jacob said before Ace could get a word out. Ace shot Jacob an annoyed look, but Jacob ignored their boss. It was like that between the two and had been since the beginning. And just like the rest of the unit, Oliver had watched the sparks fly between Jacob and Ace. Jacob might only be 21, but he was a natural-born leader, and Ace was the boss. Not only did their tempers flare when they butted heads, but the spark of awareness raced hot. Oliver could see it. Of course, Mason told him that Ace denied having any feelings for Jacob, which was laughable because if Ace didn't care for Jacob, then he certainly wouldn't be patient enough to have Jacob lead the unit's meetings. As far as Oliver was concerned, Jacob had Ace wrapped around his pinky. "How's Cooper doing at the brewery?" Oliver asked. Their lead bartender was part of Pegasus, and even though Cooper had partial hearing loss from a bomb that went off in the brewery, he was still a man Oliver wouldn't want to come across in a dark alley if he were a bad guy. "He's fine with protecting the brewery," Ace said before Jacob could. "He's enjoying the fact that you all are out of the way and he can run the place as he sees fit." Oliver grinned. "I like Cooper." Parker's chair squeaked and Oliver so wanted to look over, but he refrained. "So, Let's talk about your text, Parker, Ace said, turning to the former police chief. What do you think? Parker asked. We will take the case, Jacob responded, but Ace has some ideas about how this will play out. Ace looked startled for a full moment before he cleared his throat. Hunter laughed and earned a glare from Ace. Eagle chuckled, but then held up his hands as if to say a silent sorry when Ace shot the ex-soldier a slanted look. The room broke out with chuckling from some of the men. Be good, Link grumbled at Eagle. I'm always good, Eagle responded smugly. The laughter increased. Oliver fucking loved these guys, every single one of them. Eagle and the man sitting next to him, Lincoln Beckett, a.k.a. Link, were ex-Special Forces. The close friends had served in the same unit, known as Fury, at the same time Oliver had been in the Army. Oliver's own Special Forces unit, known as Infinity, had served alongside Fury. Both units had reported to the same commander and had gone on numerous missions together. When their beloved Colonel Cobalt had retired, several members of Infinity and Fury had made the decision to not re-enlist. Hence how several of them had ended up here and had joined this unique unit, designed to help out civilian law enforcement. So, have we switched commanders? Samuel Beckett Reck, a.k.a. Beckett, asked with a cheeky grin. Yep, Beckett and Link were cousins. Because I'll have you know that I'm okay with that, as long as you two are okay with that, since, Beckett's hand waved about as he continued. One keeps taking over for the other. Man, oh man, Beckett was a talker. At this rate, the meeting would go well over an hour, and Oliver had plans to tease Parker more about not saying his name. Beckett, Holden Reck said from his spot next to his spouse. What? Beckett turned to look at his husband with an innocent gaze. In Oliver's opinion, it was a good thing that Holden wasn't much of a talker. The pair made a good couple, with Holden so patient and Beckett, well, not. I was only saying that... Beckett. This time it was Beckett's cousin Link who growled. Oops, Beckett said and sat back in his chair, crossing his arms with a huff. I love him, Hunter said with a laughing grin at Beckett. Beckett stood and lifted both hands and blew kisses to the room with a quick bow before sitting back down. In the back of the room, with chairs against the wall, sat Mason, Gage, Dalton, Adam, and Maverick. Mason and Adam were ex-CIA. Dalton was ex-Marines, and Maverick was ex-something. Oliver just couldn't remember. Dalton was their second-in-command under Ace, only Oliver didn't think Jacob gave a shit who was in charge of Pegasus, and Oliver also didn't think Dalton cared whether Jacob ran things here in the office. As long as Jacob took orders in the field, Dalton was good. Well, I was so... Holden had placed a hand over Beckett's mouth, muffling the words, and Beckett's eyes blinked wide. Maverick laughed. It was not a soft chuckle. The big, quiet man laughed loudly. Mason did a snicker snort, and Dalton pressed his lips together to keep from smiling and coughed when Adam elbowed him in the ribs. Dalton and Adam were a couple, as well as Mason and Gage. Oliver wanted to be a couple, and he slid Parker a quick glance. The former police chief wasn't laughing, but Oliver spotted a curl of the man's lips. For fuck's sake, Ace threw up his hands, making Jacob grin. All right, guys, settle down, Jacob said, and then turned to Ace. Go ahead. Ace glared at Jacob. Well, since I have your permission... Jacob snickered and tapped a finger on his tablet. Ace gnashed his teeth and took a deep breath to rein in his temper, a temper that was on a short fuse lately. Oliver suspected it had everything to do with the hottie sitting on the corner of his desk. He smothered his laughter and paid attention. I'm splitting you into 2 teams for this case. I can't have one big unit running around the city of Ventura. It would be too noticeable. Sounds fair, Beckett said. Well, I'm glad you think so, Beckett, Ace said sarcastically. We can consider it all settled then. Beckett looked a bit sheepish. Ace closed his eyes for a brief moment and then opened them. Parker, please fill us in. As you all know, I'm helping with the caseload for the new police chief. Harvey has asked for our help on a sex trafficking case that I was working on when I was there. I arrested a few low-level perps, but never got close to nor found out who was in charge.
An informant came forward with information, but when Harvey's men raided the place, they found it empty. Like people had just recently cleared out, Parker said.
Why do you think that is? Oliver asked. He loved hearing Parker talk. The man had a slow way about him, and each word sounded sexy as all hell.
I believe that the informant had a big mouth and was working both sides and was killed for it.
Parker then explained about Harvey's men rounding up 2 other informants.
You think these new informants might be playing both sides? Link asked. I do, and I've cautioned Harvey to have his officers be careful of what they relay to any informants on the streets right now.
Parker's phone buzzed, and the man took a moment to check it before he lifted the phone up.
I have the names.
Parker tapped the phone, and both Ace and Jacob's phones pinged shortly after.
Tommy Allen and Dan Acosta, Jacob said, reading aloud, and then gazed at Ace.
What do you want to do?
Ace smirked and looked at the team. Parker, Hunter, Maverick, Adam, Mason, and Jacob. You'll form Team 2. Parker, you have lead on that team since you're familiar with the details. Get with Dalton on Team 1 and fill him in on what else you know about the trafficker's leader, and anything you can think of that might be pertinent to this case.
Wait, does that mean I'm on Team 1? Beckett asked when the rest of the room stood.
Yes, you're on Team 1, Beckett, along with Dalton, Holden, Oliver, Eagle, Link, and Gage, Jacob said.
Woot, Oliver said, causing Beckett to grin. Oliver was bummed that Parker was on a different team, but this might work in his favor. Something about distance making the heart want more, or some shit like that. Besides, he'd become close with Beckett back in the day when the man had temporarily been assigned to work with Fury as a medic. Beckett and Mason were also the only 2 people in Pegasus that knew he had the hots for Parker. Well, aside from Parker knowing. That cat had gotten out of the bag a month ago when he'd obtained Parker's cell phone number.
Hell yes, Beckett said, jogging Oliver's attention back to the room.
Oliver lifted his fist and returned Beckett's fist bump.
Maybe we should separate the medics, Maverick said,
earning a quick glare from Oliver. When Maverick held up his hands in surrender, Oliver found Beckett also giving Maverick a death glare.
Okay, forget I even said anything.
Maverick strode for the door.
I will, Oliver said.
I won't, Beckett argued.
Come on, babe, Holden said, guiding Beckett from the room.
Yeah, come on, babe. Oliver spun on Parker and reached for his hand. The man didn't think that was funny at all and scowled with a dark look before striding from the room. Mason hooted and Oliver shot the guy a smile.
Was it something I said? Oliver snickered.
Chapter 3. Parker. Shifting in his seat, the leather creaked beneath him when he reached and fiddled with the air conditioning to keep the SUV cool. The rest of Team 2 was in the bar down the street checking a lead while he played lookout. The screwed-up part was that Tommy Allen and Dan Acosta seemed to have dropped off the face of the earth. It had been 1 week of searching, and they were still no closer to finding them. But what he had come closer to was strangling Oliver. The operative had taken to sending him text messages every few minutes. Some of the memes were funny pictures, others made his dick hard, but the texts where Oliver wrote something brought a heated need in his gut that he couldn't ignore. Oliver, if we get together again.
Parker, what do you mean, if?
Oliver, don't get your shorts in a bunch. What kind of shorts do you wear anyway? Boxers or tight briefs?
Parker, you're getting off track. Why did you say if?
Oliver, answer me and I'll tell you.
Parker, is this like the name game again? Because last time you didn't pay up.
Oliver, pay? How do you want that currency? In dollars or sex? Parker choked on a laugh. The man was fucking maddening. He tossed the phone on the center console with a thud. Thank fuck they weren't on the same team right now. Although Oliver being on another team gave him sleepless nights. As much as he was glad they were separated, he worried about Oliver being safe. Parker had to constantly remind himself that Oliver was ex-Special Forces. The guy may come off as funny and happy-go-lucky, but Parker knew there was a tough son of a bitch beneath the lively facade. Parker, you copy? Dalton's voice came over the frequency Pegasus used on their comms radio. Parker reached out and lifted the palm-sized mic and pressed the button on the side. Copy, Dalton. What's up? We finally got a lead on Dan Acosta. We're going to check it out, so we'll be dark for an hour or so. Roger that, he responded, and placed the radio receiver back on the latch. Leaning forward, he sat his forehead on the steering wheel, willing a lead to come in on Tommy Allen so they could get some fucking work done. He hated the waiting around. That was the worst. The passenger door opened and Hunter climbed into the seat and handed him a bag. He couldn't stomach another burger and fries and needed to get something healthy to eat or his arteries were going to clog up. He was surprised when he opened the bag to find a wrapped sandwich bun filled with meat, cheese, and veggies. You're a lifesaver, bro, he told his brother and tore into the food. I know, Hunter said with a mouthful. At least I didn't pull an Oliver and buy you half the menu. Parker laughed, swallowed, and took a cautious sip of the drink Hunter had put in the cup holder. It was filled with unsweetened iced tea instead of soda, and Parker drank his fill. Oliver does have an appetite. Oh? Hunter eyed him. Parker squinted and took another big bite of food to avoid answering. Do tell. Parker shook his head, pointed to his full mouth, and continued chewing. That's not fair. I tell you everything. Parker huffed out a laugh and swallowed before talking. You do not. I do too. Right. He rolled his eyes and took another bite. What haven't I told you? His younger brother insisted. Parker chewed and took another long drink of tea before changing the subject. Why do you flirt with Jacob when you know it pisses Ace off? That's why. What? Because it pisses Ace off, Hunter laughed. And you flirted with Mason when you knew Gage was interested in him. Hey, it's all in good fun. Mason and Gage ended up together, and I'd like to think I did my part by making Gage jealous. He shook his head at Hunter. You're going to get punched in the nose if you don't quit with Jacob. Jacob knows it's all a joke. Hunter disagreed and took a bite of food. Yeah, but does Ace? Hunter shrugged, swallowed, and said, According to Mason, Ace says he's not interested in Jacob. Well, isn't that stupid? He muttered. Anyone with half a brain can see that isn't true. Shh, here they come, Hunter said quickly. Parker glanced out the windshield to see Jacob, Mason, Adam, and Maverick had come out of the bar where Tommy Allen was supposed to have frequented. Maverick came up to the driver's side and Parker rolled down the window. The other three jumped in the SUV. Hunter started passing lunch bags to Jacob, who passed a few on to Adam and Mason sitting in the far back. I'm starving, Mason said, tearing into the food. We got nothing, Maverick said, leaning an arm against the top of the driver's door. Not a damn thing. Don't you think it's odd that we haven't been able to find these two informants? Parker pinched the bridge of his nose and dropped the half-eaten sandwich back into the bag. Yeah, it's fucking odd. I talked to Harvey and he said several of their other informants have gone dark, he told Maverick. Do you think it's related to this case? Maverick frowned. I honestly don't know. If several informants have stopped talking, the leader of this group must have a very far reach. Parker pulled up his phone. I wish we had a fucking name on this asshole, Maverick muttered. Yeah, it would go a long way if we knew who we were dealing with at the top, Jacob said, avidly listening to them. We will. It's only a matter of time, he told them both and glanced at the list on his cell phone. There's 6 more bars and 3 auto repair shops left to go on this list. We may get to 3 more today, Maverick said, looking up at the late afternoon sun before sliding into the back of the SUV. Possibly, Parker said, shifting the SUV into gear when Maverick closed his door. But let's shoot for the first 3 and go from there. Dalton radioed and said they got a lead on Dan Acosta's whereabouts. Hell, at this rate, I'll take one informant's statement. Maybe we should split up. A few of us take one of the auto shops and a few take the bars, Jacob suggested. That sounds fair, Mason said. What about wheels? Parker argued. We have one SUV. My house is 10 minutes from here. I can grab Tinley's SUV since I dropped him off at the brewery this morning, Maverick said. Tinley was Maverick's husband and had taken a new job with the Stone Ground Brewery. Cooper was a man of many talents and was currently training Tinley to tend bar. Give me the directions, Parker said. Anything that would save time and at least make a fucking dent in his case was okay by him. If they got lucky and found one of the informants, then the team could converge into one big unit again. That would end his separation from Oliver. And for some reason, that thought right there eased his anxiety. Well, shit. Chapter 4. Oliver. Well, that was a waste of time, Beckett said, sliding out of the SUV. Oliver followed the medic out and through the growing darkness toward the bunker. All he wanted was a hot shower and bed, in that order, and to see Parker. He gazed at the parking lot and found the man's SUV, and with a skip in his step, he followed the rest of the guys into the bunker. They walked down a flight of stairs to the closed door, and Dalton did the eye and thumbprint lock before the heavy tumblers rolled, popping open the thick steel door. "About time you all got here," Mason called out. "Yes, slackers." Oliver flipped Mason the finger, and Eagle bopped Mason on the head. "I was just going to do that. Thanks for saving me the trouble," Oliver told Eagle. "Screw you both," Mason laughed and then tipped his face up to gauge when the man bent down for a kiss. Oliver shook his head when the couple made a noisy display of kissing. "You both suck," Hunter said with a cackle. "You're just jealous," Gage growled, making Mason laugh again and wrap his arms around Gage's neck. "Maybe." Hunter waggled his brows and left the room. Oliver trailed down the hall, checking the communications room, all 3 meeting rooms, and lastly, Ace's office. It was there he found Parker. The man's gaze jerked to the door, and their gazes locked for a split second before Parker turned back to Ace. "Private meeting?" Oliver asked. Ace waved him in, and he took a seat next to Parker. Jacob stepped up behind Oliver and didn't even ask if the meeting was private or not before entering. But instead of sitting on the edge of Ace's desk like normal, Jacob dropped into the chair next to Oliver. Ace frowned and ran his gaze over Jacob, but the techie was busy on his ever-present tablet. Not that Jacob only used a tablet. The hacker knew every electronic device known to man. Jacob was also lethal with weapons that included guns, short swords, and knives, not to mention that Jacob was taking hand-to-hand combat lessons from Mason. Looking at Jacob with the shaggy hair and cropped beard on his face, a person really couldn't tell that he was young. Oliver leaned closer to Parker and whispered, "Did you know that Jacob's only 21? Parker frowned at him. "Yep, he was born in 2001. Oliver made sure only Parker could hear him. Parker gaped and then whispered, "How do you know that?" Oliver tapped his temple. "I remember dates." "Come in, Dalton," Ace said, effectively ending their moment when the Pegasus's second-in-command darkened the doorway. Dalton took a seat near the exit and waited. "Parker was just filling me in," Ace told Dalton. "Yeah, the informants seem to be in the wind," Dalton said. "You still want to keep us split into 2 teams?" Oliver squinted at Ace. "I do. I think it's better that way all around," Ace said after a moment, and Oliver thought the boss might have been waiting for Jacob to chime in first. "We were thinking of splitting even further and covering more ground, say in 2 or 3-man teams," Parker said. Ace frowned, his eyes going immediately to Jacob. Jacob must have felt Ace's eyes on him because he suddenly glanced up from the tablet. "What?" Jacob frowned. "You okay with a 3-man team?" Ace asked. Jacob's head tipped for a moment. "Yeah, but we should still stick with the 2 teams and then have them split up when 2 locations are close together." "Elaborate," Ace growled. Jacob smirked. "When we were out earlier, me, Adam, and Maverick checked out a bar while Parker, Hunter, and Mason checked out an auto repair shop. After that, we met back at the SUV to regroup," Jacob patiently explained. Ace was nodding his head even before Jacob finished speaking. It was clear their boss approved of the regrouping. Anything that would keep Jacob safe in Ace's mind was A-OK.
I think we should check that hole in the wall on 2nd Street again, Dalton said, going into detail about how one of the servers at the bar seemed suspicious when they'd asked about the informant. Do it when they open tomorrow. It's late, Ace said. Go get some sleep.
Oliver studied his hands and then started picking at the edge of one fingernail. Parker nudged the leg of his chair, bringing Oliver's head up. Their eyes met, and Oliver smirked. It drove Parker crazy when he picked at his nails. He pinched a piece of nail and flicked it at Parker. That was what he thought of the man's mothering. He didn't need a fucking parent. He wanted Parker to take him seriously. The man was complex. He knew Parker dated a lot of people, both men and women. Curious, he'd read about Parker being bisexual in the tabloids. When Parker was police chief, he'd been at one function or another with a different partner on his arm. Oliver was pretty sure Parker slept with only men, but had yet to bring up that discussion. Maybe if they were dating, he could have asked Parker. But they weren't dating. Yet. They weren't dating yet, he reminded himself. And it was his own doing. The last time Parker had asked him out, he'd dodged. There's an Italian restaurant in Santa Barbara. That's nice, Oliver said. Go to dinner with me. Santa Barbara is far. It's only half an hour drive. Why can't we go to the one in town? He'd asked. Ventura was 10 minutes from here. No. Then my answer is no. They'd been interrupted by a noise in the hallway, and Oliver had turned away, only to be pulled back into a bone-crushing kiss. He felt sure the room had whirled on its axis, and his breath, when the kiss had ended, came out with a whoosh. Please, Parker had growled. Nope. He tugged away with a laugh that sounded breathy as hell and darted out the door and into the hallway. That was another thing. Parker never touched him or flirted with him in front of people, and sure as hell hadn't tried to kiss him again. And Oliver didn't want to go out of the area to date Parker. He wanted to date him here. But he was starting to suspect that Parker wasn't ready. In fact, when he thought about it, he hadn't seen Parker go out with anyone else in a while. Or had he? Maybe Parker was still dating a lot. The thought soured Oliver's stomach. He should have said yes when Parker had asked him. Now he might have missed the boat. His thoughts were all over the place, and he blamed the man sitting next to him. Oliver knew the ball was in his court. Should he take the leap? What could it hurt? He could get his heart broken. So? He'd had his heart broken before. But this time he had a feeling it would be different. With Parker, everything felt different. If he made a go of it and things went south, it might be a blow Oliver couldn't come back from. His phone buzzed and he scowled at the number before shoving it away. When chairs squeaked and papers rustled, he glanced up to find the men clearing out. Not Parker, though. The man stood silently next to his chair. When he gazed up into Parker's face, the heat in the man's smoky eyes ripped the breath from his body. "Meet me by my SUV," Parker growled, and Oliver found his dick standing at attention. Oh, fuck. Time was up. "Are you going to feed me first?" Oliver quipped. "Maybe," Parker rasped and stalked from the room. Chapter 5. Parker tossed his keys on the counter in his condominium and turned to glance at Oliver standing in the open doorway. "You gonna stand there or bring that in?" He couldn't help the amused curl of his lips. He could see the man's hesitation and knew it stemmed from the fact that he'd never asked Oliver to his home. "Oh, yeah." Oliver blinked and pulled his gaze from the decor before advancing inside with the food. Using the toe of his shoe, Oliver closed the front door and placed the bag of Chinese food on the counter. Then Oliver nervously tucked his hands into the front pockets of his jeans, as if afraid to touch anything. Parker turned and pulled down the paper plates he kept with the dishes and opened the bag. His eyes tracked Oliver's slow steps around his living room. looking at the painting on the living room wall before walking to the glass doors that led to the patio of his condo. It was nice as far as condos went, and was located in an area of Ventura that was decent. It had 3 levels, with the parking garage below, the living room and kitchen in the middle, and the bedrooms and bathroom upstairs. The view was of the ocean just past the neighborhood of homes next to him. On his cop salary, he couldn't afford to live any closer to the beach, but he thought with what Pegasus paid him, he might find something closer. Oliver was being unusually quiet and had been since Parker had ushered the younger man into his SUV, stopped for food, and then driven here. "It's beautiful." "Thanks." "Do you own it?" "No, I rent." Parker lifted 2 plates piled high with food and walked to the table in front of the couch. Setting the plates down, he headed back to the kitchen and snagged 2 sodas and brought them back. "Come, eat." "Yes, Chief." "I told you not to call me Chief." Parker handed one of the plates to Oliver before dropping down on the couch. "You sound like one when you're ordering me around." Oliver perched on the edge of the couch and nibbled at a piece of orange chicken. Parker studied his plate, suddenly regretting his decision to bring Oliver here. He'd never had anyone over to his condo. He should have waited to bring Oliver. They hadn't reached a point where they could just hang out together and not feel awkward. "I'm sorry," Parker said. "Eat your food and I'll take you back." "No." "What?" He glanced up from his plate. "I don't want to go back." "You're uncomfortable." Parker ran his eyes over Oliver's tense shoulders. "Maybe a little bit. I don't know what your intentions are." "My intentions?" Parker smirked, then smiled before a chuckle escaped. "Okay, wise ass," Oliver grumbled with a laugh. "You know what I mean." "I don't. So why don't you tell me?" Parker said and took a bite of the food. "You haven't asked me out again." "I thought you didn't want me to ask again." "I was thinking," Oliver said around a bite of food. "About?" "What?" The confused look in Oliver's eyes was fucking adorable. "What were you thinking about?" "Well, you." He snorted, shook his head, and took a drink of his root beer. "What about me?" "You don't date anyone more than once." "I don't?" "I don't want to be the next one in line." "You read too many tabloids," he murmured. Oliver squinted at him and his pretty lips pressed flat. "I've never brought anyone here." Parker shifted toward the man. Oliver's blue eyes went wide. "Why me?" "I thought you'd like to see where I live." "Why?" "So the next time I ask you out, you'll know I'm a regular guy with a house and all." "Condo." "What?" He frowned. "It's a condo." Now who's being a wise ass? Oliver smiled and the room fucking lit up and Parker felt like he'd won the lottery. Not that Oliver didn't smile a lot, but Parker hadn't seen it in a few days, and he knew it was his doing that Oliver had lost his sparkle. Parker had a few huge hurdles to get over. He hadn't dated in years, plus he'd never in his life dated someone he worked with. If things ended badly, he didn't see how he could stay with Pegasus. "You're ending things before they even get started." He silently chastised that niggling little voice. "Can we walk to the beach?" "Sure. Eat up. I'll take you on my favorite route." "My parents used to own a home near the ocean." "They did?" "Yeah, nothing this grand, and I had to drive to the beach, but I could see the edge of the water from the corner of my bedroom window." "The whole edge, huh?" He grinned. "Yeah, the whole edge," Oliver said, with dimples flashing. It was cool down by the water, and Parker insisted that Oliver wear one of his windbreakers since the man ran around most of the time without a jacket. "Tell me about growing up?" "Why?" Oliver asked. "You know more about me than I know about you." "It was all right. Nothing dramatic or traumatic. At least not then." "What?" He frowned, but Oliver was smiling and backing away. Parker swiped out a hand, but the man was quick and easily dodged him. Oliver turned toward the water, picked up a shell, and threw it into the ocean. Then he crouched to check something in the sand and lifted another shell to toss. Brushing his hands on his jeans, Oliver turned back toward him. "Not going to collect them?" Parker asked, shoving his hands into the pockets of his leather jacket. He badly wanted to ask Oliver what the hell he'd been talking about, but by the look on Oliver's face, that subject was closed. Only time would get Oliver to trust him. "No, they belong here." Oliver's words held a sad, lonely note, and Parker swallowed around a suddenly tight throat. He reached over and fisted the front of Oliver's windbreaker and pulled him closer. He wanted to ask where he belonged in Oliver's life, but the words stayed locked up inside, mainly because he couldn't be sure of Oliver's answer. All this was new. Parker's last relationship had been over 10 years ago and ended on a sour note when his husband had cheated on him. After the divorce, he'd decided to stay single. "What are you thinking about?" Oliver whispered. "What?" "You looked sad." "No, I'm not sad." He tugged Oliver a bit closer. "So, what were you thinking about?" "Did you know I have 2 moms?" He quickly changed the subject. "Moms, as in plural?" Oliver's lips pursed, and Parker was helpless to deny himself a taste. He lowered his head, tightened his fist, and brushed his mouth over Oliver's lips once and then twice. Oliver's breath caught, and then the man was nuzzling into him, slipping his hands beneath his leather jacket and wrapping him up tightly. When Oliver's lips parted, Parker nudged inside, and their tongues languidly tangled as the kiss grew slow and hungry for several moments. "Fuck," Parker whispered when he finally lifted his head. "Yeah," Oliver agreed, and tipped his head back to gaze up at him. "You have moms, like a stepmom and a mom-mom." Parker smiled. "No, Hunter and I were raised by 2 moms." "Oh, wow." A warmth filled Oliver's eyes, their depths crowded with curiosity. "I didn't know that." "You never asked," Parker smiled. "What about you?" "What about me?" "You are infuriating." He growled and closed his arms around Oliver, who struggled, laughing. The words "come to bed" were on the tip of his tongue when suddenly Oliver's cell phone rang. Parker groaned with a growl and tightened his arms. Oliver grinned and pulled away to tug out his phone. "It's Dalton." "Damn it," Parker muttered and raked his fingers through his hair. "The local cops have Dan Acosta. Dalton wants Team 1 to question him before they release the guy." "I hope like hell they didn't take him to the station. That would blow Acosta's cover." "No, they're holding him in the back of a bar." Parker shoved down his hunger and slipped an arm over Oliver's shoulders to walk back toward the condo. "I'll come with," he said when they reached his condo's front porch. "You're not on Team 1. Get some sleep. I'll call you when I know something," Oliver said. "Now who's giving orders?" "I'm kind of digging it." The cheeky grin had Parker giving Oliver another kiss there in the shadows of his porch. "One question," he growled against Oliver's mouth. "How are you going to get there?" "You're going to lend me your SUV." "Say my name and I will." Chapter 6. Oliver. Oliver laughed out loud when he drove away from Parker's place. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he could still see the man standing in front of his building staring after him. Reaching down, Oliver hit the button that would bring the seat closer to the wheel and gas pedal before he adjusted the rearview mirror. "Take my spare keys," Parker had said, handing him a ring that held both the house and SUV keys. With a kiss, Oliver promised to stop by and pick Parker up in the morning. "Say my name," Parker had said in a husky voice. "Why?" He pulled Parker in for another quick kiss. "I'll be back in the morning," he said when the kiss ended. "You're not coming back tonight?" Parker's voice sounded hoarse. "Nope." "Why not?" Parker had grumbled. "Because you'll be asleep and I'll want to crash out." You can crash out here. I'll be over in the morning with food, he promised with a waggle of his fingers. Oliver turned the SUV at the corner and Parker was lost to view. He sighed. Parker had reservations just like he did. Oliver could feel it. Sometimes there was a hesitation in the man's touch and in his words. Oliver had a good idea of why that was. After all, he was the one that put the brakes on by turning down the date. Through all the time spent walking on the beach, Oliver was sure that Parker would ask him out again. His answer, yes, was on the tip of his tongue. Only Parker had stayed quiet. He probably gave the guy a complex by refusing him the first time, he muttered, changing lanes. You could have asked him instead, he continued, and then nixed the idea. Yeah, and have Parker turn the tables and say no? That would be worse. Okay, even he could admit his reasoning was a bit jumbled right then. Something in his gut told him Parker would jump at the chance to go out with him. He should have taken the chance to ask him out when he'd brought up the fact that Parker didn't date anyone more than once. He never did clarify what Parker meant by, "You read too many tabloids." Did he have Parker all wrong? It sent a warmth through his stomach to think that Parker hadn't ever brought anyone to his condo. Okay, I'm going to do it, he said to the line of cars in front of him. I'm going to ask him out. Now he just had to get the nerve up. He'd chalk his own behavior up to the fact that he'd never met anyone like Parker, nor had he ever wanted anyone before like he wanted Parker. His cell phone buzzed and he glanced at where it rested in the holder. It was a text and his stomach soured. When he got off the freeway, he pulled over on a side street and snatched the phone. The text was from an unknown number, but he knew in his gut who it was. How the fuck had the guy got his new number? Stop fucking texting me. He sent the text and blocked the number before pulling back onto the road. Parker would know what to do. Parker could handle that guy. No, he wouldn't do that. He wanted Parker far removed from the person on the other end of that text. He shook off thoughts of Parker and the text and focused on the job at hand. He reached the bar the informant was at, and it effectively shifted his thinking away from the text. Pulling into the spot next to Dalton's SUV, he shut off the engine. "Oliver, over here," Beckett called out when he exited the vehicle. Reaching Beckett at the back of the building, Oliver found all of Team 1 except Dalton. "Where's Dalton?" "Inside," Beckett said before turning to the others. "How do you want to do this?" "I'll guard the front door," Holden said and headed toward the side of the building that would take him to the front entrance. "Hold up, I'll go with," Link said and jogged after Holden. "I'll watch this door," Gage said, leaning against the stucco. "Yeah, that sounds like a plan," Eagle smirked and took up a lean against the building. "You all suck," Beckett said. Oliver snickered. "Guess that leaves us to go find Dalton." He yanked the back door open and ushered Beckett through. The door closed and they were engulfed in darkness with very little light to see by. Oliver glanced up. The overhead light in the hallway was only a 40-watt. Great. It gave the place a dingy, dangerous feel. Up ahead, Dalton was waiting on them and reached out and shoved open a door halfway down the hallway. Dalton entered first and Oliver followed Beckett into the room. Inside were 2 cops, along with a thin, scraggly-haired man smoking a cigarette like it was his last one. The man's eyes darted left and then right before they climbed over the 3 of them. "About time you guys got here," the man bitched. "You Acosta?" Oliver said. "Yeah," the man sniffed. "And if you blow my cover, I'm a dead man." "We won't blow your cover," he responded. "You got this?" one of the cops asked Dalton. "Yeah, we got it," Dalton said. "Okay, we're out of here," the other cop said and smacked his palm upside Acosta's head. "Be good, Danny boy." "Fuck you, copper." Acosta swiped at the cop, but the guy was out of reach. The cops laughed and left, shutting the door behind them. "Hate those fuckers." "Watch your mouth," Dalton growled, and the man flinched. "Sorry, but I'm tired of the cops dragging me down when they can't do their own fucking job." Oliver stepped up to the guy. "You see, Danny boy, it's Dan. You see, Acosta, You have a problem, Oliver told the guy. What problem? Acosta frowned, the cigarette dangling between two fingers. We aren't the cops. We don't give a fuck about your arrangement with them, nor do we care if you walk away from us still breathing, he said. The man's eyes went wide and his gaze darted from him to Dalton and over to Beckett and back to him before his throat moved in a hard swallow. Who are you? Acosta rasped. Just call us concerned citizens, Oliver said conversationally, and pulled the knife strap to his waist from its sheath. Acosta's eyes opened wider if possible, and the whites flashed around the murky green circles. We think that an informant, maybe you, is taking information back to the man we're hunting, Oliver said, running his thumb just near the deadly edge of the blade. I'm not. You didn't even ask what man we're talking about. Dalton growled, moving closer, crossing his arms against his chest. Acosta shrank back against Dalton's imposing sight. It's got to be Tommy Allen giving out that shit. Tommy Allen? The other informant? Oliver said. Yeah, Allen has a big mouth. How the fuck would you know that Allen has a big mouth, much less that he's an informant? Beckett snapped. Acosta gave Beckett an "are you crazy" kind of look. We talk, you know. Nothing goes on in the streets that we don't know about. If that's true, then you know the name of the man who runs the sex trafficking ring out of Ventura. I don't know his name. Acosta shuddered as if just the thought of the guy scared him. Then you're of no use to us, Oliver said and stepped forward. Acosta held up his hands and scrambled back. Wait! I'm telling you that Tommy Allen knows the name of the guy. Where can we find Allen? Dalton growled. I don't know. Acosta looked away quickly. You're coming with us, Oliver said to the fucking liar. No. You can't take me out of here. They'll kill me if they think I've been talking to the cops. The cops left out the front door. No one knows we're back here, Dalton said. Acosta held up his hands and backed away from them. We aren't the cops, Oliver snapped. Do we look like cops? Beckett squinted at the guy. Acosta studied them from their ripped jeans, t-shirts, combat boots, and Dalton wearing leather before he let out a breath. Yeah, okay, but let's go out the back. Acosta stepped forward and Oliver put his knife away. He curled a hand around the junkie's arm in case Acosta thought of making a break for it. Out in the back of the bar, Dalton pressed the mic in his ear and gave orders. A few moments later, Team 1 converged at the back of the bar. Is Parker here? Dalton frowned at Parker's SUV. No, I drove it, Oliver said and avoided Beckett's knowing look. Dalton said nothing and stalked over to climb into the other vehicle. Behave, Oliver told Acosta. Don't make me pull out my blade again. He shoved the junkie toward Link. Everyone but Dalton and Holden piled into the SUV with Acosta squished between Link and Eagle in the middle seat. You pulled your knife? Eagle said to him. Oliver grinned. Yeah, he pulled his knife, Acosta pointed at him. Like this? Link snorted on a laugh when Eagle pulled a long, gleaming knife from the sheath at his side. The fucker was twice as long as Oliver's own blade. Acosta fell sideways away from Eagle and into Link. Link shoved the guy back into Eagle, and Eagle shoved Acosta back. Okay, Acosta shrank between the two men. Eagle smirked and sheathed his knife before snapping the leather closure. So, Beckett said, leaning over the back seat, you're going to tell us where Tommy Allen is? I don't know exactly, Acosta hedged. Eagle reached for his knife again. Wait, okay, it could be one of two places. The man babbled out two different locations. Gage punched in Parker's number. Something hot flared in Oliver's gut when Parker's deep, sleepy voice came over the line. Chapter 7. Parker. After a hot shower, Parker closed his eyes and sank into his bed. The phone pulled him from the beginning of a deep sleep. Slapping the nightstand, he answered it. Hello. He croaked and cleared his throat. Gage's familiar voice filled the phone. We found him. Tommy Allen? Yep, Gage said. I'm on it, Parker said and sat up, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He's at either of two locations. We'll take the parlor room, you take Manny's cafe, Gage said. Copy, he responded. Ending the call, he rubbed a hand down his face and then fired off a mass text to Team 2 and called an Uber to pick him up. 30 minutes later, the Uber driver rolled up at Manny's cafe. Parker got out just as Hunter came out of the restaurant carrying a paper cup of what looked to be hot coffee. Did you bring me some? No, Hunter said, not looking guilty at all. You nub. Lazy, Hunter returned. Parker wasn't going to dignify that with a response. Here, Hunter held out the coffee to him and Parker took it before taking a swallow. Hunter made a sound in the back of his throat like he hadn't expected him to actually take the coffee. Parker grinned and blew on the hot brew before taking another sip. Any sign of Alan? He asked. Not inside, Hunter said. Where is everyone? He glanced around the parking lot and guzzled down the last of the coffee. Jacob and Adam are inside ordering food. You know, to blend in, his brother said. Mm-hmm, he smirked. And Maverick and Mason are canvassing the immediate area, talking to some guys we saw hanging around down the block on the corner. That sounded like a good plan. And what are you doing? Me? Hunter grinned. I'm watching the parking lot with you. Then make yourself useful. Parker held out his now empty cup, but his brother backed away. Nope, it's your turn. With an annoyed-sounding sigh, he turned toward the cafe that didn't look anything like a cafe, but rather a dingy roadside diner. It was definitely a long-haul trucker diner if the numerous trucks in the parking lot were any indication. When he stepped inside, he found it busy with people lining the worn gray counter. There was one tired-looking waitress, and Parker lifted the paper cup to signal he only wanted a refill. She gave him a relieved look and lifted the pot of coffee. The liquid resembled tar, not because it was old, but because whoever had brewed it put twice as many grounds than needed. She filled mugs along the way until she reached him and dumped the last of the sludge into his cup. Thanks. He placed a few dollars on the counter. Stepping out into the parking lot, he squinted around for Hunter. Parker pressed the mic in his ear. Hunter, report. Silence crackled. Hunter? He was in the parking lot, Adam's voice came over the mic. I know, he responded. I was just talking to him. Hunter, fucking report. The fear came through his voice. 1 block south. Take the first alley on your left. Hunter's breathless voice came through the mic and Parker felt almost lightheaded. He tossed the coffee cup and sprinted down the block, following his brother's directions. We're on our way, Jacob yelled, and by the sound of it, the guy was running. Parker didn't wait and pulled his 9mm handgun. Aiming the gun barrel downward, he ran south down the block. When he reached the alley, he ducked inside and came to a stop. He eased along the wall and used the shadows for cover where the darkness was thickest next to an industrial trash can. A man darted out from the other side of the dumpster and Parker snapped out his arm and clotheslined the fucker. The man slammed back and toppled to the ground before rolling and coming up on his feet. The dim light of the alley showed the sweaty face of Tommy Allen just before the guy sprinted away. Parker lunged after Tommy, caught a fistful of his jacket, and tackled him to the ground. Why you running? He snarled into the perp's ear before he yanked him up from the pavement. Zip-tying the guy's wrists behind his back, Parker flipped Tommy around and slammed the man's back into the locked gate covering the door of a closed dry cleaner's. Fuck you, Tommy spat. You want to go to jail? Parker's hand slapped the gate next to the man's head, sending the iron rattling. Tommy squinted at him. Hey, I know you. You're the police chief. That's right, he snarled. Word has it you've walked out on the job, Tommy sneered. You're no cop. For a lowlife informant, Tommy Allen seemed to be in the know, and Parker had to wonder where the guy was getting his information from. I still have connections, he growled, and if I find out you've been snitching for both sides, there won't be a city big enough for you to hide in. Let the kid go, a deep, bone-chilling voice said. Parker tightened his grip and twisted around, placing Tommy between him and the voice. He was met with Hunter's wide eyes. Behind his baby brother stood a large shadow of a man dressed completely in black, with his face shrouded by a hood. The guy's hand was clamped on Hunter's shoulder, fisting his brother's jacket. The fucker was big, and Parker couldn't see his face, not even the shade of his eyes, in the dark alley and with that hood. Parker also couldn't be sure the man didn't have a weapon with the way the guy's body was using Hunter as a shield. Did the guy think he could order him around with his size and voice? Think again, fucker. The confusing part was that Hunter wasn't moving. At all, and that concerned him more than anything. "I'm not letting him go. He's a suspect," Parker snapped. "He's not your man, detective." "I'm no longer a cop, and the last job I had wasn't a detective. I was the chief of police," Parker growled. "Yeah, that's what I've heard. But being a detective is in your blood." The man was spot on. How the fuck did the guy know that? "Do I know you?" Parker squinted into the shadows. "No, we've never met. But I've done my homework. Your reputation precedes you." "Show yourself," Parker ordered. "I prefer to work in the shadows." "What did you mean he isn't my guy?" Parker asked, pushing Tommy a bit forward. If he could close the distance between him and his brother, then he might be able to get them both out of this alive. That should give the team enough time to arrive. "Tommy there is a low man on the totem pole. Try Carl Robertson. He owns the—" "I know what he owns," Parker interrupted, squinting at the shadowy figure before continuing. "You're accusing a pillar of the community of being involved in sex trafficking?" For fuck's sake, Carl Robertson had been voted Man of the Year a few years ago. "Follow the money," the man said. Hunter hadn't moved nor tried to get away, which Parker found odd. In fact, his little brother seemed almost relaxed. Did Hunter know this guy? "What's your name, stranger?" Parker shoved Tommy Allen closer and continued to use him like a human shield. "7, the man rasped. "Like the number?" Hunter echoed, tipping his head back to look way up into the man's shadowed face. "Just like the number," the man said silkily. "Like 7 days of the week? The 7 dwarves?" Hunter murmured, and Parker heard the dazed humor in his brother's voice. "More like 7 deadly sins," Parker muttered. Tommy lurched in his grasp, and Parker tightened his grip. He wasn't quite sure how the fuck 7 had accomplished it, but the guy suddenly disappeared while he and Hunter had been shooting out number phrases. 7 had vanished like fucking vapor, and if Parker believed in paranormal shit, he'd have said it was magic. Hunter whirled around and gazed into the depths of the pitch-black alley. "7?" Hunter called. Only an eerie silence followed. Parker squinted into the darkness and spotted any number of places 7 could be hiding. Jacob and Adam came tearing around the corner and ran toward them with guns drawn. A few moments later, their SUV squealed into the alley with Maverick behind the wheel and Mason hanging on to the oh shit handle. Parker shoved Tommy Allen back against the brick wall. "Talk." Tommy held on to his bravado until the rest of the unit converged on them. Then the guy couldn't talk fast enough. "The guy I deal with is Steve," Tommy gulped. "What's Steve's last name?" He tightened his grip on the front of Tommy's shirt. "I don't know. He's like a middleman or something." Tommy turned his face away and then muttered, "You should check into that Robertson guy." "Do you know the guy who called himself 7? Hunter stepped up to Tommy. "No, I don't know that guy," Tommy said, looking scared, and Parker wasn't sure if he believed the guy. "Have you been feeding your friend Steve information about the police?" "Only once," Tommy admitted, and then yelped when Parker pulled him away from the wall and slammed him back. "Wait! I had to give them something. They were getting suspicious." "You prevented the rescue of countless trafficking victims," Parker snarled and swallowed around the bitter taste in his mouth. "Get him out of here." "In the SUV?" Mason asked. "No. Call a patrol car to pick him up," Parker said. He didn't want Tommy anywhere near him. Mason took the perp by the arm and steered him away. "Who the hell is 7? Jacob asked. "I don't know," Hunter said before Parker could answer. "But he was here." His brother pointed down the dark alley. "Are you okay?" Parker gripped the back of Hunter's jacket and jerked him around into a quick, hard hug. "Did he hurt you?" "No, he didn't hurt me," Hunter said, hugging him tightly. "Why didn't you knock him on his ass?" he growled, putting his brother at arm's length.
He had something nudged into my back. I didn't know if it was a weapon or his cell phone. Hunter's eyes glittered, and Parker wasn't sure if it was anger or excitement. I think it might have been his Parker held up a hand to cut Hunter off. I don't want to know. Jacob cackled. Hunter snickered. Who has a name like that? His brother mused, tossing another look at the dark alley where Seven had disappeared. I don't know. Parker rasped and stalked back toward his SUV. He didn't know who Seven was, but he was damn glad the guy appeared to be on their side. Or at least he thought he was. One could never be too careful. Seven could have been there to scope them out and set them up. But just in case, let's take the long way back to the bunker. Just in case of what? Hunter asked, following him. Just in case he's with this Carl Robertson person. He's not with Robertson, Hunter said. Parker pulled open the passenger door and slid into the SUV. Hunter hurried around to jump into the back seat. Once everyone was in, Maverick turned the vehicle toward the bunker. How the hell would you know Seven isn't with Robertson? He snapped at his brother. I have a feeling, Hunter grinned. Parker squinted at his brother. The rest of the team snickered. Chapter 8. Oliver. The next morning, Oliver wiped a workout towel across the sweat on his forehead, then tossed it away before tugging the sweaty t-shirt away from his chest. Ace is calling a meeting right now, Parker said from the doorway to Pegasus's gym room just as he lifted hand weights. Right now? He replaced the weights. Yeah. He waited for Parker to walk away, but the man took up a shoulder lean against the door jamb. What? Why didn't you come by like you said? Oliver smiled. Did you miss me? You dropped my SUV off at my place and didn't come inside, Parker muttered. No, I did not. Oliver couldn't help his growing smile. The man's smoky blue gaze glittered beneath the fluorescent lights with an odd light before he turned away. Shit. Jumping up, Oliver snatched up the towel and followed after Parker. The meeting room wasn't far from the gym, and he caught up with the sexy former chief in seconds. I wanted you to get some sleep, he whispered. Sleep? Parker smirked down at him and the hand Oliver had placed on the man's arm. You do know we're going to have to take the day off when we finally do it, don't you? It? One of Parker's eyebrows lifted and a small smile toyed at the edge of his firm mouth. Ass, Oliver muttered. Parker smirked and urged him toward the meeting room door. Wait. He turned on Parker. What? Parker murmured softly. You do want that, don't you? And so much more. What more? Like a date, or say, you say my name before we go any further, Parker whispered. What if I shout out your name during Hey, guys! Eagle slapped Oliver on the back and he jumped a mile high. Shit! He gave Eagle a scowl. Come on, we'll be late, Parker said with an amused tone of voice. Why a meeting so early? He grumbled. He wants to talk about that guy Seven, Parker said as they stepped away from the open door and farther into the meeting room. What guy Seven? Oliver frowned. Some guy showed up while we were tracking down Alan. That's weird. And who the fuck goes by a number? Oliver asked with a skeptical look at Parker. I like it, Hunter said from where he was leaning against the wall. How can you say that? Parker demanded of his brother. The guy had a gun in your back. A smile quirked Hunter's lips. I don't think that was his gun. Not the one that fires bullets anyway, Oliver grinned and Hunter laughed. All right, knock it off, Ace growled from his spot behind the desk. The rest of Pegasus filed into the room, taking vacant chairs. The place was big and roomy, able to fit the whole unit. There was state-of-the-art equipment on desks as well as monitors on the wall. Jacob had placed surveillance screens, and with the help of the former SecDef, the techie had video constantly running of the surrounding city. If needed, though, Jacob could access anywhere. Oliver thought that Jacob only went through Dave to make it semi-legit. Oliver waited until Parker took a seat, and then he sauntered over to snag the chair next to him before Hunter could. Hunter gave him a knowing smirk, and Oliver waggled his eyebrows. Children, Parker sighed and crossed his arms. Far from it, Oliver leaned closer to whisper. Parker shifted and the muscles beneath the black t-shirt bunched.
The man stretched his long legs out and crossed his boots at the ankles. "Turn around," Parker said beneath his breath. "I like staring." "Oliver." He heard the warning in Parker's voice and smothered his smile before turning frontward. Guess their flirting was over for the moment, but he wasn't forgetting that Parker wanted him. "I called Dave, and he's going to check into this 7 guy and see if he's legit," Ace began, but stopped abruptly when Jacob came through the door studying the tablet in his hands. "Nice of you to join us," Ace growled, eyeing the beautiful young man. Jacob ignored Ace and perched one ass cheek on the corner of the man's desk. They really ought to have a plaque made with Jacob's name on it put there. Oliver lifted his hand to scratch at his chin and caught Mason's grin. Mason mouthed the words, "Ooh la la," just before Gage elbowed the man. Mason yelped and spun on Gage, but Gage only lifted one eyebrow. "One of our informants is dead," Jacob murmured and flicked a finger at the screen of the tablet. "Which one?" Oliver frowned. "Dan Acosta," Jacob responded. "What the fuck?" Dalton growled. "We cut Acosta loose yesterday." "Yes, and I got a call from Ventura PD that his body was found in a dumpster near Griffith Park this morning," Jacob said. "Shit," Oliver said. "Well, that's 2 informants now dead." He ticked off his fingers. "The first guy before we even took the case, and now Acosta." "We must be getting close," Parker said. "Make no mistake," Ace said. "This guy, whoever he is not to be taken lightly." "We did manage to get some information from Tommy Allen," Jacob said. "He doesn't know shit about the trafficking gang other than they are bad news, but according to Tommy, a guy named Steve Bands is the middleman. This Steve guy is in charge of getting the girls and running things for the head guy." "I knew Tommy was lying when he said he didn't know Steve's last name," Parker muttered. Oliver reached out and patted the man's back. "We can't always trust people," he whispered. Parker squinted at him. Damn, but he loved getting under this man's skin. Jacob flipped Ace a quick glance, and their boss pressed his lips together. "Okay," Jacob continued, turning his eyes on them. "We only have the word of this 7 guy that Carl Robertson is involved." "Robertson, as in the previous man of the year?" Adam inquired, his voice sounding bewildered. "The very one," Ace answered this time. "Just because 7 says we need to look at Robertson doesn't mean Robertson's guilty," Jacob pointed out. "True," Mason answered this time. "But he could be involved. I've been to some of Robertson's parties, and trust me, he spares no expense." "So, the sexiest man alive and the man of the year have hung out?" Beckett laughed and slapped his leg. Holden reached out and caught Beckett's hand and brought it to his lips. Beckett swallowed whatever words were almost uttered. It was common knowledge that Mason had been titled with the Sexiest Man Alive award, and Pegasus had pretty much not let the guy forget it. Oliver snickered, and Mason tossed him an annoyed look before giving a bark of laughter. "All right, quit," Mason said with a laugh. "That was a long time ago." 2 years is not that long," Beckett's words were muffled by Holden's hand. "Quiet down," Ace grumbled. "Mason," Jacob said and continued when he had the man's attention. "Do you think some of the people there could have been trafficking victims instead of invited guests?" "I hate to think that, but there were a lot of young, beautiful men and women," Mason said with regret. "Do you think you can get us an invite to one of Robertson's parties?" Jacob asked. "As a matter of fact, there's one the Saturday after next," Mason said. "Where are you going with this?" Ace asked. Jacob twisted a bit on the desk to face Ace. "I say a few of us attend the party and see exactly what Robertson is up to." Ace rubbed at his chin, and the room grew so quiet Oliver could hear the chairs squeak. It was a risky plan, but sounded doable. "They would need to be wealthy," Ace muttered. When Jacob's smile grew, Ace looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. One of Jacob's dads was part of the 1%. That made Jacob one of the richest men in the room. They also had Mason and Gage. Mason because he was filthy rich, and Gage because, well, Gage was with Mason now. "But you can bring guests, right?" Oliver asked. "I can," Mason said. "And so can I," Jacob said. "What about Mason and Gage, Oliver and Parker, and I can go with—" Jacob was ticking off fingers as he went. The younger man's eyes swept the room and landed on Hunter. "Me," Ace growled before Jacob could say Hunter's name. You. Jacob smiled and finished the finger thing with a satisfied look in his eyes. Oh, man. Ace was in for the ride of his life, Oliver thought, and tossed a quick glance at Parker to find the man's smoky blue eyes locked on him. Why me? Parker muttered, turning away from him to eye Jacob. Because you are the former police chief that everyone knows and loves, Jacob responded. Not everyone loves me, Parker argued. Yeah, the mayor sure doesn't, Hunter hooted and then covered his mouth when Parker glared at him. Besides, Hunter went on, you've got an invitation to that party. It's sitting on the entryway table. Oh, Parker frowned. Why me? Oliver squinted at Jacob. Because you're sitting next to Parker, Jacob said with a bit of confusion. Oliver turned in his chair to Parker with a cheeky smile. I hope you have something nice to wear. Parker frowned at him. Of course I do. Text me a pic and I'll decide, he goaded. I'm not texting you a pic, Parker grumbled. Suit yourself. He gave the man a skeptical look. Oliver pulled his phone out and sent Parker a text, reminding him to send him a picture. He added several emojis. Before the party, we'll work up a plan to have the rest of Pegasus placed strategically nearby, Ace said. Eagle turned to Holden. You going to bring Betty? The quiet man's mouth stretched into a slow smile. I never leave home without her. Betty was the name Holden had given his sniper rifle. I'll never understand why you didn't give your gun a male name, Eagle commented. She's named after my mama, Holden said. No, your mother's name is Mama, Beckett said with a laugh. And damn anyone who says differently, Link added with a smirk. That's right, Holden drawled, and laughter broke out in the room. Everyone had met and loved Holden's mom. All right, there are just a couple more things, Ace said, breaking up the conversation. Remember that Carl Robertson is a person of interest and not a suspect until we have hard evidence. There's a difference? Eagle snorted and then nodded when Ace gave him a hard stare. This is a recon mission and you'll act accordingly, Ace growled. In the meantime, and since the party is just over a week away, there are several other people who need our help. The boss picked up several folders from his desk and held them out. Jacob rolled his eyes and tapped at his tablet. I'll send the electronic files to your phones for those of you who don't do paper, the techie said. What's wrong with paper? Ace asked, eyeing the folders. Everything, Jacob said, giving Ace a look. The bigger man looked confused. I even color-coordinated them. Jacob smirked. I know, honey. Don't call me that, Ace growled. Yes, dear. Ace tossed the folders on the desk and shoved back his chair. Oliver smothered his laugh and almost missed that Parker had stood and approached Ace's desk and took one of the files. I like paper, Parker said. Save a tree, Oliver responded with a teasing tone, striding forward. He plucked the file from Parker's hands. Pushy. Am I? He smiled up at Parker, loving the grin that swam into the man's light eyes. Does this mean we're working this case together? Parker moved him out of the way with a hand at his elbow. The others crowded forward to select paper folders. Ace had disappeared out a door that led to the outside, leaving Jacob gazing at the closed metal. Jacob, Mason said. Yeah? Jacob cleared his throat and turned back to the group. Stay in pairs and take a case. They're small jobs, stolen jewelry, a vandalized store, a missing friend who hasn't checked in, and several more of that kind of thing. Text me your case number and I'll send the details electronically. Thank God for small favors, Oliver said, handing the paper file back to Parker. Parker gave him a gentle nudge and Oliver headed out of the meeting room. He spun around and Parker almost ran into him. Tipping his head back, he gazed up into Parker's face. The man's gaze swept over his face and landed on his mouth. What do we get? Oliver asked, sliding his tongue against his lips. What? Parker sounded dazed. The case? Oliver breathed out the response. Parker cleared his throat and walked him backward until his back met the wall. The vandalized store. And you needed to trap me to tell me that? You drive me nuts, Parker muttered. Every thought flew out of Oliver's head, and before he could make a snappy comeback, Parker tugged away and strode down the hall toward the door. Chapter 9. Parker. Parker juggled his keys in his hand, trying to get the vision of Oliver's pursed lips out of his head. Everyone paired up, and it appeared that Hunter had gone with Maverick, who took his own truck, so that left Parker standing in the parking lot with Oliver. "Don't look at me," Oliver said. "I didn't bring my car to work." "How did you get here?" "An Uber." "From Bel Air?" "How do you know where I live?" "Busted." He'd looked up Oliver's address a couple of weeks ago and found that he lived in a very wealthy area and rented a room from some guy named Luke Rhine, who turned out to be a former military general. He'd also discovered that Rhine had married former Special Forces soldier Dylan Thorne, so he felt marginally better knowing that. Still, though, some people had open marriage. "What you thinking?" Oliver interrupted his stupid thoughts. "That it's a long walk." "What?" Oliver drug out the word with hands on his hips. The man was sexy as hell and had a pout to his lips that Parker ached to kiss. "Fine," Oliver spun away. "I'll get a ride." "Hold on," Parker snatched Oliver by the arm before the slider man could take another step and pulled him around. "I'll give you the back seat." Oliver snicker-snorted and Parker released him with a smile. "Be careful," Oliver said, tugging out his spare set of keys. "I still have your keys. I could take it and run." "Keep them," Parker said with a chuckle, flipped the alarm on his vehicle, and slid behind the wheel. "So, my place or yours?" Oliver quipped after getting in the passenger seat and tossing his duffel bag in the back. "Why? We need to check that store." He tossed Oliver a slight frown and started the SUV. "I need a shower." Immediately, the image of water flowing over Oliver's naked skin came to mind. "Why didn't she shower inside?" Oliver's phone pinged, and the man frowned at it before shoving it away in his pocket. "I'd rather not." "Why? What's wrong with the unit showers?" "Nothing." Oliver snapped his seatbelt and crossed his arms, refusing to say any more. Parker gave in. "My place is closer." "I know," Oliver said with a quick smile. "Are you sure you share this place with Hunter?" Oliver asked. "Because he never seems to be here." Parker cleared his throat and averted his eyes from a freshly showered Oliver wearing only jeans and toweling his damp hair. "Yeah, we split the rent." Oliver sat on the edge of Parker's bed and pulled on socks and boots before tugging a tight black t-shirt over his curling dark hair. "I rent too." Oliver disappeared into the bathroom with the towel and then re-emerged without it. He was tidy. Parker liked that. When Oliver started gathering up his things, Parker drew in a deep breath. "Leave it." "What?" Oliver placed his workout shirt in the duffel bag. "I have a washer, you can put that in and we can stop by here after we check the store." Fucking Christ. Desperate much? He admonished himself and took a deep breath. "Thanks," Oliver said in a rush and gathered up his clothes. Parker led the way down the stairs and to the laundry room just off the kitchen. It was a tight fit, and Oliver insisted on standing inside the small space while Parker was trying to start the machine. "Kiss me again," Oliver whispered. "If I do, I won't stop," he muttered. Oliver chuckled softly. "And that would be a bad thing?" "No, but we have a store owner to check in with." "Ah, right." Oliver snapped his fingers. "Business. No time for play." The man backed out of the room so fast Parker didn't have time to respond. He finished loading the machine and walked out into the kitchen, only to find it was empty. So was the living room. The front door was ajar, and he pulled it open and walked to the railing. He found Oliver below, leaning against the SUV, scrolling through his phone. He was being ignored. "You've only got yourself to blame." With a sigh, he grabbed his keys and locked up. "I'm starving." "Me too." "Dinner after the store?" Parker didn't hesitate. "That Italian place off West Street?" "Wait, you don't want to go out of town?" "What?" Parker frowned. "Well, the last time you asked me to dinner, you wanted to leave town." "So?" "So, I just figured that you didn't want people to see us," Oliver shrugged. "That's not why." Then why? I'll tell you later, Parker responded. So, Italian? Nope, I say Mexican food. And if we're staying in town, let's eat at that little place down on Mission Drive, Oliver countered, making Parker smile. Fuck, he was relieved that Oliver hadn't seemed angry at his refusal to answer him. That, on top of the kiss, might make Oliver think he didn't want him. Hell yes, he wanted to kiss Oliver, and he'd been honest. He wouldn't have been able to stop at one kiss, and there was a good reason he'd wanted to take Oliver to Santa Barbara. Mexican it is, Parker said, shaking off his thoughts and taking the exit to the convenience store. I think we have a date. Parker tossed a glance at Oliver to find the man smiling. It seems so. Have you ever eaten there? Not that place, no, Parker said. Pulling into the small store's parking lot, he parked and shut off the engine. You're going to love the food, Oliver promised as he stepped out of the SUV. Parker sat there for a moment. He might like the food, but what he was really looking forward to was some conversation with Oliver. Conversation that included much more than the quips and flirting banter they'd been doing. Not that he didn't like that, but he was beginning to realize he wanted something more with Oliver. Something more than he'd wanted in a long time. Shaking out of his thoughts, he locked up the vehicle and gazed up at the sign in washed-out red letters over a white backboard. Papa Tan's Grocery and Goods. The faded gray-colored store wasn't in the best neighborhood, but it wasn't the worst either. In fact, it sat on the cusp between both. Papa Tan, or someone, had put iron bars on the windows and a gate over the front door that was now slid open for business. Parker subconsciously reached for his badge but came away empty. Those days were gone. He no longer had the privilege of calling himself a cop. Now he was justice of another kind, working in secret, and Parker fucking loved it. Oliver pushed open the swinging glass door and Parker followed the slider men inside. Sorry about the mess. What can I help you find? A gray-haired man of Chinese descent asked from where he stood behind the counter. The tired look on the man's face told it all. A young man looking to be related and in his early 20s stood holding a broom and stopped sweeping up glass when they entered. We're here to help, Parker said. Police Chief Harvey Dennison sent us, Oliver said. Oh my God, you came, the young man whispered, his eyes filled with awe. I didn't think you really existed. Hush, Ray, the older man said. It's okay, Parker smiled. I'm Tan, the older man said, putting a hand out to shake. Parker reached out and shook Tan's hand. How'd you hear about us? Oliver turned toward Ray. Are you kidding? Ray gushed. The streets? They talk about you guys all the time. I thought you were a myth. And we'd like to keep it that way, Oliver said with a wink. Ray gulped and smiled and gripped the broom hard. I won't tell a soul. Parker wasn't sure he believed the kid, but it couldn't be helped. Since Pegasus had decided to help locals, word was going to get out. Maybe that would keep some of the scumbags in line. Are you going to help us? Ray asked. We're going to try, Parker said. Tell us what happened, Oliver said and leaned against the counter. According to Tan, 3 hooded teenagers had come in during business hours and started knocking things off the shelves. When Tan tried to stop them, they'd given him the knot on his forehead for his trouble. The teens had threatened to come back and fuck with Tan and his store again if he didn't give them money. So essentially they're blackmailing you to make them stay away? Oliver sounded pissed, drawing Parker's gaze. Yes, Tan nodded. I did go to the cops, but they couldn't locate the teenagers based off my description. Ray hurried around the counter and slipped an arm around the man's shoulders. When Ray looked up at them, anger burned in the young man's eyes. They did it again, and they make damn sure my grandfather is alone each time, Ray said with a scowl. They don't come when I'm here, but I have classes and I can't be here all the time and we can't afford to hire help. Tan sighed. I called the station, and they still can't find the teenagers even with the camera surveillance. Tan pointed to the camera over the door. The newest attack was this morning. I gave them $200 from the till, and then I called the cops. The next thing I knew, Chief Dennison was taking my call. I didn't know police chiefs got involved in this stuff. They don't. Not normally, Parker said and left it at that. The only reason Dennison had taken the call was to see if Pegasus could help. "What are you going to do?" Ray asked. "We'll take care of it," Oliver said with a gentle smile.
"Thank you so much."
Tan's whisper was harsh, and Ray hugged his grandfather tightly. Both Parker and Oliver jumped in, and it took a few hours, but they were able to get the store in order. They hung around until closing time, but there was no sign of the teenagers. After a few more words and a look at the surveillance tape, Parker stood with Oliver in the parking lot while Tan and his grandson closed up shop.
"I don't think the perps are coming back tonight," he told Oliver and waved to Tan and Ray as they drove away.
"Maybe not, but they got a taste of that money," Oliver argued. "I bet you $50 they come back for more, and soon." Parker slid behind the wheel and didn't start the SUV until Oliver was in the passenger seat. "Wait."
"What?"
Parker glanced over with his foot on the brake, keeping the vehicle parked. "Isn't that Carl Robertson?"
"What?"
Whipping his head around, he noticed several men in suits standing next to a black town car. He squinted.
"It sure the hell is."
"What do you think he's doing there?" Oliver murmured. Parker gazed at the building of Chen's Chinese eatery.
"Eating?"
"With 6 suits?" Oliver pointed out.
"A family reunion?"
Oliver snorted. "I feel like Chinese food." Parker groaned.
"No."
"Why not?"
"It will blow our cover."
"How so?"
"We eat in there and then, what, show up at the party in a week?"
Oliver sighed and rubbed at his chin. "Yeah, okay, that makes sense, but I want to get a quick look inside."
"No,"
Parker said again and reached for the handheld radio. "Pegasus, anyone copy?" "What's up?" Jacob's voice came over the mic. "We've spotted Carl Robertson here downtown going into a restaurant with 6 men in suits." "No shit," Jacob said. "Don't go in."
"We aren't," Parker drawled, making Oliver smile. "Is there anyone who is not attending the party close to us?"
"We are," Link's voice came over the mic.
"You want to do a little recon?" he asked.
"What kind of food is it?" Eagle interrupted.
"Chinese."
"Count us in," Eagle said. Parker returned the radio to its holder and turned to Oliver.
"There, problem solved."
Oliver smirked and crossed his arms. Parker didn't care if Oliver was miffed. If they went in there and blew their cover, then they couldn't go to the party. And Parker so wanted to see Oliver in a tux. Chapter 10. Oliver. They ended up getting the food to go and brought it back to Parker's place. There went their date. But Oliver didn't care. This was a date as far as he was concerned, and he hoped it would turn out to be much more. After throwing his workout clothes in the dryer, he had taken a spot on the carpet, sitting cross-legged next to the coffee table and scarfing down tacos. "You were hungry?" "Yeah," he huffed around a bite. "So, how are we going to catch these teenagers?" "Stakeout," Parker said, sounding as if that was a no-brainer. "In the middle of the day?" "Why not?" "I thought stakeouts were at night." Parker barked out a laugh. "You think criminals only come out at dark?" Oliver's smile was sheepish. "Well, now that you put it that way, I guess not. Don't believe everything you see in the movies. Besides, these kids hit the store while it's open. So we have to be there for that." He nodded and took another bite. "Won't they see us?" "Who cares? By that time it'll be too late and we'll have their asses." Oliver sputtered and choked on a laugh. "What?" Parker grinned and polished off the last bite of an enchilada. "Nothing." He leaned back on his hands and watched Parker collect their paper plates. "You get enough?" "Yes. There's plenty more. I know you have a big appetite." "I do." Oliver made sure to put enough innuendo in his words to let Parker know he didn't only have an appetite for food. The man disappeared into the kitchen and Oliver jumped to his feet to follow. He leaned a shoulder in the doorway and watched as Parker stuffed leftovers into the fridge and trash into the bin. "Parker?" Parker stood looking down at the closed lid of the trash. "If you don't want this..." Oliver waved a hand between them and Parker's head snapped up. The look in the man's eyes locked up his throat. There was so much hunger in Parker's eyes that Oliver had trouble formulating his next thought, but he managed it. "Then what's the hesitation? And don't say none, because I know there's something." "I haven't been in a relationship for over 10 years, Parker muttered. I haven't been in a relationship since before I deployed, and that was longer than 10 years ago, Oliver countered back. You haven't? Parker looked surprised. No, I've had a few hookups, but nothing long-term. Me neither. Parker rubbed his palms down his jeans. You must think I'm a fool. No, he said softly, and advanced into the room. Moving slowly closer to Parker, Oliver was finally able to take Parker's hand. What else is holding you back? I don't date people I work with. Because if it ended badly, you'd have to see my mug every day. Something like that. So, you're thinking of our ending before we've really even had a beginning? No. Parker held his eyes for a long moment. I don't want us to end. Ever? Oliver grinned cheekily. Ever, Parker said on a harsh breath. Oliver linked their fingers and drew Parker to the door. He flipped off the kitchen light and walked up the stairs to Parker's bedroom, holding Parker's hand tightly. Without a word, he slammed the door and backed Parker up against it. Reaching up, he cupped Parker's face with both hands and pulled the man's head down. With a biting kiss, he took Parker's mouth. Thrusting his tongue inside, he nipped and sucked at the man's lips and swirled his tongue with Parker's. Not here, Parker said with a strangled groan against his mouth. What's wrong with the door? He gave a quick grin. Parker huffed and reached down to cup his hands at the back of his thighs. Before Oliver could blink, he was lifted. The sound that came out of his throat had Parker laughing. For payback, Oliver fisted his hands in Parker's hair and wrapped his legs around the man's waist. His poise didn't last long, and an almost squeak sound left his throat when he was tossed to the bed on his back. He bounced a few times and then stretched, holding up one foot. Parker obediently pulled off his boots and socks before kicking off his own. When Parker roamed up and over him, Oliver placed a hand on the man's chest to hold him back. What? What if you regret getting involved with a coworker? I now don't care, Parker squinted down at him. But what if you regret fucking me after? That won't happen, Parker all but growled. Oliver quirked one eyebrow. How do you know? Because we are not fucking. We aren't? Whatever else he planned to say flew right out of his head beneath Parker's heated kiss. With a quick yank of clothes, Parker had them both naked in moments. Supplies? He groaned when Parker latched onto a nipple. In my nightstand. I thought you said you hadn't been with anyone in a long time, he gasped out, arching beneath Parker's tugging teeth. I haven't. So, he wriggled on the bed. Wise stuff. I was hoping, Parker muttered. Fucking hell, I was hoping so bad that you'd come back last night, the man said, lips against his nipple, and then lifted up to take Oliver's mouth in another bone-crushing kiss. His body was toyed with like a fine fucking fiddle, and all Oliver could do was hang on for the ride. Parker may not have had many relationships, but he sure knew his way around his body. When Parker dumped lube on his fingers and then slipped them along the crack of his ass, he didn't gripe about bottoming. In fact, Oliver preferred it. Then Parker's mouth became as busy as his fingers and roamed over his chest. Oliver could do nothing but groan beneath the onslaught. After several minutes, he gripped Parker's neck and pulled the man's teasing mouth from his skin. Parker lifted up and locked their lips. They kissed wildly and hungrily, with raw need that had been building for the past month, and Oliver dove his fingers into Parker's hair, caressing the man's scalp. Parker tore into his mouth hot and hard and slid another finger in his ass up to the knuckle. Fuck yes. I'm ready, he said when Parker slid in another finger to join the first. Oliver pressed his head to the pillow and swept his hands up Parker's arms, shoulders, and back, pulling at the man. Parker wouldn't budge, and Oliver groaned when those talented digits moved deeper for several more moments. Parker, he whined. Parker froze for about 2 seconds and removed his fingers before tearing open a condom wrapper and sliding it on. Rough hands slid beneath Oliver's hips and cupped his ass. Scooting to his knees, Parker slid between his legs and lifted his ass with a hard squeeze. Their gazes locked and held. Oliver slowly lifted his legs and draped them over Parker's arms before he reached down and wrapped his hand around his leaking cock. Parker's smoky blue eyes tracked his move before the man pressed the tip of his sheathed dick to Oliver's hole. All the pent-up hunger Oliver had been holding in due to the flirting touches and stolen kisses flooded to the surface. He groaned when Parker pressed the head of his dick through the tight ring of his ass, slowly sliding deeper and deeper. "Mine," Oliver wanted to shout, but he didn't want to come off as a Neanderthal. He must have made a sound because Parker paused. "What is it?" the man asked, leaning over him to deliver tiny kisses to his lips. Chapter 11. Parker. Oliver's fingers fisted in his hair. Parker lifted his head, and their gazes collided. "Mine," Oliver blurted. The word brought out every possessive ounce of Parker's being. "All mine," he agreed, leaning down to breathe the words against Oliver's lips. Oliver swallowed and grasped at his shoulders with a clutching grip. Parker gripped the back of Oliver's head with a fist to the man's hair and lifted his face up. He briefly searched Oliver's blue gaze before he plundered. The kiss became a ferocious hunger he neither could nor wanted to deny. He had a feeling that Oliver had stolen his heart over the past month, and he wasn't taking it back. Sure, a month wasn't long, but fuck it. He wanted this man like no other. Oliver's mouth frantically returned the kiss for several long moments before he tore his lips away to suck in air. Parker moved back and lifted Oliver's ass and slid his dick in deep again and then again, picking up a choppy rhythm because for the life of him, he couldn't think straight. "Fuck," Parker groaned when Oliver squeezed his ass tightly around his dick. Yes, Oliver hissed, putting a hand around his own dick, jerking himself slowly to Parker's rhythm. Oliver squeezed like a vice around his dick and Parker's breath grew ragged. When Oliver's jerking increased, Parker knew the man was close. He gripped Oliver's hips hard and began thrusting. Leaning over, Parker took Oliver's lips in a tender kiss that was at odds with his hard grip and plundering cock. "Parker," Oliver growled into his mouth, his jerking slowing because Parker had pressed down on his hand. Oliver fought the hold, but Parker persisted, thrusting deeply over and over until Oliver shouted. Hot cum spilled between them from Oliver's cock, and Parker lost it and emptied his balls. Pleasure rolled over him, and he curled forward, gripped with an intensity he'd never felt. It was just as he feared. Once he had Oliver, there'd be no going back for him. Oliver's hands smoothed down his back, and Parker slumped forward, closing his eyes and not giving a shit that they were sweaty and sticky. Oliver apparently didn't care either, and Parker found himself drifting. Sometime later, around midnight, Oliver woke him up with his mouth wrapped around his cock, and Parker could only lay groaning as Oliver made them both come again. It went on like that through the night, with each taking turns on the other's body, and by the morning he was raw and he knew Oliver had to be. "Come on," Oliver murmured. "I need a shower." "You go first." "We go together." "I'm too sore," he grumbled, wanting a few more hours of sleep. "Come on, baby, I'll wash you." The thought of Oliver's soapy hands running over his body brought him up from the bed and into the bathroom. "What time is it?" Parker asked, stepping beneath the water when it grew warm. "Almost 6. Papa Tan's opens at 8. "I'm gonna beat those little bastards for interrupting us," Parker groused, running his hands up and down Oliver's back while the man ran his soapy hands all over him. Oliver snickered. "I'd pay to see that." "What? Don't think I can." "Yes, I think you can do anything." Parker squinted through the water at Oliver, and his breath caught at the light shining from Oliver's eyes. He swept his eyes up and down before his gaze landed on the bullet wound on Oliver's leg. "How's the leg?" "Good." "No, I mean honestly, how does the leg feel?" Oliver gave a slight smile. It still throbs every once in a while. I see you limping on occasion. Yeah, that happens after I run or stand on it too long. Does your doctor know? Yes, Chief. Oliver scrunched his nose at him and lifted the bar to wash. Don't call me that. I just care about you. Oliver's throat moved in a hard swallow. That's good. Yeah, why's that? Parker lifted the bar from Oliver's hand and ran it over the man's shoulders and up his neck until Oliver's head tipped forward. Because you're meant for me. I am, huh? He teased. Want me to show you again? Oliver tipped his head back and squinted at him. Parker's ass clenched where he could still feel the imprint of Oliver's thick dick inside, and he chuckled before dropping his head to run his mouth along Oliver's freshly washed skin. Later, he moaned when Oliver closed a hand around his tender cock. When? Come back here tonight. I'll have to get some of my stuff. Yes. The thought of having Oliver keeping his stuff there sent his heart thumping. Sometime later they hurried into their clothes. You said mine during sex. Oliver pointed out and sat on the edge of the bed to shove his socked feet into boots. Yes, I did, Parker agreed. If Oliver expected him to argue, he was wrong. And I meant it. So did I, Oliver blurted and then dropped his head to tie his shoes. Parker tugged on his shirt and jeans and then made his way over to crouch next to Oliver. Are you sure? He placed his hands on the man's knees. Oliver frowned, gazing into his eyes. Why wouldn't I be? There's an age difference between us. What age difference? Didn't your trusty file tell you how old I am? No, but you look so young. Oliver preened. It's genetics. A bark of laughter escaped Parker and then turned into a chuckle. So tell me, how old are you? He asked. I'm almost 35, Oliver announced. Oh, so old, Parker teased with a laugh. You were born in 1982, Oliver smirked at him. Parker shook his head. You and your dates. Oliver's grin grew. So don't be thinking I'll forget the day we met. I won't, young'un, Parker teased. You're only 5 years older, Oliver eyed him. That will be a lot when I hit 90. Oliver doubled over with laughter and Parker chuckled. And the reason I wanted to take you to Santa Barbara was because I've never dated a coworker, and honestly, I wasn't sure how this all was going to go, he admitted. I thought you didn't want to be seen with me. No, Parker said roughly. I don't mind. Okay, well, I don't want to hide that we're dating, Oliver said and then stopped. Wait, we are dating, right? Yes, Parker said, trying to find enough spit in his mouth to swallow. That means I can call you my boyfriend sometimes? Parker tried to keep from smiling but couldn't manage it. I'd like that. Yeah? Yeah. Oliver slapped his hands together. Now what? Parker huffed a laugh. Let's go. Papa Tan is waiting. You can tell me about being in Special Forces on the way. Once in the SUV, Oliver launched into a bunch of stories about him and the guys, some of whom ended up joining Pegasus. When they were closer to Papa Tan's store, Oliver changed the subject. Let's stop and get coffee and donuts. Is that a cop joke? He shot Oliver a smirk. What? No! I love coffee and donuts. Google Map it, he said, and Oliver jumped on his phone. 2.5 miles from our location, Oliver announced just as his cell phone pinged. The expression of joy on Oliver's face faded as if a thunderstorm had covered the blue sky. What is it? It's nothing. Oliver squeezed the phone and then tucked it away. Parker clenched his teeth and pulled into the donut shop. Once they had their order of coffee and pastries, he drove down the street and parked a block from Papa Tan's, but close enough to see the front of the store. Oliver ate one entire donut in seconds and started on another. It suddenly dawned on him that Oliver might be a stress eater. Oliver? Yeah? The man looked up from sucking icing off his fingers.
Tell me who was on the phone.
He used his police chief tone of voice and hoped to God it worked. Chapter 12. Oliver. I will if you ask me nicely.
Please tell me who was on the phone.
Okay. He had to hand it to Parker. The man was scary, observant, and patient because it took him eating another donut before he could share. I've had 2 stalkers in my lifetime.
What the hell?
Yeah, tell me about it. Not 1, but 2 of those fuckers. It's like... He sent his fingers thrusting through his hair. I have a sign stamped on my forehead that says stalk me. I'm a fucking ex-Special Forces medic and I'm looking over my shoulder for a fucking stalker. Okay, wait. Back up. Who was the first one? I was 17 and I picked up a stalker from somewhere. My mom reported the guy, but the cops couldn't catch him. So I left home and moved several states away to live with my aunt. When I turned 18, I joined the Army and they put me through the training to become a medic.
And that got rid of the stalker?
Yeah, I mean, the guy was spotted around my mom's house, but she called the cops on him again and he disappeared. I guess he finally figured out I didn't live there any longer.
What was his name?
I don't know. We never found out. I must have talked to him at some point. That's what the cops said. But this guy was relentless.
So he was never caught?
Not that I know of, but I figure with that type of behavior it would only be a matter of time. You know?
Not always, Parker muttered, gazing out the window and then snapping those cool smoke eyes on him again.
What about the next one? I met this guy at the gym after I was discharged from the Army. We hooked up. I thought that was it.
But it wasn't, Parker said flatly.
He couldn't tell what Parker was thinking, but he had a pretty good idea by the look on the man's face that he wasn't happy. When he wouldn't leave me alone, I blocked him. When he left notes on my car, I switched gyms. When he started following my car, I started taking an Uber.
Does he know where you live?
Yes, but you can't get on the estate without passing the guard at the gate.
Did you take him there?
No, Oliver scowled. After I told him it wasn't going to happen again, he seemed okay. But then he followed me home from the gym a few nights later. I didn't realize he was... Oliver waved his hand about.
A stalker?
I'd say obsessed hookup.
Call it what it is. He's fucking stalking you, Parker growled.
Did you call the cops? He turned and gazed out the window.
No.
Oliver. What? He stared blankly at the storefront out the passenger side window.
Why didn't you call the police?
Because this shit doesn't happen to men. And it was fucking embarrassing, he added silently.
Babe.
His head whipped around at the endearment. Come here, Parker said and opened his arms. Oliver unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed up the center console to move closer. Parker's arms closed around him and he leaned into the man's support. I have a few more questions, Parker said, making him chuckle. I imagine you do, Chief. Parker put him at arm's length and gave him a stern look. This is important. I know, but you are too cute. I'm not cute. The man actually looked affronted, making Oliver laugh more. Stop it, Parker said, but his scowl was gone and amusement curled the corner of his lips. Okay, ask away. He waved his hands around. If you blocked him, how is he texting you? He sends me text messages from all different phones, he said with a sigh. How do you know it's him? By the content of the messages. He handed his cell phone to Parker. Using his thumb, Parker scrolled through his phone. It took a long time because there were a hell of a lot of messages from different phone numbers, and some of the messages were lengthy, like paragraph after paragraph long. When Parker finished, he sat there quietly, gazing out the windshield. Oliver held his tongue as long as he could, but suddenly he was dying to know what Parker was thinking. What was your other question? What? Parker turned to him with a blank expression. You said you had more questions. Yes, Parker cleared his throat. Have you told Pegasus? No. Why? For the same reason I didn't go to the cops. He crossed his arms. Oliver? Yes? He tipped his chin. We are going to the cops, and we are telling Pegasus. We are? He echoed. You bet your sweet ass we are, Parker said with a glaring squint. Men are victims of stalkers as well as women. I know that, he said, but he was ex-Special Forces. He ran with some of the most badass men and women in the world. He didn't want word to get out that he had a fucking obsessive pervert he couldn't shake. I don't know, he hedged. What part was unclear? The whole telling the guys thing. Oliver. Parker's voice dropped an octave level. You do realize that they will open a can of whoop-ass, right? Yeah, but won't that bring up the question of why I didn't? Why didn't you? Mainly because I didn't want to be arrested for kicking the shit out of someone, he shrugged. That's understandable. So you thought what, you'd just keep telling him no and eventually he'd go away? Something like that. I mean, I didn't want to move or re-enlist. How long have you been out of the Army? About a year now, give or take. He hasn't shown any signs of going away. No? Oliver chewed on his lip. It had been a long fucking year. What if I text him and have him meet me and I'll tell him again to leave me alone? Have you threatened him before? Yeah. He rubbed a hand at his forehead and sighed. So what makes you think this time will be different? I don't know. He threw up his hands. Parker studied him for a long moment. Why don't we switch it up? What do you mean? This time when you meet him and tell him to fuck off, you'll have an army of men standing behind you. The image made Oliver smile. It would definitely make Lloyd piss his pants. The radio crackled before he could answer Parker, and then Eagle's voice filled the cab. Watch your six, guys. I think we got made last night at Chen's Chinese Eatery. No, we didn't, Link's voice came through the mic. Yeah, I think we did, Eagle said. No, you're wrong, Link said. He didn't recognize me. You're full of shit. He was glaring at you the whole time. I have longer hair, Link argued. Who are you talking about? Oliver leaned closer to speak into the mic. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, Link muttered. Regardless of what Link thinks, Eagle continued, I sent photos of those guys to Chief Harvey Dennison. He said he'll run them through facial recognition. Parker lifted the radio and spoke again. Sounds good. We'll be careful. After returning the mic to the holder, Parker turned to him. Say yes, Parker. Yes, Chief, he smirked. Oliver wasn't sure if he wanted to have the whole of Pegasus when he confronted Lloyd. Don't call me Chief. Okay. Say my name. Nope, he grinned with a laugh. Why not? That's for special occasions. Oh, now you're being ridiculous, Parker muttered, but Oliver could tell the guy wasn't really all that mad. Check it out. Oliver tipped his chin toward down the block, where 3 teenagers were approaching Papa Tan's place. Let's move, Parker said, and instead of driving the SUV closer, the man jumped out from behind the wheel, slammed the door, and took off running toward the store. Well, shit, Oliver darted out after Parker, easily catching the bigger man because while Parker was fast, Oliver was faster. It was how he had made up for not being as big as the others in his unit. Even the twinge in his leg didn't stop his forward momentum. The teenagers had already disappeared into the store, and Oliver sprinted faster and slammed into the swinging glass door. He came to an abrupt stop at the sight of the fuckers tipping over displays and clearing shelves with a sweep of an arm. Parker plowed through the door and almost into him, but Oliver was on the move. Springing forward, he swept the closest teenager's legs from beneath him. When the guy went down, Oliver reached back for a zip tie and shackled the skinny bastard. Run, one of the other kids said, and both of them sprinted toward the back. One didn't get too far when Parker snagged the back of his black sweatshirt and power-lifted the perp before he slammed him to the floor. The kid's back hit the tile and he cried out. My hero, Oliver teased and leaped over Parker on his way after the last perp. The guy dodged into the storeroom, and when Oliver followed, he found the suspect holding Ray by the neck with a knife pulled. Stay back or I'll cut him. Oliver kept coming, and when he got close enough, he gripped the kid's wrist and twisted. Ray was loose, and the teenager dropped to his knees with a strangled grunt. The knife clattered to the ground, and Oliver kicked it away. He applied pressure to the kid's wrist, causing him to groan in agony. "You okay?" He tossed Ray a quick glance. "Yeah." "You can't do this! I'm a minor!" the kid yelled. "When you robbed this store, you became a criminal. Now get up!" He growled at the guy and lifted him to his feet by one arm. Turning the guy around, he applied zip ties and snatched up the knife before marching him back out to the front room. "I've called it in. Patrol should be here in a few minutes." Parker met him. "Give them this," Oliver said, handing Parker the knife. He pulled it on Ray. He walked the perp over to shove him to the ground next to his friends. The cops arrived sooner than Oliver expected and took everyone's statements and pictures of the damage done to the store before packing up the perps. "Thanks," one of the officers told Oliver. "One of them said he's a minor," Oliver said. "Yeah, he's almost 18. The other two are 18 already," the cop said. "Some judges treat 17 as an adult," Oliver said. "That they do," the cop agreed before hollering over to Parker. "Thanks, Chief." "You're welcome," Parker said with a wave and then turned back to Oliver. "Why does he get to call you Chief and I don't?" he pouted. "Because I'm not your chief," Parker murmured, moving closer. "No, you're my boyfriend," he whispered. "Yes." Parker's throat moved with a hard swallow. "I want to kiss you so bad." Oliver swore the air crackled around them and goosebumps formed on his skin. He licked at his bottom lip and Parker made a sound beneath his breath. "We better help clean up so we can..." "Go," Oliver snickered and backed away. Parker let out a hard breath and strode over to talk to Papa Tan. Ray approached with a spare broom and Oliver took it and started to sweep. It took them about 45 minutes to get the store back in order and another few for Papa Tan and Ray to say goodbye with a ton of thank yous added in. "No problem," Parker said, gripping Tan's offered hand. "Call us if you have any further trouble." "Thank you." Ray came up to Oliver with his fist held out and he gave the guy a fist bump. "Any time." Papa Tan was talking nonstop to Parker and of course his man was politely listening. He clapped his hands to get Parker's attention before holding up the spare keys. "I'll drive." Parker smiled and returned his attention to Tan. Heading down the sidewalk, Oliver drew closer to the SUV when a noise caught his attention in the alley just past a nearby storefront. "Who's there?" He thought he saw a shadow move. Jogging closer to the concrete wall of the store, Oliver slid closer to the alley entrance. Easing just enough around the corner, he slowly peered into the darkened shadows of the alley. Holding his breath, he cocked his head and went completely still. Nothing moved and no further sound came from the depths. After a moment, he eased back and turned toward the SUV. He'd almost reached the SUV at the same time the door to Chen's Chinese eatery opened and two of the men he'd seen yesterday with Carl Robertson stepped out. Ducking his head would appear suspicious, so he avoided eye contact and kept walking. Thank goodness neither of the men were actually Robertson. No way in hell did he want to miss his date with Parker. He planned on asking Parker to dance. Chapter 13. Parker. 3 days later found Parker stretched in a lounge chair on his patio with Oliver on a chair by his side. The man had practically moved all his clothes and toiletries over in a matter of days, and Parker was thrilled. It had been on the tip of his tongue to have Oliver move in with him, but he didn't want to spook the guy by moving too quickly. The stalker, or as Oliver called Lloyd Clemens, the obsessive hookup, had stopped texting. Oliver was happy, but Parker wasn't so easily fooled. The guy might have seen them together and was plotting his next move, or maybe he'd gone out of town. Parker had 2 cops sitting on Clemens' house, and the officers hadn't seen the guy coming or going, so only time would tell. "You guys want chicken or steak tonight?" Hunter called from the kitchen. His brother had taken the news of their relationship with a happy grin and had promised not to tease them at work. Well, Hunter had said only until they had the opportunity to tell the team themselves, then let the teasing commence. It was all so new. Having met Oliver a month and a half ago, they were still navigating around each other. One good thing, though, Oliver didn't mind what side of the bed he slept on. But that was probably because every morning when Parker woke up, Oliver was sprawled out over him. Sometimes it was one arm and a leg, and other times Oliver had twisted sideways and draped himself over Parker's chest. He loved that Oliver felt that connected with him, that even in sleep they touched. It didn't surprise him that men stalked Oliver. Sweet holy hell, the man was hands down sexy as fuck. Parker couldn't keep his eyes from moving over Oliver. With curly dark hair, blue eyes, and dimples, the man could have been a model if he'd been taller. Reaching over, Parker plucked up Oliver's hand and brought it to his lips. "Let's tell the team today." "Tell them what?" Oliver looked over with a quick frown. "Everything. The stalker and our relationship." "Are you ready for that?" A furrow creased Oliver's forehead. "Are you?" The man grimaced with a scrunch of his nose, and Parker offered a small smile. "I'll be there every step of the way." "You make it sound like I'm going into therapy." Oliver rolled his eyes but locked his fingers within his tightly, letting him know that Oliver wasn't as unaffected as his teasing may sound. "We'll call it therapy for the soul." Oliver snorted and then suddenly grinned. "They won't give you shit. They'll be happy that we're dating." "Yeah? Trust me." "What the fuck do you mean you're dating?" Ace growled. The man's voice drew Parker's spine up straight and had his eyes snapping forward. It reminded him of his military days. Both he and Oliver stood in Ace's office with the door shut. Fuck, if Ace didn't sign off on them being an item, he wasn't sure what the hell he'd do because he wasn't going to lose Oliver. "What the hell, Ace?" Oliver snapped, but Parker reached out and locked their fingers together, stopping Oliver's rant before it really got started. "What if it doesn't work out?" Ace gritted the words out. "Why wouldn't it?" Oliver's voice lifted. Ace squinted at Oliver. "I thought you didn't like him." "I was wrong." Oliver's chin tipped. "And you determined this in, what, all of 6 weeks?" Ace responded. "Sometimes it happens that way." Now Oliver was smiling. Parker suddenly found himself beneath Ace's icy gaze, and he swallowed. "And you," Ace gnashed his teeth, "don't you date a new person every time you turn around?" "No, I may have taken dates to functions and parties, but I didn't get into a relationship with them." "This is a workplace," Ace said. "I understand that. I have never dated anyone from my work." "Until now," Ace snapped. "If this is a problem, I can find employment elsewhere," Parker said quietly. He respected the hell out of Ace, and in no way did he want to disrupt the team. For some reason, he hadn't expected this reaction from Ace. He knew the team would give them shit, but this was different. Ace was pissed, and Parker wasn't sure what to say. "No way, you are not going to work anywhere else," Oliver hissed. "And I second that." Jacob's voice came from the doorway behind and to the right of Ace's desk. Parker hadn't even heard the door open, and it appeared that Ace hadn't either. "This is none of your business." Ace turned on Jacob, but the man's pissed-off tone of voice had changed to a low, urging growl. "Oh, yes, it is," Jacob said, stepping completely into the room and closing the door. From there, Jacob leaned against the wood and stared at Ace. It was a stare down with neither one blinking. Jacob was hands down the sexiest operative in Pegasus. Even Parker could admit that. Of course, he was partial to Oliver, but either Dalton or Jacob would win if it came right down to hotness. "How so?" Ace said. Parker couldn't see Ace's expression. Their boss's tone had gone soft, and not in a nice way, rather more of a warning. "It's okay, Jacob. I'll leave." "No!" Oliver hissed and glared daggers at Ace while clutching Parker's hand in a death grip. "No, you're not leaving, Parker," Jacob said, holding Ace's gaze. "You don't want Parker to leave, do you, Ace?" After a moment, Ace sighed. "No." "Say you're sorry and let them go," Jacob said. Parker's mouth dropped open. Was Jacob giving Ace a direct order? His gaze flitted back and forth between them. Jacob's tongue darted out and licked along his lower lip. "Sorry, Parker," Ace croaked out, and his throat moved in a hard swallow. "You can stay. Just be careful, you two." Ace pulled his eyes from Jacob to gaze at them. "A workplace romance isn't something I'll ever recommend." Yet you have several couples in Pegasus, Oliver pointed out, his voice filled with derision. Ace couldn't argue with that, Parker thought. Hell, between Adam and Dalton, Gage and Mason, and Maverick and Tinley, Ace had a few couples working here. At this rate, what would it matter to have one more? Thanks, Jacob, Oliver said. Thank you. Parker addressed both men and tugged Oliver to the door. Don't ever do that again. Ace's growl came out just as Parker shut the door. Quit taking your anger with me out on them. Jacob's response came muffled, but they heard the words through the door. Whew, Oliver said, leaning against the wall near the door. That was fucked up. He cares about your well-being. I can't find fault with that. Yeah? Oliver's eyes lit up. Yeah, he said huskily and moved in to drop a kiss on Oliver's lips. Well, 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 what have we here? Eagle said loudly from where the hallway ended into the bullpen. Parker groaned and Oliver laughed. We are a couple, Oliver said, and Parker went when the man pulled him toward the center room. I called it, Adam said with a smile. You guys bet? Oliver gaped and then snorted when the room broke out with laughter. The team came toward their small group with money held out. I didn't bet, Beckett said. Yeah, why didn't you bet? Holden asked. Because I already knew, Beckett told his husband with a smug smile. Who won? Parker asked. I did. I said you'd be an official couple this week, Adam grinned, collecting up the wad of 20s. I guess lunch is on you then? Parker smirked. Adam laughed. I guess so. So that's what you guys were doing in Ace's office. Telling him? Beckett said. Yeah, and he was pissed, Oliver grumbled. What? Link frowned. Why? Some shit about workplace relationships. Oliver waved his hands around and Parker caught one. Ace is fine. Yeah, once Jacob handed his ass back to him, Oliver said. He did what now? Adam's mouth dropped. He's probably the only one who can, Eagle said. Parker draped an arm around Oliver's shoulders, and for the first time since leaving the police department, he felt accepted. Then Oliver's phone buzzed. He kept his eyes on Oliver's face when the man pulled out his cell phone and read the text. The tightness was all he needed to see to reach over and pluck the phone from Oliver's hand. You're dead. The short text sent a cold chill of dread down Parker's spine. Chapter 14. Oliver. What is it? Dalton, as usual, was observant as hell. We have something else we need to tell you, Parker said, handing Oliver his phone back but keeping his hand held tightly. Okay, Dalton said with a nod. The rest of the team quietly took seats in their chairs. Just as Oliver took a deep breath, Jacob came down the hallway. Seeing the attention of the team on him and Parker, Jacob leaned a hip on the edge of one of the desks. Using as few words as possible, Oliver told them of his stalker issues, including the one from the past. You think this guy could be the same one from your past? Beckett spoke up first. No, I don't. I've seen both men and they are definitely different people, Oliver said. Fuck, Beckett muttered. You've been dealing with this for a whole year and didn't tell us? For one, I haven't been here with Pegasus a year yet, and for another, I thought I had it handled. Oliver tried to keep his resentment out of his voice, but he didn't quite manage it. I'm sorry, man. Beckett came over and hugged him tightly. How can we help? Dalton said once Beckett released Oliver. Well, Parker had a good plan where I meet the guy and tell him to stay away and you all are with me, but... His voice trailed off and he rubbed his hand at his mouth. But what? This. He held out his phone to Dalton. I just got that a few minutes ago. Oh, fuck this noise, Eagle scowled when Oliver's phone was passed to him. Do you know where to locate this guy? Dalton asked. No, I have his name, though. Lloyd Clemens, and he might have his contact information with the gym. Oliver said. I have it, Parker admitted, looking guilty. What? The bigger man tucked his hands into the front pockets of his jeans and shrugged. I put 2 cops on his house 3 days ago. Oliver smiled. You did?
Well, yeah, Parker said in that rough, sexy voice he loved so much.
I'll text the address to your phones, Jacob said, tapping on his ever-present tablet.
We've cleaned up all the small jobs Ace gave us and have nothing on our plate until the party, Maverick pointed out.
True, Dalton said with a tap of his fingers on the desk.
Shouldn't we tell Ace? Parker said.
I'll tell him, Jacob said absently and then held up the tablet. Done. Check your phones. Lloyd Clemens's house was empty, as in completely empty.
And you didn't see anything? Parker snapped at the tired-looking cops.
I swear, Chief, the guy hasn't been home since we've been here, one of the officers said.
Then he must have spotted us. Parker turned on Oliver. He spotted us together and cleared out.
Why, though? Oliver lifted his hands, palms up. He just gives up?
No. He probably knows who I am, Parker said.
Oliver stood in the middle of the deserted living room of the greenish-colored house. The whole place was devoid of furniture. The only things left were dirt piles where someone had tried to sweep up within the small rooms. Clemens had been smart enough to pull the blinds on all the windows to keep the officers from seeing the empty inside. This creep must have moved out just before the cops got here. That meant he'd seen him and Parker together several days ago. Maybe when they'd been talking outside of Papa Tan's place. Oliver had heard that noise in the alley. Had that been Lloyd? Fuck. He should have had the team involved from the get-go. Now he had Parker's safety to think about. What if this guy went off half-cocked on Parker? Oliver would annihilate the fucker if he touched one hair on Parker's head. Oliver turned to Parker. What now?
Now we put a tail on us, Parker told him and then glanced at Dalton.
We can do that, Dalton said and then pointed to Oliver's phone. Why don't you send a text to one of those numbers and draw him out? What do you mean, like ask him to coffee? His voice sounded skeptical, but he very much doubted Lloyd was going to meet him now. No, do something that'll piss him off, Dalton said. Text him a message like you meant it for Parker to meet up with you, then follow it up with a message that says you sent it in error. Beckett rolled his eyes. That's not going to work. Dalton frowned at Beckett and Adam jumped in. Just send a heart emoji, then follow it up with, "Are we still on for later?" That's what I said, Dalton scowled. I know, baby, Adam said, wrapping his hands around his disgruntled lover's arm and throwing a scowl at Beckett. It is what you said, Beckett responded. Sorry, Dalton. I guess Adam just has a way with words, Dalton grumbled. Adam beamed and lifted on his toes to kiss Dalton on the lips. Dalton pulled from Adam's kiss with a smirk. Let's do this. Everyone gathered around, and Oliver pulled up the emoji with the kissing face and sent that. Why that one? Parker's face was fierce. It'll get his attention, Oliver smiled. And more. Parker didn't look happy at all. When the emoji was responded to with a question mark, Oliver sent the rest of his message. Are we still on for Bellagio's at 6? The message showed delivered, but other than a blinking cursor, there was no further response than the question mark. What's Bellagio's? Maverick whispered. You've never been to Bellagio's? Eagle asked, aghast. No, Maverick squinted. I wouldn't have asked if I had. It's an all-you-can-eat place down off the frontage road, Eagle said. With desserts, Oliver added. They were his favorite part. Normally he tried to steer clear of buffets because he overate. But this was important. Count me in, Maverick said with a smile. Okay, so let's plan this, Dalton said. We dress like civilians and we go to Bellagio's around 5, maybe even earlier. We can stagger in as couples. The place was crowded when Oliver entered around 5. He'd met up as planned with Parker in the parking lot. They were both wearing bulletproof vests beneath their shirts. After the death threat to Oliver, the team wore protection beneath street clothes with weapons tucked hidden away. Oliver still felt like he had a target on his back, and he was worried sick with Parker at his side. He tried to stay behind Parker just in case Lloyd took a shot from behind, but Parker pulled him around. "Don't." "Why?" he hissed. "You'll look suspicious. Just enter the restaurant like normal. Remember, we have Link and Eagle out here." The thought of Link, an ex-Army sniper, along with the lethal fighting skills of Eagle, helped Oliver relax a bit. But only a bit. "Okay." He forced a smile and pulled open the door to walk in ahead of Parker. The cool inside air engulfed him, and he spotted some of Pegasus sitting in pairs throughout the place. The only one missing was Ace, and Oliver had to wonder if Jacob had told Ace about his op. He glanced casually around and found Jacob sitting with Maverick. That made sense, since there was no way in hell Maverick was bringing Tinley along. And while the cute little bartender knew of his husband's work, Tinley did not accompany Maverick on missions. "How does that table look?" Parker said with a hand to Oliver's back. "Good. I'm fucking starving," he said through a tight throat. Chapter 15. Parker. Oliver piled his plate high. It had more to do with the man's nerves than it did with any type of hunger. He could only hope that Oliver kept that amount of food down. "Remind me to never do undercover at an all-you-can-eat buffet with you ever again," he said. Oliver looked up from his plate and nodded because his mouth was full. "Okay." "Slow down, baby." With a chomping chew, Oliver swallowed the bite in his mouth, drew in a deep breath, and took a slow swallow of water. "Sorry." "Don't be sorry, I just don't want you to get sick." "I know. Thank you." "Have you ever?" "No, not really. I mean, I'll get a stomachache if I keep this up, but I don't throw up or anything." "How do you keep the weight off?" He eyed Oliver's muscled yet slender frame. "I work out regularly, but I don't overdo it. I think a lot of it is my age and genetics." "It won't always be that way." Parker patted at his stomach. If he didn't watch what he ate, the weight would creep on. "You look great," Oliver smiled. "I have to work at it," he admitted. Link's voice broke into their conversation by way of the mic tucked into his ear. Every one of Pegasus had a mic they could communicate through by way of a press of a finger. "Someone in a hoodie is approaching the front door, hands in their pockets. I can't verify if it's male or female from this angle." "Eagle?" Link called. "I didn't get a look. Watch your six in there," Eagle said flatly. Parker had his back to the door, so it was Oliver's job to keep watch. He wanted to turn around with his gun drawn, but as a former officer, he knew how many times the person they thought to be a suspect turned out to be someone else. "It's time to go," Parker said, and stood with his hand out. Oliver tossed down his napkin and followed Parker to the back of the restaurant. It was never their intention to be there when Lloyd showed up. No way did they want him shooting up a restaurant filled with families. As long as he and Oliver were out of Lloyd's sight, they might be able to apprehend the guy without gunfire. Out back, they were met by Eagle and ushered into the dark SUV. "I hate this," Oliver grumbled and settled into the passenger seat. "I want to be in on the action." "Not this time." "Yes, Chief," Oliver crossed his arms over his chest. Instead of answering, Parker turned and gazed out the windshield. After several long moments, he heard Oliver whisper, "I'm sorry." He didn't respond, not because he was miffed, but because he wanted to kiss Oliver hard and demand that he stop being immature. "Parker," Oliver murmured. "I'm sorry." The sound of his name on Oliver's lips brought his head around. "It shouldn't be that hard." "What?" Oliver's eyes glittered. "To be respectful." Shock widened Oliver's eyes, and the swift intake of breath told Parker his words had hit a mark. "Right back at you." And before he could think about the actions his words had caused, Oliver was out of the SUV and closing the door quietly. Parker jumped out, but Oliver was already at Eagle and Link's SUV and climbing inside, closing the door behind him. Well, shit. Parker made a sound in the back of his throat and slammed back into the SUV. "Anything?" he snapped over the mic while aiming a death glare at Eagle's SUV. "1 second. They headed toward the bathroom," Beckett said. "Gage went to follow." "It's a woman," Gage's quiet voice came over the mic a few moments later. "What now?" Adam asked. "We wait," Parker answered and released the mic button. Knuckles rapped on his glass and he sighed before turning the key to hit the window button. "Trouble in paradise?" Eagle lifted one eyebrow at him. "No," he murmured. "Just—" His words trailed off. What was it? Their first spat? Was this going to be Oliver's reaction every time they disagreed? Probably not, but sometimes it irritated him that Oliver called him chief like he was the guy's boss or something. "I get it," Eagle said, cutting into his thoughts with a smile. "It's growing pains." Now that he could agree with, and nodded. "I suppose it is." He eyed the SUV and the shadowed outline of Oliver. "How long are you going to let it fester?" "Me?" He jerked his head around and frowned. Eagle gave a bark of laughter. "That response right there lets me know that you started it." "Well, shit." "Move," he groused, opening the vehicle's door so he could step out when Eagle moved aside. Approaching the other SUV, he found Oliver with his head bent, studying his phone. "Oliver," he said quietly through the window. The sound of his voice brought the man's head up with surprise, and then he got a hot glare for his efforts. "It hurts me when you call me chief," he rasped through the glass. Oliver's mouth opened and then snapped closed. He tossed his phone and had the door open in seconds. "I never want to hurt you," Oliver said with a slow breath, reaching up to wrap his arms around his neck. "You're my person." "I'm sorry I'm sensitive about it," Parker admitted. "I don't want you to think of me as an authority figure." "Oh, Parker," Oliver laughed and leaned in to kiss him on the lips. Parker closed his arms around the man's waist and drew him closer, locking them together. "Oh, Parker, what?" "I don't need a boss, but I also can't promise that I won't tease you every so often." "As long as I know it's teasing, I can live with that." "I promise. From now on, I'll only use it when I think you're being bossy. But," Oliver held up a finger to stop his argument, "you'll now know that I am trying to tease you out of your bossiness." He let a slow smile curl his mouth. "Deal. As long as you call me by my name the rest of the time." "You got it, sport." He groaned and squeezed Oliver tightly while growling into the laughing man's neck. 2 hours later, Dalton called it. "Okay, guys, let's wrap this up. Be extra diligent leaving the restaurant," Dalton said. "Parker and Oliver, do you need someone sitting at your houses?" "No, we'll be at my house. I think the Rhine estate will be the place tonight," Oliver said while holding his eyes. They'd spent the past few hours talking about everything from movies to sports and back again. Parker could have sat there all night listening to Oliver talk. "Okay with you?" Oliver asked. Parker nodded and pressed the mic in his ear. "Yeah, the estate has a guard shack." "Perfect. Meet at the office in the morning and we'll fill in Ace," Jacob said. "Oh boy, that's going to be fun," Parker whispered to Oliver. Oliver turned the key in the ignition and laughed, and the sound was music to Parker's ears. "Take the long way back," he murmured. "Why?" Oliver tossed him a curious look. "I don't want to lead him there." "He already knows where I live." "Well, we don't want to broadcast that you're bringing company home." "You're right. I'll call ahead and let the guard know to be on alert," Oliver said, making a left and taking the on-ramp to the freeway. Taking exits off and on the highway would make it more difficult for them to be followed. At least, that was Parker's hope. Chapter 16. Oliver. Occasionally he had roommates, but right then the estate was pretty much empty except for a few of the staff who kept up the place. The owners, General Luke Rhine and his husband Dylan Rhine, lived most of the time in Arizona on a ranch that catered to rescue animals. Honestly, though, Oliver preferred city life, and he was thankful the couple rented him a room. Plus, he had the run of the place and the staff took care of him. They cooked, cleaned, and did his laundry. "Oliver, I didn't think you'd be home this evening." "Hey, Tom," he called out to the estate manager and shut the door after he and Parker entered through the garage. I decided to stay here for a few days."
"Very good, sir," Tom said with a smile and curious look at Parker.
"Tom, this is the former chief of police, Parker Johnson."
"Nice to meet you, Mr. Johnson."
"Parker, please," Parker said and shook Tom's offered hand.
"Shall I have food prepared?" Tom asked.
"Oh, God, no." Oliver groaned and patted his stomach while Parker chuckled beside him. "We just came from dinner," Parker told Tom.
"Very good. Your room is ready for you."
"You're a lifesaver." Oliver took Parker's hand, and surprisingly, Parker didn't try and pull away. He led Parker up the grand winding staircase to the 3rd level where his suite of rooms was located. Tossing open the double doors, he revealed a massive room with a king-sized bed on one side and a sitting room equipped with a couch, refrigerator, and a widescreen TV on the other. "Wow, this is impressive," Parker said, advancing slowly into the room. "It is. One of the owners, Dylan, keeps some of his clothes here. I think they should fit you," he said, and disappeared into Dylan's old room across the hall. He turned with some of Dylan's pajamas and found Parker behind him. "I need a shower." "I'll show you where it's at," he croaked in response to Parker's huskily spoken words. Returning to his room, they stood in the doorway to his humongous bathroom that held a large tiled shower on one side and a steaming hot tub on the other. Oliver glanced up and found Parker blinking with a bemused expression on his face. "The hot tub it is," Oliver laughed and began unbuttoning Parker's shirt. "Yes," Parker said gruffly. "I believe that's the best choice." With quick fingers, they helped each other out of their clothes and rinsed off in the shower before sliding into the hot tub. Oliver turned on the bubbles. Parker reached out and caught him by the hips and tugged him closer. Sliding through the warm water, Oliver straddled Parker's thighs and pressed his ass down, bringing their dicks in line together. With a groan, Parker gyrated beneath him, causing Oliver's own hips to move. Reaching both hands between them, Oliver closed them around their swollen cocks and pressed them together. Wrapping his hands tightly, he moved his palms up and down. "I'll give you forever to stop that. I'll take forever and raise you in eternity." Parker's smoky eyes glittered as his head lowered, and when their lips touched, the world faded. Several hours later found them lying on the bed with snacks and an action movie on the television. "I never eat in bed," said a naked Parker at his side. "Me neither," he grinned. "Right," Parker snorted on a laugh and leaned closer to shove his shoulder against Oliver's. Oliver joined in with Parker's laughter. "What gave me away?" "The number of snacks you brought up. Did you clean out the pantry?" Oliver eyed the pile of cookies, the tin of already made popcorn of 3 different flavors, and the freshly cut fruit bowl with 2 forks poking out of the watermelon. "Nope," he said, and ate another cookie. Parker, just as he suspected, went straight for the fruit bowl and left the junk food to him. Good thing. He didn't want to wrestle his lover over the snacks. "Sally always leaves snacks before she goes to bed. It's neater that way." "Neater?" Parker turned on his side with his elbow to the bed and his head resting in one hand. "Yeah, there's no doubt that I'm going down to the kitchen, so it's tidier if she leaves the snacks where I can find them. Or so she says." Oliver flashed Parker a quick smile. "I love those." "What?" He coughed, almost choking on a cookie. Parker's finger swept over the dimple in one cheek. "Ugh, they are my curse." Parker laughed. "Why? They are sexy as hell." "Because they are sexy as hell," Oliver agreed. "They draw attention when I don't want it." "Stalker magnets." Parker's mouth pulled down. "Yeah," Oliver said, placing the cookie in his hand back in the bag before he ate it himself sick. Parker reached out and brushed the dark hair from his face, and Oliver leaned into the touch. "You love them," Oliver said to remind Parker that he'd said the L word about his dimples. "Mm-hmm." "Before you know it," he teased, letting his voice trail off. "I know," Parker said gruffly, and nuzzled into where Oliver's neck met his shoulder. "You are going to be my heaven, aren't you?" Oliver said breathily. "If you'll let me." Parker didn't know the power he held. He had the capacity to break him. Oliver felt the fear wash through him, and then it was gone. Gone beneath Parker's stroking touch, beneath the man's nuzzling and light kisses, and gone beneath the quiet confidence in Parker's voice. "I'm not normally this corny," Oliver said softly. "I don't mind corny." "No?" Oliver finally rolled to his side and eased closer. "No, not at all. Even earlier in the SUV?" "That was my bad," Parker said. "It was. And you put me in my place." "I did, didn't I?" Oliver grinned, feeling pleased with himself. Parker was an older, sophisticated man while he wasn't. Parker felt comfortable wearing suits while he preferred ripped and faded jeans. Parker was a bit bossy and Oliver wasn't, but he never had been a pushover. They were kind of a mismatch, but maybe that was why they worked. One thing Oliver knew without a shadow of a doubt was that they were both men of honor. The room tilted and he suddenly found the bed at his back with Parker caging him in from above. "What about the food?" "It'll survive." "We might end up wearing it," he pointed out. Parker's eyes darkened to that fucking sexy smoky color, and Oliver forgot what he was saying after that. Chapter 17. Parker. Just as the light filtered through the blinds, Oliver was moving about. He cracked open one eye and found the man sitting cross-legged on the bed gazing at him. "What?" he croaked. "When was your last relationship?" He groaned. "It's too early." "It's almost 7, Oliver laughed and leaned across him to lift a mug from the side table. That meant Oliver had been out of the room already. Lifting his head, Parker noticed that Oliver was wearing a pair of sweatpants. "Did you get me some?" "Answer my question and I'll tell you." "I haven't been in a relationship for 10 years or longer. Maybe 11, he said and plopped onto his back. Those adorable dimples flashed and Oliver leaned back over him and lifted another mug. Parker pulled himself up to rest against the headboard and cupped his hands around the mug. The first sip tasted like nirvana. "And?" "He cheated on me. I came home early from the office and found him in bed with another man." He tried to keep his voice even, but something must have filtered through. "Who was the other man?" Fuck. Oliver was too fucking observant. "My best friend at the time." "Had you been boyfriends long?" He took another slow sip of coffee. "He was my husband." Oliver's mouth dropped open and then snapped close. "I didn't know you were married." "I'm not keeping it a secret from you." Parker linked their fingers and drew Oliver's to his lips. "It's just something I rarely talk about." "I get it. And you weren't sure that we were even going to be a couple or not." "I think it's more of a matter of timing. We've only known each other for a few months and have been going out for, 4 days? Oliver laughed. "Something like that. So you can't be mad that I didn't tell you." "I'm not mad. I'm just wondering how someone could do that to their best friend." Oliver's lips were curved, but there was a fierce light in his blue eyes that boded ill for his ex-friend. He gazed down at his cup and took another swallow of coffee. "What aren't you telling me?" He snorted and then sighed. "Well, as you said, it was my best friend, so he was—" "Oh, fuck," Oliver hissed and the hands around the man's mug tightened. "He was your best man at your wedding." "Yeah. He was always at my place, spending the night. There were so many times I left for work with him crashed out on the couch." He couldn't keep the pain of betrayal from his voice and clenched his teeth. Oliver placed both their mugs aside and then crawled closer. When Oliver's arms wrapped around his neck, Parker pulled him close and squeezed him tight. Call him crazy, but he couldn't see Oliver ever doing that to him. "That sucks so bad." Oliver drew back to gaze into his eyes. "And I want you to know that when we get married, I will never do that to you." Shock washed through him, and then his stomach flooded with warmth. "All that after 4 days?" He quirked one eyebrow. Oliver's eyes danced with laughter. Okay, I'll bring it up again in, say, 4 years? That long? No fucking way. He squinted. Too long? How about 14 months? Why not just say 12? An even year. Hush, I'm trying to keep up with the 4 theme we've got going. Ah, okay. Are you on board? I'm always on board with you. Now who's being corny? Oliver teased. Parker barked with laughter and hugged Oliver close. Sure, they could joke about it with everything still very new. They'd been kissing and flirting for almost 2 months, but for some reason he couldn't explain, he saw himself with Oliver 14 months from now. Or, hell, even 4 years. His chest grew tight. I want you to meet my moms. Oliver's eyes snapped wide and panic flared. What? He blinked. His heart thundered against his ribs. You don't have to. No, Oliver swallowed. I want to. I want to meet your mom, too, Parker said, smoothing his hands down Oliver's back. Too late for that. My mom passed away while I was in the service. I'm so sorry, baby. How did it happen? Thank you. She got cancer and went quickly. What about the aunt you lived with when you were 17? She passed a few years after my mom. So you don't have any family? No siblings? Nope. My dad was in the army and was killed when I was 2. He was an only child. I literally have no relatives. I'll share mine. Oliver's eyes brightened. Yeah? How many you got? A plethora. Too funny. No, seriously, how many? Too many to count, baby. One of my moms has 5 siblings, and they have kids and grandkids. The other has 3 sisters with various kids. Oh, wow. Yeah, you should see our family reunions. He leaned in for a kiss just as both of their phones went off. They gets the office, he said against Oliver's lips. Oliver sighed. Yes, and they suck. A sexy pout pursed the man's lips, and Parker took another kiss while reaching for the phone on the small table. He cocked his head and read the text. It's Dalton. Ace said the SecDef has information about that guy 7. Oh, now this I have to hear. Oliver leaped from his lap and disappeared into the bathroom. With a soft chuckle, Parker slid out of the bed and glanced around. He'd like to run by his house and get changed, but they might not have the time. He turned toward the door and spotted his own clothes neatly washed and folded on a chair. I had your clothes laundered last night, Oliver shouted. Better hurry your butt in here. Spinning around, he stalked into the bathroom. We might be late, he said, snapping open the shower door and running his eyes over Oliver's backside. I'll blame it on me, Oliver said and turned around. He had his soapy hand stroking down his engorged cock. Parker made a sound in the back of his throat and stepped beneath the warm spray. Chapter 18. Oliver. They made it to the unit meeting just behind Maverick, so Oliver didn't feel like they were late. Snagging a chair in the back, he took a seat and sipped on the coffee he'd grabbed from the table in the bullpen. Parker lowered his large frame down in the seat next to him and stretched out his legs. He noticed that Parker hadn't gone for another cup of coffee. Want some? Parker gave a half smile. Nah, it gives me the jitters if I have too much. Good to know. I'll buy some decaffeinated for the evenings. Aw, you two are just too cute, Beckett whispered after dropping into the chair next to him. Oliver elbowed Beckett and got one in return. They jostled for a few seconds before grinning at each other. Did you see Jacob's text? Beckett's words were so faint that he had to lean closer. He shook his head and dug his cell phone from his pocket. And right there, buried beneath Dalton's text from earlier, was a 3-way text between Jacob, Beckett, and him. Out of all the people in the office, Jacob was closest to him and Beckett. With so many different personalities, the 3 of them just clicked. I won't be in the office today. His eyes flew up to Beckett after reading the text. Did he elaborate? Nope, Beckett whispered back. Crap. Maybe Jacob had reached his limit after Ace's anger at him and Parker being a couple. When they left the boss's office yesterday, Oliver had heard Ace tell Jacob, "Don't ever do that again." Had it escalated? Had Jacob quit? Did Ace know where Jacob was? Fuck, he whispered to Beckett. Oliver felt Parker lean closer, and then the man's breath brushed his ear. What's going on? Oliver turned and mouthed the words to Parker. Jacob won't be in today. Parker frowned and then swept his eyes toward the front of the meeting. Dalton sat in a chair, and there was no sign of Ace or Jacob. There were, however, various conversations and low murmurs going around as the clock ticked past the 9 o'clock hour. All right, let's get started, Dalton said just as the door to the meeting room opened and Ace stepped in. Sorry, their boss said and took a seat at the table alongside Dalton. Ace looked like he'd overslept or slept in his clothes. Oliver couldn't remember if that was the same shirt the guy had been wearing yesterday. Placing a folder on the table, Ace shrugged out of his jacket and tossed that over his chair. Oliver suddenly felt like a bug under a microscope when Ace's cold Arctic gaze traveled around the room before locking on him and Parker. Apparently, Ace was still pissed. Oh well, the guy could take a flying leap. If Ace kept on, Oliver was going to quit. A quick frown marred Ace's forehead, and then his eyes were snapping around the room. Where's Jacob? Ace's voice came out like a snarl. He sent me and Oliver a text this morning saying he's not going to be in today, Beckett said, holding up his cell phone. Did he say why? Ace said through his teeth. No, Beckett responded. You could have heard a pin drop after the word faded. Ace's face dropped into a frozen mask, void of emotion. Only he couldn't quite manage that with his eyes. At that moment, Oliver clearly understood that the eyes were the mirror to the soul. Ace's soul was on display before he dropped his lids and hid his gaze from them. Oliver discreetly sent a text to Jacob. Where the hell are you? Are you okay? A noise drew his attention up front just as Ace punched in a number on the desk phone. I was expecting a video call, the former SecDef's amused voice came over the line. Not today, Ace said gruffly, which was understandable since Jacob was MIA. What did you find out? Dalton said. His name is Shane Walker. He recently took the code name of Seven, and he's an ex-Navy SEAL, Dave replied. A SEAL? Beckett echoed and earned a glare from Ace. He's skilled in explosives, and expert in hand-to-hand combat, and he's specialized in weapons and tactics. Seven holds a Silver Star and a Navy Cross, Dave said. He left the military just over a year ago and disappeared. So nobody knows what he's been doing since, Ace muttered. I have a good idea. Dave gave a tired-sounding sigh. Seven was given an honorary discharge after his little sister was kidnapped. Kidnapped? By whom? Hunter spoke up from the back of the room. They don't know. Her body was found 1 week later. Her killer was never caught, Dave said. Shit, Beckett said, and Oliver agreed. If Seven was on a mission to find his little sister's killer, there'd be no stopping the guy. How old was she? Hunter asked. 7. The room dropped into silence, and the oxygen seemed to pulse. Oliver held his breath and then released it quietly just as Parker reached over and locked their fingers together. Hunter closed a hand over his mouth and then turned his face to gaze out the window. Oliver had heard from Parker that Hunter had reacted strangely to Seven. So he's one of the good guys, Oliver said, bringing the attention of the room to him. He met Ace's eyes across the distance. Right? Dave, Ace said, glancing at the phone. Yeah, Seven is one of the good guys, but I'd caution you all. Don't try to bring him into the fold. At least, not until he's completed his mission. But we can help him, Hunter urged in a tight voice. We can, but it's got to be his decision.
Is there any way to contact him? Hunter asked, ignoring Ace's held-up hand to stop his questions. No, he contacts us, Dave said, and another voice was heard through the phone line. I've got to go. I'm late for a meeting. Thank you. We will keep you posted. Dave ended the call, and Oliver, like the rest of the room, looked toward Ace for guidance on this one. I'm not going to tell you not to interact with Seven, and you can help him if he asks. But the key words here are if he asks, Ace said. Until then, we have a human trafficker to catch. If Carl Robertson is that guy, Dalton pointed out. Right. We're going on the word of Seven that Carl Robertson is that guy, and from what we've now learned, I'm betting he has something to do with the whole thing, Ace said. Seven probably discovered Robertson while looking for his little sister's killer, Hunter said. I agree, Ace nodded at Hunter. So now it's our job to get these scumbags off the streets. And show Seven what we're made of, Hunter said. Hunter, Ace rasped, and when the young man gave him his attention, their boss continued. Even if we happen to help Seven find his sister's killer, it still doesn't mean that he'll want to join Pegasus. Right, Hunter nodded. I get that. But if he did, would you bring him in? Hunter's chin tipped. Ace squinted and answered immediately. In a heartbeat. That seemed to mollify Hunter, whose shoulders slumped as if he'd been ready to do battle. Parker was gazing at his younger brother with a laser focus, but Hunter ignored him. Oliver squeezed Parker's hand, and when the man looked at him, he slowly shook his head. Why? Parker whispered, so only he could hear. Love works in mysterious ways. He kept his voice almost inaudible. He's not in love with him, Parker half-mouthed the words. It only takes a touch, he murmured the reminder to Parker with a slow smile. Parker's smirk was sheepish, and the man squeezed his hand back. Okay, let's roll out, Dalton said, bringing their attention to the front. I know we took care of a few small jobs this week, but I want you all to wrap back around with those people and check in with them. Dalton then turned to Adam with a nod. Adam cleared his throat and stood so his voice carried around the room. Don't forget to rent your tux if you're attending the Robertson party. I did surveillance on the estate where it's being held, and I've mapped out the positions of those who will cover the outside. The party is the day after tomorrow, so check your email and let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, Adam, Dalton said and turned to Ace. Anything else, boss? Ace let out a heavy sigh and pulled a hand over his mouth before he growled. Someone find me Jacob. On it, Dalton said, and then snapped his gaze around to lock on Oliver and Beckett. Oliver widened his eyes and Beckett ducked his head. Parker leaned down and whispered into his ear. Do you not know where Jacob is? No, I don't. All his text said was that he wouldn't be in today. He showed Parker his phone amongst the sound of chairs scraping the floor when the rest of the team started filing out. Do you know how to find him? Parker squinted. I can try. But Oliver had a feeling that if Jacob didn't want to be found, he wasn't going to be. Chapter 19. Parker. Any sign of trouble? Parker asked Papa Tan 30 minutes later. No, everything is good. Real good. Tan smiled wide. Oliver was talking to Ray near one of the displays while helping the man place goods on the shelves. I talked to the DA, and they'll be pressing charges against the teens. It appears they've been doing this to a few other stores. They'll probably do a bit of time or community service, Parker told Tan. Yes, I heard. Those other store owners didn't call the police like you did, Parker said. No, they don't trust the cops. I don't either, but you're not the law. Parker smirked. I used to be. But you wised up, eh? Papa Tan slapped him on the back with a loud laugh, and Parker couldn't help but smile. He didn't answer because it was a debate he didn't want to get into. Sure, there were some rotten cops, but there were a lot of good ones too.
I have your number now, Papa Tan said. Yes, and I expect you to use it if anything else happens. I will. Oliver and Ray finished the shelves and headed their way. After saying their goodbyes to the Tans, Parker and Oliver left out the back door to where he'd parked in the alley out of sight of Chen's Chinese eatery. The last thing they needed was to run into Robertson or the suits that seemed to know him. Jacob sent me a text. Oliver held up his cell after they got into the vehicle. What's it say? He started the SUV and pulled down the alley. Where to find him? Jacob was at a park down the street from a wealthy set of Ventura County condos. The young man had been given one as a gift from one of his dads on his 18th birthday. Pulling into the park's lot, Parker shut off the vehicle and slipped out. Oliver hurriedly came around the SUV and caught his arm, pulling him to a stop. Can you get my Glock from my locker? Caught off guard, Parker's mouth gaped. You forgot your weapon. No, I left it locked up at the office, Oliver said slowly. You don't always carry your weapon? Parker said just as slowly, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that Oliver was weaponless. Oliver lifted on his toes and gave him a quick peck on the lips. I do. I carry it in my glove compartment. But we've been using your SUV, so... Oliver shrugged and Parker fisted the front of the man's jacket to keep him close. I'll make room for your weapon in my vehicle, he promised, and dipped his head to take another kiss. Oliver laughed against his mouth. Ooh la la. You know what I mean, he grumbled, easing back. A breathless Oliver beamed up at him. So it's a deal? You go get my gun and I'll talk to Jacob? He hesitated. Every ounce of him wanted to stay and watch Oliver's back. I'll be fine. I'm just going to talk to him for a few minutes. We'll be ready when you get back. Oliver sensed his hesitation and gently urged him toward the SUV. Why can't I stay? He asked me to come alone. Okay, Parker might have taken his time during the 20-minute drive back to headquarters, but he wanted to give Oliver time to really talk with Jacob. Something was going on. According to Oliver, Jacob never missed work. Parker hoped that Oliver could help smooth things out. Using the combination to the locker that Oliver had texted to him, Parker retrieved the man's Glock. Checking the clip inside the gun, he grabbed another one for good measure. Striding back down the hall, he entered the bullpen on his way to the door when Ace called his name. Parker. Yes, he turned around. Police Chief Harvey is at the door. What, this door? Yup, Ace drawled. Did he call? No, I can see him on the monitor, Ace said. Parker frowned and moved swiftly to the Pegasus bunker door. They didn't need a thumbprint or scan to open the door from the inside. They only needed the push of a button. He stabbed at the circle and the tumblers rolled. The door popped open to find Harvey Dennison wiping sweat from his brow. Harvey, what's going on? Parker ushered the man into the bunker and closed the door. I needed to find you, Harvey said, still out of breath. Why didn't you text me? I did. Parker pulled out his phone. The only texts he had were from Oliver and one from Dalton this morning. No, you didn't. He held his phone out to Harvey. Well, shit. Harvey fumbled with his phone and glared at it. I texted the wrong person, the man muttered. What's going on? Talk to me, Parker said with a chuckle. 16 minutes ago, I received information that a few of your men were spotted. Spotted? Ace questioned. Yeah, I have an undercover watching Carl Robertson. Several of his men were passing around photos of a few men on your team, Harvey said. Which ones? I don't know. My guy couldn't get a look at the photos. Did any of your men suspect anything? Harvey said. Link believed his cover was blown, Ace growled. Snatching up his cell phone, he punched in a number and put it on speaker. Eagle, where's Link? Ace said into the speakerphone a few moments later as soon as the call connected. He's in the shower, why? Eagle's voice came over the speaker. We have reason to believe that Link's cover really was blown. There's an undercover cop in place who spotted Robertson's men passing around photos. It's not positive, but it's suspected that it's photos of you and Link from the other night. The night at the eatery? Eagle's voice rose. Damn it. I told Link not to order in. What's going on? Link's voice came through the phone. Your cover was blown. Eagle snapped. I told you he recognized me, Link said. Parker held his questions. He wanted to know who this he was that Link kept referring to. You insisted we go inside to eat, Eagle snapped. Focus! Ace overrode the pair arguing and then leveled Harvey with a pair of icy blues. What can you tell us? Harvey nodded. After your guys gave me the photos of the men outside of the eatery, I ran them through facial recognition and did some checking. One of them is Marvin Blatt. He has a rap sheet a mile long. He's wanted in connection with several bombings in 2019. And you haven't brought him in? Ace snapped. That's the reason for the undercover. Blatt has been off our radar since those bombings. During our investigation, we discovered he has dealings with sex trafficking and child endangerment. I had no idea he'd resurfaced until your men gave me those photos, Harvey said. I would tell your men to double-check their vehicles. Blatt is known for his car bombings. Eagle, you get that? Fuck, Eagle said. Son of a bitch, Link echoed. What? Parker snapped. Jacob borrowed my SUV, Eagle said. The bottom dropped out of Parker's stomach and his heart slammed against his ribs. Jacob is with Oliver, he rasped through a tightening throat. I left them at the park. Chapter 20. Oliver. Oliver watched Parker drive away with a grin while mentally slapping himself for forgetting his Glock. It hadn't been done on purpose, but he'd flirted with Parker all the way across the Pegasus parking lot and he'd forgotten to grab it. Not one of his brightest moves, but it wasn't like he was used to carrying a weapon as a civilian. It was only since joining Pegasus a few months ago that he'd received his license to carry. Plus, Parker was distracting. He was going to have a conversation with his man when they got home. Home. That thought put a smile on his face, and he wondered if it would be too soon to ask Parker to move in together. He shook off thoughts of Parker and grew serious when he caught sight of Jacob. Hey, Oliver said quietly and took a seat next to Jacob on one of the park's benches. Thankfully, they both wore jackets. It was just about 10 in the morning and the air was still cool. Jacob sat perfectly still with hands braced against the wood of the seat, his spine straight and his eyes looking forward. Hey, the man finally responded. Are you okay? After another moment, Jacob turned from the empty playground in the distance and met his concerned gaze. You know, my family has been through a lot. Oliver nodded. You've talked about some of it before. One side of Jacob's mouth tipped down. My house was attacked by a guy who wanted my dad dead. My older sister sent me and my younger brother and baby sister over the back fence and told us to run and don't look back. Oh my God, Oliver muttered. I had no idea. Well, Tish is technically my aunt, but there's only 2 years between us, so she's more like a sister to me. She sounds awesome. She's my hero, Jacob sniffed. How old were you? 16. You must have been scared. I was, but more than that, I was filled with a sense of purpose. I had to keep my brother and sister safe no matter what. Jacob turned to gaze back at the playground. Oliver studied Jacob's profile. He couldn't imagine living through that at such a young age. Thankfully, Jacob seemed to have come out of it unscathed for the most part. From that moment on, I set out to prove to the world that I was a responsible person. I excelled at school, I got into electronics, and I scoured the web for information. I discovered that I was good with code, and I ran with it. So that's how you ended up as a techie. Yeah, Jacob said with a half smile. The man's phone buzzed from where it was lying beside him on the bench, but Jacob didn't check it. Oliver was glad he'd silenced his own phone. He didn't want any interruptions until he knew what was going on with Jacob. Anyway, long story short, I put all of my focus on academics and I graduated with honors at the age of 17. I went into college for a while. I thought about joining the military, but then Giovanni Rossi approached me and offered me a job at the Phoenix office. What did your dads do? Jacob snorted. They went ballistic for a few minutes and then decided that joining Phoenix was the best way to keep track of me. Ugh, that must have sucked. Jacob nodded with a smirk. Oh, they played it off, but I knew what they were doing. So I pushed them. Since I kind of already knew everything techie known to man, I made them teach me everything else. Hand-to-hand fighting, weapons, blades, explosives, expert driving. That's a lot, Oliver snorted. You're what, 21? Yeah, and I absorbed it and was beating half of them with most of my training by the time I turned 20. How'd that work out? Oliver snickered. They didn't like it. I bet. I've recently had more training from Mason in the hand-to-hand department, though. He's a good teacher. Mason was one badass motherfucker. Jacob's phone buzzed again, and the man reached out and traced fingers over the back of the phone's case. He didn't turn it over and look, though. Oliver suspected it was Ace worried out of his mind. Ace cares about you. I know he does. In his own way, Jacob shrugged, and not in the way I want him to. Give him time. I've given him almost 2 years. Jacob's voice sounded sad. I think it's time. Oliver frowned. For what? To move on. No. Jacob, don't go. He reached out and squeezed Jacob's shoulder. Sometimes... Oliver drew in a breath and let it out hard. Sometimes people don't love us the way we want them to. What do I do? Jacob's expression was tormented. You have to let them go. Would you do that with Parker? I would, yes. I would hate it. Oliver felt his eyes start to burn. But I would let him go. I don't think I can do that and look at him every day. Oliver rubbed at his mouth. This is so fucked up. Did you guys fight? Yeah, Jacob said roughly. And it was a doozy. I think Ace is in love with you. It doesn't feel like it. He is. He's just scared for some reason. He won't talk about it with me, Jacob whispered. No matter what I do or say, he won't even entertain the idea of there being an us. Have you guys ever... Oliver waved his hand around, encroaching on the subject of sex. Oh, God, no, Jacob smirked. So you've never tried to seduce him? Yeah, I've tried. But he's too controlled to ever lose it, which makes me think that after all this time I may need to call it quits. Oliver rubbed at the back of his neck. Everyone knew that Ace wanted Jacob. What they didn't know was why Ace would never let it happen. What do you need me to do? Nothing, Jacob sighed. Just be here like this. You got it. I'll always be here. Thanks. Jacob finally lifted his phone. I better face the music. Ace? Yeah. 15 missed text messages. That sounded obsessive to Oliver, but he figured Ace wouldn't quit until Jacob talked to him. I've set mine so I can read the message on my lock screen, Oliver said with a chuckle. Not me. I've got mine set to only see how many I've received, Jacob said. I don't want to read them until I'm ready. How do you do that? Jacob smirked and stood. Techie, remember? Yeah, rub it in. It was probably in settings or some shit like that. Oliver smiled and stood, holding out his hand, and when Jacob took it, he pulled the younger man up from the bench and into his arms for a hard hug before setting him away. All right. I've got to meet Parker, but I'll see you back at the office. Yep. Jacob started walking in the direction of where his condo was located. Oliver took off jogging, but then stopped to turn around and shout, Oh, and don't forget we have that party the night after tomorrow. I won't, Jacob hollered back. Oliver dug into his pocket and pulled his cell phone out just as tires squealed around the corner. Instinctively, he reached for his Glock, but of course, like a dumbass, he didn't have it. The breath left him when he spotted Parker's SUV barreling toward him in the park. Oliver grinned and glanced at his cell phone. 20 missed messages and calls. He unlocked his phone to read the first one. Don't get into any vehicle until I get there, and don't let Jacob get into Eagle's vehicle. Oliver, answer me. There might be a bomb. Babe, please answer me. Don't get into any cars. His blood stopped cold and he spun. Jacob, he yelled and ran away from Parker and toward where Jacob was crossing the street. The Pegasus vehicle tore onto the street from the opposite direction, closer to Jacob, and the driver placed the large SUV between Jacob and parked cars on the street. At the sound of his scream, Jacob glanced back with keys in his hand. Oliver heard the chirp of the SUV's alarm being turned off, and then the air boomed around them. A parked SUV exploded into pieces and bright fire flashed. Jacob flew several feet away, and the blast from the air pounded into Oliver's face and body, lifting his feet from the ground. All he could hope for was that the brunt of the blast hit the Pegasus vehicle. "Oliver!" Parker's scream was the last thing he heard before his head hit the asphalt. Chapter 21. Parker. Parker's scream echoed and everything morphed into slow motion. He ran, his lungs on fire from gasping. Reaching Oliver, he dropped to his knees in the street. He lifted Oliver into his arms and brushed the hair from his face. "Please be okay." Oliver was out cold, but thank fuck he was breathing. He had some scratches on his face, but Parker was more worried about his head. "Wake up, baby. Wake up." No matter how hard he tried, Parker couldn't get any words to come out of his closed throat. His hands shook so badly that he shifted to draw Oliver more securely into his arms. A sound of screeching metal drew his gaze up. From across the distance, Ace had come in from the opposite way and managed to get the Pegasus vehicle between Jacob and the bomb. The blast had flipped the SUV on its side, and Ace was crawling up and out of the driver's side door. Parker spotted Jacob on his hands and knees in the street, spitting up what looked to be blood. Ace jumped down from the top of the Pegasus vehicle and ran to Jacob just as 3 more vehicles barreled onto the street. Ace lifted Jacob to his feet and held him at arm's length before yanking him against his chest. The whole thing must have taken minutes, but it felt like hours since Parker had broken every speed limit to get there. It looked like Ace had done the same and the rest of Pegasus had tried to keep up. Parker cradled Oliver closer, his fingers on the man's strong pulse, the distant sound of sirens filling the air. Parker lowered his head and brushed his lips over Oliver's forehead. When Oliver coughed and blinked open his eyes, Parker wanted to weep. "There you are," he croaked through the tears in his eyes. "Jacob," Oliver coughed, hands fisting the front of Parker's shirt. "Ace has got him," he said tightly, and when Oliver tried to sit up, Parker kept him down. "Just take a minute. You got knocked out." He breathed a sigh of relief when Oliver relaxed back into his arms. "What happened?" Those big blue eyes gazed up into his face. One of the suits with Robertson was a bomb expert. Harvey said for all of us to watch for car bombs, but especially Eagle and Link because they had been made the other day in the restaurant. Jacob borrowed Eagle's SUV. Parker tried to keep to the facts, and honestly, he couldn't do anything else at the moment. "Why'd the bomb go off now, though, and not at Eagle's house?" "I don't know." Parker cradled Oliver close. "We didn't even know if there was a bomb. We just wanted to check Eagle's SUV." Oliver glanced over at the demolished vehicle. "You think they set it while Jacob was at the park?" "Maybe." "He does that a lot," Oliver said, and Parker wasn't sure what he was talking about. "Who does what?" Parker lifted his voice over the sirens of the police and ambulance pulling into the area. "Jacob. He borrows vehicles a lot." 2 EMTs ran toward them with a gurney and medical bag. Parker didn't move. He continued to support Oliver as they checked him over. "You have a concussion. I'd suggest coming to the hospital to get checked out." "Okay," Oliver said, and it dawned on Parker then that Oliver was a medic. If he was agreeing to go to the hospital to be checked, then the man suspected something wasn't right. "I'm coming with," Parker growled when the EMTs gently lifted Oliver onto the gurney. "Are you family?" one of the guys asked. "Damn right I am," he snapped. Oliver smiled at him with a sooty face, and Parker gently squeezed the man's arm. "Over here," Ace's voice rang out, and Parker turned that way in time to see Jacob stagger. One of the EMTs left him and Oliver and raced to Ace. Lowering Jacob to the asphalt, the man bent over, checking the techie. "He said he was fine. He stood up." Ace's voice was frantic. "He—" "Help me up," Oliver said, squinting at him. "I'll sit on the bench inside. Put Jacob on the gurney. He could have internal bleeding." Parker knew better than to argue, but instead of helping Oliver up, Parker reached out and lifted the man into his arms. I'm too heavy for you."
"Shut up,"
he rasped and carried Oliver to the ambulance while the other EMT raced the gurney over to Jacob. Parker had Oliver sitting on the bench seat in the ambulance and held him with an arm around his shoulder when the EMTs lifted Jacob up into the vehicle. Ace jumped in and crowded next to Parker while the EMTs worked on Jacob from the other side. The driver took off at warp speed with sirens blaring. Jacob lay still and pale.
"He said he was fine,"
Ace continued to say. The man's voice shook, the words coming out wobbly, and that's when Parker realized that Ace was bleeding and slumping sideways into him. "Shit, he's injured. His SUV took the brunt of the blast." One of the EMTs stepped over and caught Ace by the arm. "What's his name?"
"Cohen Gray. We call him Ace."
"Ace? Ace, can you hear me?" the EMT said loudly. "Where does it hurt?"
"His side is wet from blood," Parker said, pulling Oliver closer.
Parker leaned away from Ace so the EMT could get closer. "We're here," the driver said and slammed out of the vehicle to race through the emergency room doors to get staff.
"I think I'm going to be sick,"
Oliver whispered, and Parker glanced frantically around. One of the EMTs heard Oliver and held out a puke tray. Parker snatched it and held it beneath Oliver's chin just as the doors to the ambulance popped open. An hour and a half later, Parker shifted in his seat and lifted his forehead from the bed. Oliver gave him a half smile and those adorable dimples briefly flashed. "Sorry." It was the 20th time Oliver had said that to him, and just like last time, Parker stroked the man's hand and linked their fingers.
"You don't have to apologize. This was not your fault."
"I know, but I almost puked on you," Oliver grimaced. Parker smirked.
The key word is almost.
"Yeah. What is taking so long?"
"I don't know,"
he said quietly. Both Jacob and Ace had been taken into surgery. No one knew either man's condition. A noise at the door drew Parker's gaze around and he found Dalton. Their second-in-command had been in and out several times in the last hour. He was taking back information to the others, so there wasn't a massive number of bodies in Oliver's room. Only Beckett hadn't stayed away. And of course, nobody was telling Beckett not to. Right now, though, Beckett was using whatever pull he had as a medic to get information on Jacob and Ace. The hospital staff was admitting Oliver overnight for observation, and they were just waiting for a bed. "What is it?" Parker asked, seeing Dalton's agitated expression.
"Jacob's dads are here."
"Well, this ought to be fun," Oliver said. "Where are they?" Parker said.
"Giving the hospital administration heart attacks."
Dalton sighed and sent fingers thrusting through his hair.
"Any word on Jacob or Ace?"
"Not yet, but I suspect it'll be soon." A noise from the door drew his gaze, and Parker found Eagle and Link waiting. Eagle stood slightly behind Link with his hands shoved into his pockets. Oliver stretched out one arm, hand extended, and both men entered the room. "I'm so fucking sorry," Eagle said in a choked voice. Oliver gripped Eagle's hand and with his other took Link's hand.
"You okay?"
Link asked gruffly. Parker didn't move from the chair next to the bed, so the two men had to work around him. "I'm okay, and you have nothing to be sorry about," Oliver told them. "You are not responsible for a fucking psychopath putting a bomb in your car." "Yeah, but if we hadn't been made in that restaurant, none of this would have happened. And if Jacob hadn't borrowed your car, it could have been either of you two," Oliver said right back. "How did you get made?" Parker asked, because he wasn't sure exactly how that had happened. Something about Link ordering in the restaurant. Link shook his head and briefly closed his eyes before speaking. "I ran into a guy I had brought in for questioning." "Questioning?" Parker frowned. "Yeah, before the Army. I worked Chicago PD."
"No shit?"
Parker said. "No shit."
"Usually it's the other way around," Parker said. "You know, military and then police."
"Yeah, well, I've always been different," Link said. "Got that right," Eagle snickered, and Link tossed him an annoyed look. "You ran into a perp?" Oliver asked Link. "Yeah, what are the odds?" Link grimaced. "Exactly," Oliver said. "You had no way of knowing that guy would be in California." "So quit beating yourself up," Eagle chimed in. "None of us knew about Blatt being a fucking bomber either." Link rubbed a hand down his face and nodded, but Parker could see it was eating at the man. Only time would heal that guilt. And mostly after they knew if both Jacob and Ace were going to be okay. Now, it was a waiting game. Chapter 22. Oliver. Link and Eagle left to go to the cafeteria, and Oliver took a moment to rest his eyes. No sleeping. He smiled at Parker's whisper. It was on the tip of his tongue to say, "Okay, Chief," but he didn't want to hurt Parker's feelings. "Okay, I won't," he promised. "Oliver." The sound of his best friend's voice brought his head up. Dylan Thorne Rhine stood in the doorway with his husband, retired General Luke Rhine, behind him. I'm okay, Oliver said and held out a hand to Dylan. The man stalked forward and Parker rolled a bit back from the bed, but not much. Oliver spotted the possessive way Parker hovered, and it warmed his chest. When Dylan caught and squeezed his hand, Oliver returned the light hug from the ex-Special Forces soldier. "What the fuck happened? I got a call," Dylan growled and brushed a finger over the scratches on his face. Oliver smiled. "The case went wonky. There was a car bomb, but I wasn't too close." Parker frowned. "Close enough." Dylan turned on Parker. "Who are you?" "Dylan, this is Parker, and he's my boyfriend, so be nice," Oliver warned. "Parker, this is Dylan, my best friend and my emergency contact." Dylan ran his eyes over Parker and must have found something he liked in the older man's gaze, because he broke out in a smile and held out his hand. Relief swept through Oliver when the men shook hands and he turned to offer Luke a hug. "I couldn't keep him out," Luke whispered, but not quietly, and winked. "It's cool." The pair stood and talked for a few minutes, and then when his eyes started to droop, they excused themselves. "We'll be at the estate if you need anything." Dylan gave him one last hug, and the pair were gone. "Interesting friends," Parker murmured. "Aren't they?" Oliver smiled tiredly and leaned his head back. His eyes slid shut, and he felt Parker lifting his hand to his lips. "No sleeping yet," Parker murmured, and Oliver opened his eyes. "Hey, kiddo." The deep voice brought his and Parker's attention to the doorway. "Hey, Roscoe." Oliver held out a hand to the big man in the doorway. Tears stung his eyes when Roscoe Burns, one of Jacob's dads, crossed the room and gripped his hand. "I'm so sorry. I tried to get to him," Oliver said with a wobbling voice. "I heard everything from Dalton. Just rest. This is not your fault. We all know Marvin Blatt is responsible," Roscoe growled. "We'll make him and everyone he's connected to pay," Oliver said through a tight throat, his words coming out all raspy. "Goddamned right they'll pay." The gravelly voice drew his gaze to the doorway to find Storm stalking inside his room. The mountain of a man was all muscles and lethal temper. His storm-colored eyes held the fury of a tsunami. "Every single one," Oliver agreed. Wild, Jacob's third dad, followed Storm into the room. Seeing Wild always gave Oliver a shock. The man was a testament to his name. He moved like a predator, and the hair hanging to his ass only added to the man's danger. Reaching the bed, Wild leaned down and pulled him into a hug. Oliver gripped Wild hard. After several moments, Wild finally released him and searched his eyes. "Tell me everything," Wild said. "I think Parker can tell you more than me," Oliver said, holding up his and Parker's linked hands. Even when Parker had tried to pull away when Roscoe had entered the room, Oliver had hung on. No way was he letting Parker out of his sight. The man was the only thing keeping him sane. "This is former Chief of Police Parker Johnson. Parker, these are Jacob's dads. Storm, Roscoe, and Wild." Oliver made the introductions. Parker reached over him and shook Wild's hand before nodding to the other two. "I'm sure Dalton filled you in on Marvin Blatt, who was recently spotted with Carl Robertson outside of a downtown eatery." "Dalton told me that, yes," Wild said. "What I want from you is what happened at the scene. You were first on scene, right?" "That's correct," Parker said, and Oliver heard the tone of voice he'd only heard a few times when Parker had still been chief of police. All that came out now as Parker leveled his piercing gray eyes on Wild. Pegasus got the word that there might be a bomb threat and sent several text messages to all team members. I had my phone off. Oliver jumped in and then smiled when Parker squinted at him for interrupting. The threat was against Link, Parker continued. But Jacob had borrowed Lincoln Eagle's car. Oliver piped up and then placed a hand over his mouth. Crap. You want to continue? Parker brushed a thumb over the back of Oliver's hand, and the touch calmed him down and he sighed. No, sorry. Wilde looked back and forth between them. Parker cleared his throat and continued. We all converged on where Oliver and Jacob were at the park. Why were you at the park? Roscoe looked confused. Jacob called out of work today. I went there to see how he was, Oliver said. Is he sick? Storm growled as he stepped forward with his fists clenched. Parker stood in a swift move designed to block Storm from coming any closer, and Oliver smiled. His boyfriend was a badass. Storm had a few inches in height and width on Parker, but his man didn't back down. And frankly, Storm didn't know what to do by the look of surprise on his face. The room grew tense beneath the stare-down between the two men until Wilde stepped around the bed and closed both of his hands around Storm's bulging bicep. After maybe 2 seconds, Storm relaxed. Sorry, the big man muttered. Go ahead. Parker relaxed back down in the chair and lifted his hand again. Oliver gripped it tightly. I don't care what you have to do, you make it fucking happen, and now. A man's voice echoed from the hallway, preventing Parker from continuing. That's Rossi's voice, Oliver said. Parker swung back to look at him, and Oliver remembered that Parker hadn't had the chance to meet their chief face to face. Parker had told him that his interview had been done via video conference. Oliver's hospital door slammed open and brought Parker out of his chair again, but Oliver wouldn't let go of his hand, so he sank back down just as Giovanni Rossi, the commander-in-chief of both Phoenix and Pegasus, stalked into the room. All 3 of Jacob's dads stepped back, giving the chief room to step inside his hospital room. Behind Rossi came Phoenix operative Noah Mackenzie, codenamed Ghost. With 18 years of age difference between them, they looked more like brothers than father and son. Rossi didn't look 49 years old. You good? Noah asked across the distance, and Oliver gave the man a wry smile. Oliver had worked a few missions with Phoenix back when he'd been in Special Forces and had clicked with Noah. Yeah, I'm good. You're not staying? Oliver asked Noah. No, I just came to fly in Dad, Noah said, and slapped his father on the shoulder before disappearing out the door. Rossi frowned after Noah and then turned to the room. What's going on? Roscoe asked. Rossi drew in a deep breath and gripped Roscoe by the shoulder. Before Rossi could speak, a voice interrupted from the door. Sir? One of the doctors said, holding a surgeon's cap in his hand. All eyes went to the door. I'm sorry, but... the surgeon began, but the man's words were cut short by Storm's bellow of pain. No! Wilde launched at his husband to hold on to his arm for dear life. Roscoe stumbled away from Rossi and fell against the wall, gripping at his own chest. Oliver lost his voice. The room swam and Parker's arms closed around him. Roscoe! Rossi shouted and reached for the man sliding down the wall. You're lying! Jacob's not dead! Oliver screamed at the doctor, clutching Parker like a lifeline. He grappled with something, anything, to give him a sense of normalcy. Only nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 23. Parker. No, he's not dead, the surgeon said quickly. The surgery went well. I just need to go over his aftercare forms. We'll be with you in a moment, Rossi told the doctor, who hurried out the door after a quick nod. Asshole, Wilde snapped at the surgeon's disappearing back and glared. Rossi held Roscoe by the arm. Calm down, Wilde. Storm interrupted him. Roscoe stood upright. I'm all right, the man growled. You can't come into a hospital room full of people waiting for word on a loved one and say words like, I'm so sorry, the fucking asshole, Wilde growled. He said I'm sorry, but, Rossi pointed out, he was sorry to interrupt. Then he needs to fucking say that, Wilde squinted at Rossi. I'm sure he will next time. If he has a job after this, Wild was pissed, and Parker could see heads rolling. "It sounds like he got Jacob through surgery," Oliver said. "He needs to work on his people skills, but I say let him keep his job." Wild turned toward Oliver with a sigh. "Maybe." Oliver offered a small smile. "I have something to say," Rossi said, bringing their attention back to him. "Not to coin the surgeon's words, but I'm sorry. As far as I'm concerned, Jacob is done with Pegasus and Phoenix." "What? That's not your call," Oliver snapped, but his voice shook. "Did you forget who you're talking to?" Rossi frowned. "Sorry, but it's not." Oliver lifted his chin. "It's my call, Oliver. All of this is my call." Rossi waved his hand around the room, and Parker assumed the guy was talking about the two elite teams. Wasn't it really the former SecDef's call, though? Wasn't it Dave who created these teams in the first place? Parker had to wonder what pull Rossi had with Dave. When the three dads and Rossi got into a heated discussion, Parker glanced around the room and found Dalton in the doorway. He crooked a finger to the man. "How's Ace?" Parker whispered when Dalton drew near. "A piece of flying metal hit him. He's received numerous stitches to sew up his side. They're doing some skin grafts. It's going to take a while for him to get full mobility back until the wound heals. But the doctors are pretty sure he'll make a full recovery." Dalton kept his voice quiet. Chief Rossi stepped out of the room and disappeared. "Rossi can't do this," Oliver whispered. Parker glanced over at the three dads, but he couldn't see their faces. They were huddled together, and Roscoe was murmuring to the other two in a low voice. "Why can't he?" Parker said. A noise at the door sent his eyes back that way, and Storm, Wild, and Roscoe left the room without a word. "Because it has to be Jacob's choice. He needs to be with us or Phoenix. He won't quit," Oliver stated flat out. "You don't know that, baby. He may have requested it." "No." Oliver's chin dipped, and Parker knew better by now not to argue when Oliver got that stubborn look on his face. "We will talk to Jacob. I'm sure it will all sort itself out," Parker soothed. "Jacob may not get a chance to speak to anyone," Dalton said. "I overheard some of the nurses saying he might be moving to a private facility." "Does Ace know?" "I think Rossi is telling him now," Dalton said. "That's so fucked up. Ace won't do anything to stop Rossi from taking Jacob." Oliver's voice sounded bitter. Oliver's face suddenly turned white, and Parker gently encouraged him to lay back against the raised bed. "Calm down. I'll make sure you get to speak to Jacob." "Promise?" Oliver's big blue eyes clung to his. "I promise. I'll be right back." He stood and stepped out into the hallway, leaving Dalton with Oliver. He found Beckett in the hallway, leaning near the door. "You think it's true? Can Rossi kick Jacob out?" Beckett asked. "I'm gonna find out. Go keep Oliver company, and I'll be right back." Long strides took him down the hallway, and he caught up with the dads and Rossi at the end near the emergency room entrance. The surgeon pointed to one more paper, and then when Roscoe was done signing, thanked them before making his escape behind staff-only doors. "Rossi, a word." The group of men turned, and Rossi held his gaze for a moment. "Of course," Rossi said and gestured to a small waiting room nearby. "And the rest of you," Parker ordered, waving his hand toward the small room. They blinked at him in surprise, but he waited with his arms crossed against his chest, his gaze dead serious. He'd ordered bigger men than these around for years, although none as powerful as Rossi, but he would have his say. They all filed into the small room, and Parker pushed the door mostly closed, but left it slightly ajar in case they were needed. He did, however, position himself in front of it, trapping them inside. Storm snorted, and Parker held the man's gray eyes until Wild stepped over and curled his hands around Storm's bicep. "What is it, Parker?" Wild said. "Was removing Jacob from Pegasus and Phoenix his decision or yours?" Parker turned on Rossi. "I don't see how that's any of your concern," Storm growled. "Let Rossi speak, please," Parker said. Storm looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, and Roscoe's eyes swam with a tiny bit of amusement before it faded completely. "It was mine," Rossi said very flatly, almost too quietly, and the words held a warning. But Parker didn't give a shit. If Rossi thought to intimidate him, it wasn't going to work. He'd been an excellent chief of police. It would take more powerful men than him to make Parker back down. And what about all of you? Parker aimed to look at the dads. Did Rossi confer with you three before he decided to remove Jacob from the only thing he's ever wanted? Parker wasn't guessing about how much Jacob loved what he did. Oliver had told him during the hour and a half in the ER room what he and Jacob had talked about at the park, of how Jacob had worked his whole life to be the best of the best. Granted, he was only 21, but the amount of work he'd done to get here was astronomical. This was important. No, Roscoe answered for the three and spoke directly to Rossi. You didn't ask us. Rossi blew out a hard breath. I'm tired of every time I turn around Jacob's in danger or injured. It kind of goes with the territory, Wilde said, and Parker couldn't have said it better. So why let him join in the first place? Jacob was set to go into the military. Why not just let that happen? Parker asked. The room was silent. Did you bring Jacob into Phoenix because you wanted him where you could keep an eye on him? Or was it due to his skills as an operative? Parker pressed. Both, Rossi admitted. No, we did it because of his skills, Wilde argued with a frown. Storm and Roscoe shook their heads. No, hon, Storm told Wilde. We wanted Jacob where we could keep an eye on him. Well, that's bullshit, Wilde snapped, stepping away from his two husbands. He's good, really good. He deserves to be on the team based on merit and skill, not because you three can't let him out of your sights. Wilde, wait a minute, Rossi began. No, Wilde turned on the chief. You wait a minute. You may get to say Jacob is done, but if you do that, you'll not only lose Jacob, but you'll lose me too. Wilde, Roscoe growled. No, Wilde held up a finger and Roscoe dropped into silence. It was stunning to see who the leader of that trio was. You'd have thought it would be the ex-FBI agent and current second-in-command of Phoenix or the big mountain of a man with the stormy eyes. But it was Wilde, hands down. He was the leader, and Parker knew his challenge was almost won. Why don't you ask Jacob what he wants to do? Parker murmured into the standoff. Yes, let's. Wilde nodded decisively and glared at Rossi. Okay, fine. Rossi threw up his hands and turned toward the door. Parker didn't move. Anything else? Rossi squinted at him. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there is. What? How do you feel about raids? Parker said. It's our specialty, Storm growled. Chapter 24. Oliver. 24 hours later, Oliver was engulfed in Parker's arms and swaying to the music piping in through the hospital's television. I can't believe you found music on the TV, he huffed a laugh into Parker's neck. Since they couldn't attend the party tomorrow night, he'd coaxed Parker into dancing with him now. Parker smiled down at him. I have mad skills. How mad? Oliver waggled his brows. Okay, that's enough for now. The doctor will kill me if he sees us. Oliver smiled, gazing up into the face of the man he was falling for. He smoothed his hands down Parker's chest. He'll be jealous. Parker smirked and wrapped an arm around his waist to guide him back onto the hospital bed. What's taking so long? Oliver grumbled, getting back beneath the light covers. Parker sank into the chair. Jacob just had surgery yesterday. Yeah, but it was minor surgery according to the doctor. He just had to go in and repair the blood vessel and remove excess blood. Rossi said Jacob was up and walking last night. I know, baby. Oliver smiled and linked their fingers. He loved when Parker called him baby. Hey, guys. Jacob's voice jerked his head toward the door to find the young man in a wheelchair. Behind the chair stood Wilde, who pushed Jacob inside. You have 5 minutes, Wilde warned with a look over his shoulder. If Nurse Ratchet catches us, I'm running for my life. Chicken, Jacob rolled his eyes at his dad. Damn right, Wilde muttered with another glance toward the door. Oliver held out his hand, and Wilde brought Jacob closer to the bed. Jacob gripped his hand and hung on. "I'm so glad you're okay," Oliver said. "Thank God you're okay," Jacob said at the same time, and they both laughed. "Did you hear that Rossi was planning your future?" Oliver said, not caring that Rossi, Roscoe, and Storm had filed into the room behind Wilde and Jacob. Storm scowled at him, but Oliver wasn't going to let that stop him. They all stayed across the room near the open hospital door as if afraid of his anger. Which was laughable. He never really got angry, but for Jacob's sake, he thought he could and maybe should. "Yeah, I heard." Something in Jacob's voice drew his eyes from the men and to the scraped and bruised face of his friend. They must have looked like a matched pair. He'd gotten a glimpse of his face earlier and hadn't been pleased, but Parker had kissed every one of his scratches, so that made him feel much better. Parker was corny sometimes, but Oliver wouldn't change that for anything in the world. He shook himself and brought his mind back to Jacob. "And?" he squinted. Jacob took a deep breath, winced, and then tossed the men behind him a quick glance. "Do you mind giving us a few minutes?" None of the men looked happy at Jacob's request, but one by one they filed out. Parker stood and kissed Oliver's fingers with a wink. "I'll be right back." "You better," Oliver said with a smile, and then sighed when the door closed behind Parker. "You love him." Oliver turned back to Jacob. "Yeah, I'm falling in love with him. But what about you? What's going on?" "I'm going to take this time to take a break." "A break? How long?" "I don't know." "Bullshit," he snapped. Jacob's eyes widened and the man glanced away. Oliver tightened his grip on Jacob's hand, bringing the guy's eyes back to his. "Tell me the truth," he urged softly. "I don't want to go," Jacob hissed through a voice that sounded on the verge of breaking down. "But they're making it impossible to stay." "Fuck that," Oliver spat. "You stay if you want. You take a break if you want. This is your life. You've got one light. Do it your way." "Light? Where'd you get that?" Jacob huffed on a half-laugh. Oliver preened. "I just made it up. Pretty good, wasn't it?" Jacob chuckled softly and squeezed his hand. "Yeah, it was." Coming close to death put shit in a whole different perspective. Oliver wasn't going to wait another minute to grab on to what he wanted in life. That meant confronting Lloyd and having Pegasus at his back. It also meant he'd do everything in his power to keep Parker in his life permanently. "It's true." Oliver took in a deep breath and released it. "We've only got one shot at life, and then we're gone. Don't waste a moment of it trying to please people by doing something you don't want to do." Jacob nodded. Tears stood in the younger man's eyes. "Have you talked to Ace?" "Not yet," Jacob admitted. "There's a meeting in his hospital room in 10 minutes. Typical Ace. The man never stopped, never quit, and never gave in. "Why wasn't I informed about this meeting?" "That was my job." Jacob wiped his nose on his sleeve. "Ace saved your life when he put the Pegasus vehicle between you and Eagle's SUV. "I know," Jacob rasped with a hard swallow. "You don't do that for somebody you don't love." "Yes, we do." Oliver shrugged and waved a hand. "You know what I mean." "He pulled me into his arms like I was the most precious thing on earth," Jacob admitted, his eyes cast downward at his fisted hands. Oliver hadn't seen that part. All he'd seen was when Jacob collapsed and Ace went ballistic. "He loves you." "He murmured something into my hair, but I don't know what he said," Jacob admitted. "Ask him." Jacob rolled his eyes with a half-smirk. "Yeah, like he'll answer me." "Are you giving up?" "I don't know." "Let me put it this way." Oliver tightened his grip on Jacob's hand. "Do you want to give up?" "No." "Well, then there's your answer. What about you? Are you going to tell Parker that you're falling in love with him?" Oliver pulled at his bottom lip with his free hand for a moment. We haven't known each other all that long, but when the timing is right, you bet your ass I am. You have time. I'd like to think that, but after yesterday, and in this line of work, I don't think any of us have time to wait to tell the ones we love how we feel. You should see the way Parker looks at you. I see it. He released Jacob's hand and rubbed his palms up and down his sheet-covered legs. I want him in my life. Tell him. Jacob reached out and patted the top of his hand. I think I will. And soon, he added silently. Chapter 25. Parker. He had 2 phones in his pockets. One was his and the other belonged to Oliver. Oliver's was buzzing. Parker pulled it out and stared at the filthy messages that started rolling up the man's phone. Both Eagle and Link came down the hallway toward him, and when they reached him, they stopped. What's wrong? Eagle said. It's Oliver's cell phone. Parker turned the phone and handed it to Eagle. That motherfucker, Eagle spat. Residual anger at himself swept through Eagle's words, and Parker suspected it would be a while before Eagle forgave himself for lending Jacob his SUV. Let me see. Link reached over and took the phone. After several moments, the man looked up with his eyes narrowed. Well, it looks like we have a rat to catch. Right now I have a patrol on his place, but the guy seems to be in the wind. What's his name again? Link asked. Lloyd Clemens. We'll catch him, Eagle growled. Oliver needs to be involved in this, Parker said, taking back the phone. Agreed, Link nodded, and then he and Eagle disappeared toward the waiting room. Wild, who hadn't gone far from the room, came closer and leaned across the hall from him. It's nice to finally meet you, Wild said. Parker gave the man a half smile. Thanks. I wish it could have been under better circumstances. Don't we all? Wild agreed. Parker glanced at his watch. It's time, he said, and pushed open the door to Oliver's room. He entered along with Wild, who caught Jacob's wheelchair by the handles and ushered him out of the room. Oliver swung his legs over the side of the bed and slowly stood upright. He wore a pair of pale blue sweats and a t-shirt that showed off the definition of muscles beneath. When Oliver slid his feet into a pair of slip-on shoes, Parker stepped closer, drawn to the man's sleek form. Even with all the scratches and bruises, Oliver was a fucking hottie, and Parker slipped his hand to the small of his back. Dimples flashed up at him, and heaven help him, Parker couldn't resist taking a kiss. What was that for? Oliver asked, sounding breathless. I almost lost you, he croaked, and then lost his breath when Oliver turned into his arms and held him tight. A few minutes later, they entered Ace's room and found Dalton, Jacob, Eagle, and Link, as well as Roscoe, Wild, and Storm. The rest of Pegasus is in the waiting room, Dalton said. I'll fill them in later. Where's Rossi? Jacob asked. He's already on his way back to San Francisco, Wild murmured. A shadow in the corner snapped Parker's gaze that way, and he squinted at the hooded stranger standing in the corner near the open bathroom door. Something about the man's demeanor spoke of danger and power, and it lifted the hairs on the back of Parker's neck. Parker protectively placed himself between the stranger and Oliver, which in hindsight didn't make sense because the man obviously knew Ace, or he wouldn't have been able to get within 5 feet of their Pegasus leader. Parker turned his attention to where Ace rested in the hospital bed. Lines of strain pinched his lips and tiredness darkened his light eyes. Men, Ace said with a raspy tone of voice. This is 7. You found him, Dalton said with surprise. No, he found me, Ace said and nodded at the silent sentinel in the corner. 7 has some information for us. Including the hood covering his head, the man wore a black surgical mask over his lower face, covering his features. Only the flash of the guy's piercing eyes could be seen. Eyes that studied them intently. Parker felt like 7 was assessing them to see if any of them were a potential threat. Parker had seen this type of behavior before. It came from war-torn soldiers who had been so immersed in combat that they didn't always remember they were back in civilian life. The door suddenly pushed open and bumped Storm in the backside, forcing him to move. Parker looked from Storm back to Seven in time to see the man tense. Hunter came through the door and Dalton frowned. Parker would bet money that Hunter was supposed to wait in the waiting room for an update, but his brother had always been a rebel. Rather than pop off with a smart-assed comment, Hunter leaned casually against the wall near Roscoe and locked his gaze on the masked man in the corner.
"Go ahead, Seven. Tell them what you told me," Ace said.
The man's voice came muffled behind the mask, but in no way detracted from the low, rough tone.
"The Robertson party is a trap. There won't be any trafficking victims attending." "How would you know that?" Hunter's chin lifted. "Trust me, it's a trap." "Why should we trust you?" Hunter quirked one eyebrow. Seven watched Hunter through narrowed eyes. "Someday that mouth of yours is going to get you into trouble." Hunter's smirk widened. "That day is come and gone." "Okay, focus," Ace snapped. "Seven has sources out there that none of us have. If he says the party is a trap, then we need to rethink our strategy." "What do you suggest?" Hunter goaded Seven. "Go in guns blazing." Humor lit up Seven's eerie gaze. "Hunter." "Yes?" His brother turned to him. "Shut it," Parker said, using his former chief voice combined with his older brother one. "Sorry." Hunter snapped his mouth tightly closed. "Who are you?" Seven growled at Parker, and he was so taken aback he didn't respond. "He's your worst nightmare if you ever mess with me," Hunter snapped. "Look, while this is all entertaining, whatever beef you have with each other needs to wait. I need your attention here," Ace said tiredly, and Parker realized why the man had let Hunter and Seven go on so long. Ace was fading fast. "Let's take this to the waiting room," Parker suggested, and he jerked his chin to Ace when Dalton tossed him a look. "Right, let's do that and let Ace get some rest," Dalton agreed after gazing at Ace. "You don't need me for that," Seven murmured and disappeared through the open door and into the hallway. Hunter streaked after Seven. Parker was tempted to go after his brother, but the man was an adult. Besides, when he told Hunter not to do something, his brother usually did the opposite. With a sigh, Parker slid his arm around Oliver's waist and guided him toward the door. Roscoe turned to Jacob. "You ready?" "No." Jacob's chin tipped. "I'm not leaving." Ace squinted at Roscoe and then snapped his eyes to Jacob. "When did you decide this?" Storm growled at Jacob. "Earlier, when you three tried to boss me around again." Jacob's voice was clipped. His hands were balled into fists. Wild's face filled with pride. Roscoe wore a smirk while his gaze drilled a hole in Ace's forehead. "Gentlemen," Ace's authoritative voice filled the room. "Please give Jacob and me a moment." Storm started to step forward, but Wild placed a hand on the man's bare forearm and Storm stopped. Wild slipped his hand down and linked his fingers with Storm's and drew his husband from the room. One by one, they all filed out, leaving Jacob and Ace alone. Parker drew Oliver along the hallway to the waiting room just a few doors away. "Do we need to be here?" Oliver whispered. "Why?" He jerked to a stop. "Do you need to lay down?" "No, I can go home today," Oliver huffed with a smile. "I just want some alone time with you." "And so you shall have it, but first, let's hear the game plan," he said, and very gently brushed Oliver's lips with his own. "If you insist, Chief," Oliver pouted when he lifted his head. Parker rolled his eyes and drew Oliver into the waiting room. It looked like all of them were there, even Hunter, who had a closed expression on his face. "I can't believe you rolled your eyes just now," Oliver whispered on a muffled laugh. "Yeah, you're rubbing off on me," he muttered. "Ooh, I'll rub my—" Parker cut off Oliver's response by way of a hand over the sexy man's mouth. Big blue eyes blinked at him, and when he dropped his hand, sexy dimples flashed. His heart squeezed tighter than a fist, and then warmth filled his chest. Oh, man, he was in so much trouble.
Chapter 26. Oliver. 2 days later, Oliver was still reeling over the fact that Jacob was gone. Really gone. Jacob had come out of Ace's hospital room with a white face and pain in his eyes. He'd headed down the hallway to his 3 dads and had been engulfed in their arms. And then Jacob and his dads left, and the only contact he'd managed was a text to Oliver's phone from the helicopter. I'm taking the time I desperately need. How long? Yeah, his text was demanding, but damn it, Jacob was his friend. A few days. I don't know. I'm here if you need me. You know that, right? All he received was a heart emoji, and that was it. Nothing since. Ace had left the hospital and enclosed himself in his office. Only Dalton had been brave enough to enter the lion's den. Parker put the SUV into park but didn't turn off the engine. I'm still not good with you being in the field so soon. He smiled at the man's grumbling. I only want to look around. He slid out of the passenger seat and walked toward the metal pieces and black soot covering the ground. The police had cordoned off the area, leaving 2 officers on scene around the clock to make sure no one removed anything during the ongoing investigation. Ace had Parker call in a favor to Harvey to leave things as is until Pegasus could do their own assessment. Let's come back in the morning. It's starting to get dark, Parker said. And whose fault is that? Oliver teased and bent over to shine a penlight over the front of Eagle's demolished SUV. Both of us? I remember 2 people in my bed, Parker said while patting Oliver's ass. True, Oliver flashed Parker a smile. This won't take long. Besides, it's only dusk. There's plenty of light to see. He grunted and crouched to check for bomb fragments. A crunch of debris beneath a boot caught his attention, and he pulled his Glock at the same time as Parker. The stranger approaching stopped in his tracks and held up his hands. From this distance, Oliver could make out corded muscles beneath a tight shirt and faded jeans hugging lean hips. The man had a ruthless air about him and piercing blue eyes so light that they rivaled Parker's shade. Smoking hot wouldn't begin to describe this guy. Identify yourself, Parker snarled. I'm reaching for my ID, the man said. I take it my brother didn't tell you I'd be here. Brother? Oliver asked. The man slowly reached toward his back pocket and withdrew a wallet. Flipping it open, he extended it. Parker stepped forward and took the wallet and angled the driver's license so that Oliver could see it. Owen Gray. Holy shit, you're Ace's brother, Oliver said. One of them, Owen said. There's more of you? Oliver blinked. Owen smirked and said, 4 more. So, wait, your mother named you Cohen and Owen? Oliver grinned. Owen's eyes glittered with what looked to be laughter. Yeah, imagine that. Oliver laughed and handed back his wallet. What do you do that would bring you here? Parker cut into their banter. Bombs. You could say they're my specialty, Owen replied and moved around the vehicle. Oliver followed along with Parker to try and see what the bomb expert saw. Owen stopped at every orange marker and studied the debris. Everything looked destroyed to Oliver, but in a matter of minutes Owen found a few bomb pieces that even the police investigators had missed with their orange plastic markers. What is it? Oliver stepped closer to look at the object Owen was hovering over. It's a piece of the detonator. Owen studied the small bit of plastic and several more pieces that lay near the driver's door. The blast had lifted the SUV in the air and flipped it completely over so it was resting on its wheels again. Hell of a blast, Oliver pointed out. It was meant to kill, Owen agreed and stood, moving around the vehicle. Oliver followed and watched Ace's brother work. Parker wasn't so patient. We have a suspect, but he's in the wind, Parker said. Yes, Marvin Blatt, Owen murmured. How do you know that? Parker demanded. Like I said, bombs are my expertise. Owen shrugged and then pointed down the block. He set the bomb when the vehicle was parked and probably stood down the block to detonate it. You mean the fucker watched? That's exactly the kind of scum Blatt is, Owen said. Parker looked like he wanted to grill Owen, but his cell phone rang.
"Boss," Parker answered. "Yeah, 1 second." Parker held out the phone to Owen. "It's Ace. He wants to talk to you." Owen shook his head. "Just have him call me." "He said to call him," Parker told Ace and then pulled the phone from his ear. "He already tried." "Put him on speaker," Owen said, and Parker punched the button on the phone. "God damn it," Ace growled. "Why do you turn off your phone every single time?" "I don't. Just to you," Owen told his brother and continued walking the scene. Parker's jaw clenched when he was forced to follow, and Oliver took the phone from Parker before he blew a gasket. Oliver followed after Owen, holding the phone out so Owen could respond. After a lengthy silence, Ace finally asked, "Find anything?" "I did. This is definitely the work of Marvin Blatt." "I knew it," Ace said. "I need you and Creed on this." "Maybe," Owen murmured and held out a hand for the phone. "On one condition." Oliver handed it over and then listened intently. This was interesting. He didn't even know Ace had a brother, much less 5 of them, and now that brother seemed to know a lot about the bomber. "What now?" Ace snapped at his brother. "I'm gonna bring in Fisher." "No fucking way. That motherfucker is a loose cannon," Ace snarled. "Fisher, Creed, and I, or you get nothing," Owen snapped. In that moment, Oliver saw the resemblance between brothers. There were probably only a few years' age difference, but they both were tough sons of bitches. After a long moment of silence, Ace finally said, "All right, but if Fisher gets out of hand, I'm holding you responsible." "Creed can handle Fisher. How long do you need us for?" Owen said and turned to them. Parker stepped up beside Oliver and Owen looked them both over. "I'm down a man, so I'll need you and Creed indefinitely. I don't want Fisher at all," Ace hissed. "You need 3 of us and you're only down 1 man?" "Trust me, the man you're replacing was indispensable," Ace snarled. "Well, bro, if you want us with Pegasus, you'll take Fisher," Owen said in a quiet, flat tone. Another moment went by and Oliver swore he heard Ace's teeth snap through the phone. "Tell Fisher I want his ass in my office the minute he gets into town." "He's already here, I'll tell him." Owen ended the call even though Oliver could hear Ace barking orders. "Okay, so Ace just added 3 guys to Pegasus?" Oliver asked. And yeah, his tone was bewildered. "Doesn't that need to be run past Rossi?" "It does, but Rossi and I go way back. He also knows Creed and Fisher," Owen said. "Well then," Parker offered his hand. "Welcome to Pegasus." "Thanks." "You ever work with your brother before?" Parker asked after releasing Owen's hand. "Oh, yeah," the man snickered. "He's a bear, isn't he?" It wasn't a question. "That's an understatement," Oliver said with a laugh. Chapter 27. Parker. He parked the SUV in the Pegasus parking lot and sat staring at the building lit up with lights. It was dark and they'd spent a good deal of time with Owen at the bomb site. Turning to Oliver in the passenger seat, he studied the man's face in the dim light of the cab. "You ready for this?" The "this" he was referring to was Owen hauling ass away from the bomb site to reach the office before Creed and Fisher did. Parker wasn't sure if Owen had made it. Oliver grinned and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Hell yeah, I'm not going to miss the show. Ace caused Jacob to leave. I hope this Fisher guy makes his life miserable." Parker was damned glad he wasn't in Ace's shoes right now. No way in hell did he ever want that hard look in Oliver's eyes directed at him. "Calm down, babe. You've got to know that Ace is hurting." Oliver squinted at him and then huffed under his breath. "Yeah, maybe. But he's also a stubborn asshole. We all know that. Maybe his brother being here will help with that." Oliver's lips pressed flat. "I doubt it. Didn't you see the way Owen didn't take Ace's shit?" "Yeah." That brought a smile to Oliver's face, and when the man leaned closer, Parker kissed his lips. A few moments later, they entered the facility and heard a commotion in the main room. Parker pulled Oliver back against the wall as Eagle and Link passed them on their way out in a hurry. "I wouldn't go in there if I were you," Link said. Why?
Ace is on a rampage, Eagle answered, and we're going down the block to the brewery to eat. Parker kept a hold of Oliver as Eagle and Link disappeared.
Are you hungry?
Oliver tipped his head back, his blue eyes sparkling. I'm always hungry, but no way in hell am I missing this. Oliver tugged on his hand, and reluctantly Parker followed him into the main room. Ace was toe-to-toe with one of the most stunning men he'd ever seen. Not that he was handsome, more like unique. Coal-black hair hung halfway down the man's back. Instead of jeans, boots, and a t-shirt, the guy wore all black, including his shoes, which were some type of leather. He looked like a ninja. From the glimpse Parker got when he tossed them a look, the guy's face was all angles, but along with cobalt blue eyes, it brought him out of just good-looking into stunning. You pull that shit you did in Cabo on my team and you're done. Fuck you. Cabo wasn't on me. That was on you, the man snarled. Ace's face turned red and he wobbled. Parker leaped forward, but Owen was already there, moving faster than he'd thought possible. Owen wrapped an arm around his brother's waist and glared at the long-haired guy, who took a quick step back. Knock it the fuck off, Fisher. You both were at fault, Owen snarled. Fisher clenched his hands and then squinted at Ace. Are you okay? Fisher asked Ace quietly. Ace didn't speak. He only nodded, and along with Owen's help, their boss made his way slowly into his office. The doors shut, leaving them all standing there. In the back of the bullpen was the rest of Pegasus, minus Eagle and Link. Parker was surprised that Beckett hadn't said a word. Well, that was unpleasant. Fisher turned to someone standing against the wall. Fuck. Parker hadn't seen the giant until Fisher looked that way. The man was massive. He was probably as big, if not bigger, than Jacob's dad, Storm, and that was saying something. I shouldn't be here, Fisher sighed and yanked his long hair back to tie away from his face. Don't leave, the man against the wall growled and then aimed a look at Parker. Parker figured it was because he and Oliver were the only ones standing close enough. I'm Creed, the man said. Parker, and this is Oliver. That's Dalton, our second in command. He can do the rest, Parker said. Dalton stood and introduced himself and the rest of the unit. Anyone want to explain what happened in Cabo? Of course, Beckett spoke up. No. Fisher's face and voice were flat, and the man turned and walked out, leaving the room silent. Beckett turned on Creed. What about you? Creed eyed Beckett, causing Holden to slowly get to his feet. Holden was a big son of a bitch. He didn't outweigh Creed nor have his height, but damned if Parker would ever want to take on Holden. There was something about the big, quiet ex-Special Forces soldier that spoke of a dark past filled with bodies. It's okay, Beckett smiled at Creed while slipping his hand into Holden's. We'll get it out of you eventually. He will, too, Oliver said, and Parker smiled. Welcome to Pegasus, Parker told Creed. Okay, so no talking about Cabo. But what kind of work were you in? Beckett asked. Beckett, Holden warned, and Beckett flashed his husband a smile. Sorry, it's in my nature to find out every single detail of your life. Beckett laughed when Creed's eyebrows lifted, but Holden was steering his husband out of the bunker. Hey, Parker whispered, gaining the attention of Oliver. Let's get out of here. Okay, yeah, I'm hungry. Ace's office door opened and Owen emerged. Dalton. Owen looked around and Dalton lifted his hand. Can you show Creed, Fisher? Owen looked around for Fisher and his lips pressed flat upon finding him missing. Can you show Creed and me around? Ace said there are sleeping quarters. Sure thing. Dalton gave a jerk of his head and headed toward the long hallway. Owen? Oliver called out, and both Owen and Creed glanced their way. I know a guy who rents rooms from an estate if you guys get tired of those bunks. Thanks, we'll think about it, Owen said, but Creed looked mighty interested before they both dutifully followed Dalton. Parker took the opportunity to lead Oliver from the bunker. An hour later, Oliver lay tucked beneath the covers at his side and fast food in their laps. I never eat in bed, he grumbled. It's the best way to eat, Oliver argued with a laugh around a bite of orange chicken. I don't disagree, I just never do it, he admitted, sucking down some of the noodles and mentally doing a carb count. Although generally eating once a day, there wasn't any chance of gaining weight. "Does this feel okay?" Parker paused in taking a bite. "You mean us together all the time, working, sleeping, sexing, eating?" "Sexing?" Amusement laced Oliver's eyes. "Is that even a word?" Parker smiled back at him. "Maybe not. But yeah, that's what I mean." "Do you think we're moving too fast?" Oliver's throat moved with a hard swallow. "No, I don't. But I understand if you want to slow it down." "That's just it. I don't want to slow down." Oliver looked down at his bowl and lifted a piece of chicken to pop into his mouth. "Oliver." He waited until the man's eyes were holding his. "Let's just go at our own pace." "Perfect," Oliver said after swallowing his food. They ate in companionable silence for a moment, and then curiosity got the best of him. "So, that was nice of you to offer Owen and Creed a room." Oliver shrugged. "There's plenty. Usually it's guys from the base who need a place to crash when on leave. We did have a few guys staying there permanently, but they moved away." "And Dylan's never thought of selling the house?" "Well, technically it's Luke's house and Dylan's by marriage, and Luke has always been a sanctuary kind of guy. They own an animal rescue ranch in Arizona, so it kind of makes sense that they'd have something like that here." "Is it a rescue house?" Parker asked. "Not technically, but when someone's in need, it's the first place they come." "And by someone, you mean people in the military?" "Yes," Oliver said slowly. "But if it was someone not in the military, Luke would open his doors. But that'd be after Dylan picked apart the person's life. It made sense to be super careful about who they let stay at the house." "In my line of work, well, my previous line of work," Parker said, "I came across people who needed a place. Sometimes, though, they were fresh out of jail." He grimaced and set aside his empty bowl. "I don't know if that would fly past Dylan. It would depend on the circumstances. Plus, if it turned into a halfway house, they'd need someone to run it." "Yeah, and that's risky," Parker said. Oliver placed his bowl aside and turned in the bed to face him. Taking his hand, Parker linked their fingers. "What?" he asked, because he knew that look on Oliver's face. Something was on the man's mind. "I want to move out of the house." "Tired of room renting?" he teased. "Kinda." Oliver looked away. "Hey." He jostled Oliver's hand until the man turned back to him. "Come live with me." "And your brother?" Oliver's lips pursed. "Then let's get a place together." "What if—" "No," he cut off Oliver. "I don't want to start this relationship on the phrase, 'what if we don't work out?'" "Okay." Oliver's dimples popped. "Let's try it with the intention of making it work." He drew the man's hand to his lips. "Say, yes, Parker." "Yes, Parker." The twinkle in Oliver's eyes drew him like a magnet. Chapter 28. 1 week later. Oliver. They'd missed the Robertson party on purpose and planned a raid instead. Just before dusk, they'd gathered outside of the Robertson estate. Oliver pulled at the collar of his vest and twitched. "Be still," Parker whispered. "Yes, He stopped without calling Parker Chief and smirked. "That's much better," Parker murmured. "I'll have you know that you've been bossier in the past 4 days than ever before, and I haven't called you Chief but 2 times. He held up his fingers. "Try again." Oliver frowned. "Once in the bathroom this morning, and once when you tried to buckle my seatbelt for me." "That was only today. You're not counting the past several days," Parker pointed out. "I'm not, am I?" He gave Parker a proud grin. Parker snorted and fought a smile. "We still need to talk," he insisted. "We've talked every night," Parker said. "But not about—" "About?" Parker cupped his cheek and ran a thumb along his jaw. "About important stuff." "Okay." Parker squinted as if not quite sure what he was talking about. It was Oliver's own fault. He'd been hemming and hawing over telling Parker how he felt over the past several days. It was fear, plain and simple. He feared that it was too soon. Hell, they hadn't known each other long at all. What important stuff. Parker's murmur brought his attention back to the here and now. Shit. They were getting ready to storm the house of Carl Robertson with a warrant, and here he was all worried about stuff that could wait. But could it? What if something happened to either one of them and he hadn't taken the chance to say what was on his mind? So, the other day I got to thinking. Oliver gulped. What if I died and I didn't have the chance to tell you that I think I'm falling in love with you? No, I am falling in love with you. Wait, I'm in love with you. I mean, it's only... He stopped and blinked over the hand that Parker gently placed over his mouth. What you're saying is very important, but you're rambling, baby, Parker said with a husky voice. I'm in love with you too, and when we are done with this raid, I want to talk about our future. Parker finished and lowered his hand. You are? You do? Oliver blinked stupidly up at Parker. Parker smiled. Yes, I do. Oliver smiled and wrapped Parker in a tight hug, enjoying the man's engulfing arms. You two ready? Dalton drawled. Oliver stepped back with a laugh and pointed to his vest. Ready as rain. He snatched up his Glock with the silencer attached and checked the clip while Parker did the same. All of Pegasus except Ace were in attendance, along with Ventura County Sheriff and SWAT officers. While Storm, Wild, and Roscoe had wanted to stay for the ass-kicking, Dalton had assured the dads that Pegasus would send pictures. Dalton's speech seemed to satisfy the dads, at least enough that they were able to gather up Jacob and fly home. Because of Carl Robertson's dealings with the known bombing terrorist Marvin Blatt, Pegasus and the local PD had easily been able to obtain a warrant. Robertson hadn't responded to their request to open up and search the premises, so law enforcement was going to raid the massive estate. Man of the Year or not, if Robertson was involved in sex trafficking, he was going down. The SWAT commander gave the signal and they moved in. Pegasus, as well as SWAT, were dressed in all black with comm devices tucked into their ears. At a quick run, Oliver darted across the dark, wide expanse. A non-lethal round took down the first perp he came across, and Parker knelt to zip-tie the guy's hands behind him and legs together before slapping tape over his mouth. Running through the growing dawn to the west side of the huge mansion, Oliver tossed up a grappling hook and rope. Yanking, he tested the hold and then pulled himself up the side of the wall until he reached the balcony. He lightly leaped over. Parker was right on his ass. "You're good at this," Parker said. Oliver smiled into the dark even though Parker couldn't see it. "I live for this." This was shit that he was good at. For years he'd been part of Infinity, an Army Special Forces unit, and they'd tackled numerous missions just like this one. "Keep up if you can," Oliver huffed and gently tried the knob on the outside patio door. It was locked. "Do I need to strap you to me?" He stopped and gazed up into Parker's face even though he couldn't see him. "As appealing as that sounds," Oliver said on a muffled laugh, "no, we stick together, you and me." "You and me," Parker agreed with a husky growl that sent a shiver down Oliver's spine. "Focus," he hissed. "I am." Yeah, that was amusement in Parker's voice. Silently, Oliver jimmied the lock on the patio door and eased it open before stepping inside of a carpeted bedroom. Noise from a commotion somewhere in the house let him know that the rest of Pegasus and SWAT had breached the premises. "It's rock and roll time," Oliver whispered and crept through the darkened room with Parker at his back. His eyes were acclimated to the dark, so it would be a quick trip to the door. They made it halfway across when a muffled sound drew him to a stop. Parker tensed and stepped closer, the man's big body brushing his. Moving his gaze around what was a bedroom, Oliver noticed a pair of eyes watching them from next to the bed. Whoever it was, they weren't standing. Instead, they were crouched, close to the floor. Oliver lifted his weapon and spoke to the partially hidden form. "Come out of there." The form scrunched lower as if trying to hide beneath the edge of the bed's comforter. Parker took a few steps to the right and flipped on a small lamp that sat on a low table. The room lit up faintly beneath the soft glow. It was a bedroom, but it was also a sitting room along with a low table and couch in the darker recesses of the room. The bed sat off to one side, and that was where Oliver kept his weapon aimed. "Shit," he muttered and lifted his Glock up and away. Tucking it into his arm holster, he slowly approached the side of the bed. Not only one, but 3 people were huddled there. 2 girls and a boy, looking to be between the ages of 4 and 14, but he couldn't be sure. "We're not here to hurt you," Oliver whispered, and crouched down to make himself appear smaller, even though he wasn't on the big side. Parker stood behind him, watching the door like a silent sentinel. "We are here to take you out of here." The oldest, one of the girls, broke away from the other 2 and reached out to him. The look of fear and bruises on her face made him want to kill something. He reached for her delicate, trembling hand and drew her from the floor near the side of the bed. "Oliver," Parker whispered in a tight voice. "Yeah?" He held the girl's hand tightly and turned to look up at Parker. The man's eyes were tormented, and Oliver frowned before frantically searching the room for the reason. And that's when he saw it. Chapter 29. Parker. The scene was something out of a fucking horror movie. Chains wrapped around the 4 bedposts, with handcuffs at the end of each one. The bed was torn apart and the sheets were soiled with God only knew what. Parker whipped back to the 3 kids huddled away from Oliver. "It's okay. My name is Oliver and this is Parker. He used to be a—" Oliver paused. Parker got it. Don't say the word cop or policeman. No telling who the fuck had abused these children. "Well," Oliver smiled, "Parker is one of the good guys." "What do you do?" the boy asked. To Parker, he looked to be about 10 years old. Parker had a few nephews who looked about the same age. The boy's face was tear-stained and wide brown eyes gazed at them from beneath a fall of dark hair. The noise of gunfire raged throughout the compound, and Parker was sure the kids didn't recognize the sound or they would have been more responsive. Or maybe they were numb. Or drugged. He squinted at their faces, trying to appear as unthreatening as possible, while Oliver gained their trust. "Me?" Oliver's dimples flashed. "Well, I rescue people and Parker helps me." "Will you rescue us?" The boy looked so fucking hopeful. Parker was glad Oliver was talking because he didn't think he could get a word out. "We will," Oliver said. "What's your name?" "Scotty," the boy said. Pointing to the littlest girl and then the bigger one, he said, "And this is Jane and Rhonda." "Nice to meet you all," Oliver smiled. "I used to be a soldier in the army, and that's what we did all day long. We rescued people." "Are you Special Forces?" Rhonda asked. "That's right," Oliver smiled at her. "My brother is Special Forces," she whispered. "I bet he's a good guy too," Oliver said, and the girl nodded, wringing her hands in her scantily clad lap. She wore, from what Parker could see in the dim light, a sheer piece of lingerie. Fuck. She couldn't be more than 13, if that. A boom sounded and the children shrieked and scrambled to hide back in their corner. The door cracked from a force hitting it, and Parker leaped into action. He dodged around a nearby dresser and put his back to the heavy oak. Oliver realized what he was doing and ran to help. They pushed the dresser sideways and blocked the door. "We need support now," he growled, pressing his finger into his ear. "West side bedroom. We found victims. We have someone trying to get through the door." "On it," Holden snarled. Parker could just imagine the big operative coming full force at whoever was trying to get through the door, with Beckett by his side. Separately, Holden and Beckett were badasses, but together, they were a fucking force. Gunfire broke out in the hallway, and Parker could have sworn that a few bodies hit the hallway wall. That must have been Holden power throwing a few perps, and Parker was fucking glad. "Stay down," Oliver said to the children, and they hunkered deeper into the shadows. When bullets peppered the door, Parker dove for cover, taking Oliver with him. "Ouch!" Oliver muttered. "Shit, did I hurt you?" he rasped, kicking himself before he ran his hands over Oliver and up through his hair to check on his head. Not my head. Oliver held up his elbow. Parker cupped Oliver's elbow, checking him over. Sorry. The noise subsided outside in the hallway, and then Beckett's voice came over the mic. Hallway and door secure, but I wouldn't try exiting this way just yet. Oliver leaped to his feet. Copy, Parker said, and climbed to his feet. Let's take them over the balcony, Oliver said, going to the patio doors and opening them. They can't climb down. I can climb, the brown-eyed boy Scotty said. I bet you're a good climber, Parker said. But we are really high, so we'll need to attach a rope to you to get you down there. Okay, Scotty said. Come on, it's okay, Parker said to the two huddled girls. They slowly came forward, and he realized they needed clothing before they hit the balcony. He clenched his jaw before taking a breath. Do you have clothes? Rhonda pointed to the tipped-over dresser, and Parker hurried to it and yanked the drawers out. Come get some clothes. I'll stand guard. When the girls raced to him, they dropped to their knees and started pulling out clothes, and Scotty soon joined them. Parker turned his back and held Oliver's gaze. Once the three had more than briefs or lingerie on, they were ready to get the hell out of there. Wait, Oliver said, gazing at the small group. Are there any more like you who aren't in this room? No, this is all of us. They shoved us in here, and I heard them talking that someone was at the gate, Rhonda responded. That would be us at the gate, Oliver said with a smile. Okay, now let's get the heck out of here. Parker coaxed Oliver to go down first. That way he would stay at the top and lower each victim down to the ground to Oliver's waiting grip. It made sense since Parker was the bigger of the two of them and had more muscle. Parker pointed that out and got a smack to the arm for it. Stronger my ass, bud. Oliver glared at him. Smirking, Parker rubbed at his arm and then noticed that the kids had frozen in fear when Oliver smacked him. It's okay. He's just teasing me, Parker winked. Yeah, I do that when I'm kidding. Oliver rolled his eyes and flashed those dimples. The effect was immediate. The kids relaxed as much as they could in this situation. Oliver made it over the balcony and to the ground, ready for Parker to send the kids down. Parker started with the smallest girl, Jane, and then lowered the other two. Oliver guided their charges toward protection, which turned out to be the nearby woods. The gate the unit had come through was too exposed for them to get that far. Parker pressed his mic. We've rescued 3 victims. We need a pickup in the trees just west of the house. Roger that, Dalton said. We're digging out the last of them. Might be a few minutes. What about SWAT? Parker asked with a frown as the kids huddled together. SWAT commander here, a man shouted through the mic over the sound of gunfire. Be there as soon as possible. Hey! Parker gave a sigh of relief when he heard Eagle's voice from behind him. All 3 kids scrambled away from the voice and the large, darkly shrouded figure. It's okay, Oliver said quickly. Eagle was special forces like me. Looks like you need some help, Eagle said, looking curiously at the children. It's a long story, Oliver said. We do, Parker answered Eagle just as Link appeared. Next to Eagle, Link wasn't as imposing, but the guy was one of the most ripped and fit individuals Parker had ever seen. Link even made Eagle look out of shape, and Eagle was nowhere near lacking in physical muscle. There's a path not too far from here. It takes us to the road, Link said after glancing over the kids. Gunfire broke out nearby, and an explosion rocked the estate, sending flames shooting into the air. The 2 little girls cried, and the boy leaped closer to Oliver. Go, we've got this covered, Eagle shouted and disappeared along with Link into the trees. Let's hurry, Parker said, and without a word, Scotty scooped up the littlest girl and they all ran through the woods toward an unknown path that led to a road. A crunch sounded behind him and Parker spun with Oliver at his side. He let out a relieved breath to find his brother. Damn it, Hunter, use your mic. Sorry, his brother said. Watch your 6, Parker hissed and lifted his gun. Behind Hunter stood a hulking shadow. Chapter 30. Oliver. No, Hunter shouted and placed himself between them and the man in the dark. It's 7. Parker lowered his gun and scowled at 7. Quit lurking in the fucking shadows or you're gonna get shot. Be careful who you aim that gun at, detective, 7 growled. Or what? Parker snapped. Oliver placed a hand on Parker's arm and drew the man's attention to the kids who were well ahead of them. "Let's get going." Shouting from back near the estate traveled through the air. "There they are," a perp said, and gunfire peppered the ground near their feet. "Go," Seven snarled at them. "I've got this. Make sure that none get through to the kids." Oliver didn't wait. He urged Parker in the direction of where the kids had gone, but instead Parker reached out a hand to snag Hunter's vest. "Let me go, bro," Hunter whispered to his brother. Parker clenched his fist into the material hard. "Parker, let me go. I need to do my job." Oliver stood by helplessly. He could only imagine how hard this was for Parker, who only wanted to protect his younger brother. After a few seconds, Parker eased his grip and then released Hunter. "Watch your back," Parker rasped in a voice that sounded like gravel. "You too," Hunter said with a quick nod and then ran after Seven and toward the distant gunfire. "He is good at what he does," Oliver said, tugging at Parker. "I know," Parker agreed and broke out in a run at his side. Down the path and around the bend they found the children huddled together. Oliver smiled at them in reassurance. "Sorry about that. Let's get someplace where we can take shelter until Pegasus can round up the rest of the perps," Parker said. "What about the road?" Oliver said. "I don't think having them on the road is very safe at the moment." "Oliver, Parker, we're coming up to your location from the east." Owen's voice filled the mic. Good damn thing the guy had said something, or Oliver might have shot Ace's brother. Owen broke through the trees with Creed on his six. "Hey, we need to get these kids hidden somewhere," Parker said. "We spotted a shack about a quarter of a mile back," Owen said, adjusting the semi-automatic rifle in his grip. "They'd be out of the elements, and we could take up a position until it's all clear." "Sounds good," Oliver agreed and held out his hand for the children. Scotty and Jane reached for his hand, and Rhonda latched onto Parker. Thank fuck the kids had put on shoes. "You hear that, Fish?" Owen said into the mic. "We're coming your way." "Copy," came the silky reply. "I didn't even know you three were here," Oliver said. "I didn't see you when we grouped at the gate." "We don't like gates," Creed rasped and broke through a thick bunch of branches and saplings. The guy just mowed them down as if they weren't even there. "You don't like much of anything," Owen told Creed. The man turned back to stare at them with ice-filled eyes before moving forward through the brush. They reached the shack some 10 minutes later. Something moved on the roof, and Oliver realized it was Fisher. While the evergreens offered plenty of shade and shadows, there weren't any close enough to climb and jump, so he had to wonder how the fuck Fisher had gotten up there. He had probably scaled the side, Oliver thought. Fisher seemed the climbing type, all lean and ripped and stealthy. Crouched in the shadows afforded by a big evergreen, Fisher watched them in eerie silence. "Fish?" Owen said, glancing around. "What?" Owen tipped his head back and glanced up at the sound of Fisher's voice from above. The man hadn't used the mic to answer. "Goddamned acrobat," Creed muttered and stalked over to throw open the door. He didn't go inside, though. He shoved his head through the opening and then turned back. "Clear," Creed said, and stalked out of sight around the back of the shack. Oliver stepped inside the small building to find a table and some chairs and a bedroll on the floor. It looked like a deserted fishing shack. He lifted the old sleeping bag and shook it out before flipping it back on the floor. Once all the kids were settled, he passed around a water bottle. Parker stood in the doorway, leaning a shoulder against the wood with his gun out. "Are they going to get us?" Scotty's voice shook. "There's no way they're getting through all of us," Oliver said. "We've got me and Parker, and now Owen, Creed, and the guy on the roof, Fisher. They can't get through all of us." "There's a lot of them," Rhonda said, biting her lip. "That's true, but we have more people at the house, and they are arresting all the bad guys," Parker said. "Honest?" Scotty said. "Honest," Parker responded, and after smiling at Scotty, the man looked over at him. Oliver's heart squeezed. He couldn't imagine what these kids had gone through, nor what the parents were going through. Roughly 45 minutes later, Dalton's voice came through the mic. "We're all clear at the house and grounds and are making our way through the trees to your location. Stay put until we arrive." "Roger that," Parker said. "Why'd he say that?" Scotty asked Oliver. "He's talking to our boss through a microphone in his ear. Our boss says the bad guys have been arrested and they're clearing the woods." Before another 10 minutes could pass, Pegasus converged on the shack. "Did you guys get Marvin Blatt in the fray?" Oliver asked when Dalton drew near.
"We did. He's dead," Dalton murmured.
"Good." Oliver couldn't bring himself to feel bad at all. The fucker had almost killed him, Ace, and Jacob, and God only knew how many people.
"You ready?"
Parker broke into his thoughts. "I am. Let's get the heck out of here," he told the children, and then stood from where he'd been sitting with them on the floor. He took two of the children by the hands, and Parker took the other, and they stepped out of the dimness of the shack and into the morning light. They still had more victims to find, but looking at the three here and now, he felt a sense of satisfaction that Carl Robertson wasn't going to have another day free in his fucking life. Not if Pegasus had anything to do with it. Robertson's Man of the Year award had just been revoked. Chapter 31. Parker. "I don't know why the hell I have to find out about this from Dalton." Yeah, there was that pissy tone in Ace's voice that had been happening for a while now. The man was all temper and walked around annoyed most of the time. "We were going to tell you, but then the whole bombing thing happened, and then the raid, and the children being reunited with their parents, and well, with Jacob leaving on top of all that," Oliver shrugged. "I forgot." Ace drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"No, I'm sorry, Oliver. I'm not a very good leader right now."
Oliver didn't say a word, and neither did Parker. They were both sitting in Ace's office in chairs in front of the man's large desk. Papers were strewn about, and some of Ace's hair was sticking on end. No, this was not the put-together leader they'd come to respect.
"How'd it go reuniting the kids?"
Ace quietly asked. "It went better than we'd hoped. Even Rhonda, whose parents are dead, had her aunt come and claim her," Parker said. And from the look of the aunt who'd hugged Rhonda and wouldn't let go, they were going to be all right. Scotty had been reunited with his parents and Jane with her single mom. It had been a joyous occasion for all and a definite win for Pegasus. Ventura PD had already identified 2 more houses that Robertson had dealings with and rescued several more minors from a life of hell. The city had offered counseling to all victims.
"That's good news,"
Ace said, and then turned to Oliver.
"Now, let's talk about you."
"So, yeah," Oliver reiterated what Dalton had told Ace. "I have a stalker, and Parker has an idea of how we can catch him." Oliver gestured to him.
"His name is Lloyd Clemens, and he sent a life-threatening text to Oliver a few weeks ago," Parker said.
"We haven't heard from him in all that time. I think he's disappeared," Oliver cut in. Parker squinted at Oliver, but he only flashed those dimples.
"What do you think, Parker?" Ace asked.
Parker pulled his gaze away from Oliver and back to Ace.
"I don't know. It may be as Oliver said and he's gone, but I don't want to take that chance." "What do you suggest?" Ace said.
"We set him up. But he didn't take the bait," Oliver jumped in again.
"That's just it. Oliver's right. We've tried to set him up, but he didn't show. The only thing I can think of to do now is to not let Oliver out of my sight. If you're that close to Oliver, how are you going to see this Clemens guy coming?"
Ace asked. Parker rubbed a hand at his mouth, and Oliver's hand squeezed his shoulder. Ace's eyes snapped from him to Oliver.
"I want to put a protection detail on you both."
"No way."
"Perfect," Parker said and shot Oliver a warning look.
"Yes way." Ace cut in before Oliver could argue more.
"You do realize that your relationship with Parker has put him at risk."
Oliver went pale, and Parker linked his fingers with Oliver's and glared at Ace.
"Sorry," Ace muttered. "It's not our relationship that put me in jeopardy," he rasped. "It's a fucking maniac." "You're right," Ace sighed. "I shouldn't have said that."
The pain in the man's voice was palpable, and Parker eased up on his glare. Ace was hurting. He got that. Oliver shot Ace a concerned glance.
"Okay, so who's on this protection detail?" Parker asked.
"Fisher," Ace said. Is that more for us or more for you to get him out of your hair? Parker squinted. Both, Ace admitted, but then held his gaze. He and I may have had our disagreements, but there's nobody more dangerously qualified than Fisher. And you won't see him out there, but you can be damn sure that your stalker won't get anywhere near you. We'll take it, Parker said before Oliver could object. I don't want to go in. Parker turned to Oliver, who had his arms crossed and a tight expression on his face as he glared at the coffee shop. Come inside and get one of those flavored coffee drinks you love. No. Parker sighed. Oliver, he said and reached for the man's hand, unfolding his arms to be able to lace their fingers. We need to act normal and stay visible. Why? Oliver croaked out. So Clemens can take a shot at you? Parker drew in a slow breath. The chances are slim that he'll show up now. It's been several days, and like you said, he's probably skipped town. Oh, so now you believe me. Oliver's gaze was skeptical. What could he say to that? Hell fucking no? But he had to admit that maybe, just maybe, Clemens had sent that text and left town to drive them fucking nuts. The fucker. What the hell? Parker growled, spotting a familiar figure. What? Oliver snapped around and then jumped out of the SUV with a shout. Hunter! Parker stepped out and locked the vehicle. Hey, Hunter grinned and pulled Oliver into a quick hug just as Parker reached them. He shoved his keys in his pocket and squinted at the lurking figure 15 feet behind Hunter, lounging in the shadows of a storefront doorway. A passerby wouldn't notice the guy, but Parker sure the hell noticed Seven. What's he doing here? Who? Hunter looked confused and then spun around. Seven? But the guy was gone, doing that disappearing shit like Houdini. Are you honestly telling me that you didn't know he was tailing you? Parker stared at his brother. A sparkle lit up Hunter's eyes and a slow smirk crossed his lips. Parker shook his head. Hunter had known damned well that Seven was following him, the little shit. Anyway, I'm headed in for coffee. Hunter held open the door and walked inside with Oliver. Parker caught the door and stepped in line behind the pair. Are you here for the coffee? Parker asked his brother, keeping his voice low. Not completely, Hunter murmured back. Did Ace put you up to this? Oliver hissed. No, Oliver, I'm here because I want to be, Hunter said, for their ears only as the line moved forward. Fisher is here somewhere, Parker said, keeping his voice almost inaudible. Yeah, probably outside, Hunter nodded. Well, I'll be inside, his brother finished on a whisper and then turned when the barista called out for the next customer. With coffees in hand, they sat at a small table against the wall and away from the windows. Parker reached over and rapped his knuckles on his brother's chest and felt the heavy vest beneath his shirt. Yeah, I'm not taking any chances, Hunter said over a sip of coffee. Neither are we. He'd insisted that both he and Oliver wore protection gear beneath their clothes. What's up with Ace? Hunter said. You know what's up with him, Oliver countered with a sigh. He misses Jacob, but he's too fucking stubborn to admit it. Is he really going to continue taking that out on us? Maybe, Oliver told Hunter. I don't know. He just needs time to adjust. I'm going to speak with him later. You are? This was news to Parker, even though Oliver didn't need to pass that stuff by him. It was surprising after the prior heated discussion with Ace about their relationship. I am. I didn't like the way he talked about us, and I'm going to tell him. Why didn't you tell him when he called us in for the stalker? Parker asked quietly. Wrong timing. I want his full attention when we have our chat. Parker smiled and cupped Oliver's cheek before brushing his thumb lightly over the man's bottom lip. Oh, God, get a room. Hunter gagged into his coffee and then laughed when both of them glared at him. Just kidding. I'm going to give you the 3rd degree, Oliver. No, Parker growled. Oh, boy, Oliver groaned. Yes. What are your intentions toward my brother? Hunter said. I love him, Oliver simply replied, and Parker's heart squeezed. And you? Hunter eyed him. I love him. That was quick. Hunter studied them both. How can you put a time frame on feelings? Parker asked his brother.
Sometimes people just click. And is that what you've done? Clicked?
Parker glanced at Oliver, and the man linked their fingers together. Yeah, Oliver smiled. We've clicked all right. We're going to see where this goes. I'm giving up my room at the estate, and Parker and I are moving in together. Silence dropped over the table. Parker hadn't had time to speak with Hunter about leaving the condo. He swept his gaze to his brother. Hunter's lips were stretched wide and his eyes lit up. Congratulations! Hunter held up his hand and Parker gave his brother a brief, hard-slapping high five. I meant to tell you, but things were happening so fast, Parker admitted. We have time, though, Oliver murmured with a soft gaze at him. Parker swallowed around the lump in his throat. The look Oliver gave him made him think of hot silk sheets and sweat-slicked skin. Oh? Hunter asked with a curious gleam. Yeah, we are going to take the next 14 months and see how this goes. What happens after 14 months? Hunter frowned. I ask him to marry me, Parker declared, watching the humor, love, and laughter light up Oliver's beautiful eyes. And I say yes. Wow, you two are crazy about each other. Hunter looked amazed. Well, yeah. Yes. They smiled when their words came out at the same time. Chapter 32. Oliver. Okay, so when's the big moving day? Hunter said, holding the door as they stepped out into the sunshine. Oliver slipped on his sunglasses with a smile. That's up to Parker. Me? Parker gaped at him. Why me? Because. Parker shook his head with a smirk. That's no reason. Well, if it were up to me, I'd move this weekend, but we don't have a place yet, so... He shrugged and his smile grew. I guess we'll have to sleep apart until we decide. Like hell. Parker gasped and caught his wrist to pull him up against his ripped chest. Oliver tipped his head back and smiled up at him. Fucking dimples, Parker muttered and brushed a quick kiss over his lips before pulling away. Okay, I'm out of here. This shit is way too sappy for me. Barbecue tonight at the condo? Hunter asked, walking backward and pointing at them. Let's do it at the estate, Oliver said, turning toward Hunter. That way we... His words cut off when he spotted the familiar figure of Lloyd Clemens standing behind Hunter with a gun pointed at them. Hunter, he shouted. Get down, Parker said at the same time. Two things happened at once and Oliver could only gasp. Clemens fired and a bullet hit Hunter's arm. At the same time, a rifle retort was followed by a bullet hitting Clemens in the gut and spinning him around. Before Clemens could topple to the ground, Seven leaped from the shadows, hauled Clemens around by the back of his neck and shoved the guy's head into the concrete wall of the shop. In the next instant, Seven was at Hunter's side before he could faceplant on the sidewalk. The fucker moved lightning quick, all power and precision with deadly intent. Before he could see any more, Oliver was pulled around and slammed against the side of the SUV and Parker's big body was crushed over him. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Get off me! Hunter! Oliver shouted, but Parker wasn't moving. Stay still for a minute. We don't know if Clemens is down, Parker said harshly against the top of his head before pulling back to look into his eyes. Seven knocked him out. Another shot rang out and he jerked, gazing wide-eyed at Parker. Oh God, who was shot now? Had the bullet finished Hunter or hit Seven? We have to trust Fisher, Parker whispered harshly. I do, but I'm also Special Forces, so get the fuck off me. I'm not a fucking cupcake, he snapped, beyond pissed. Fuck, Parker breathed. I'm so fucking sorry. Forgiven, he said when Parker stepped back. Oliver pulled his Glock from the back of his jeans and in a crouch, he sprinted down the side of the SUV until he could get a look at the scene. Seven stood over Clemens with a gun aimed at the guy's head. Hunter was sitting up against the building holding his arm. Parker ran to his brother and hunched close to check Hunter's wound. People came running from the coffee shop and out onto the street. Shit, Oliver said when they started filming and taking pictures. He spun to tell Seven to take off, but the guy was already gone, disappearing like vapor. Lloyd Clemens lay dead, and Oliver felt a pang of regret. In his head, he knew that the minute Clemens showed up with a gun, he was a dead man, but in his heart, he felt a twinge for the loss of life. He'd wanted the guy to leave him alone, not die. Sirens sounded in the distance, and Parker helped Hunter to his feet just as Fisher, dressed in all black, came jogging across the street. Fisher went to Clemens and put his fingers on his neck even though there was a hole in his forehead. "He's dead," Fisher stated what Oliver already knew. "Thank you," Oliver told the guy when Fisher stood and came closer. "Don't thank me. That other guy got him." "That's 7, Hunter whispered, looking pale and swaying even with Parker's arm around him. "Like the number?" Fisher frowned. "Exactly," Hunter laughed with a wince. Oliver took one last look at Clemens and then turned away. There wasn't anything he could do for him. Stepping closer to Hunter, he lifted the man's hand clamped over the wound. "Let me see," he said softly. "Only a graze, I think," Hunter said. The medic in Oliver kicked in, and he tore the sleeve from Hunter's shirt and found that it was indeed a crease. "You're lucky," he said, and tied the strip of shirt around the wound. "Come back to the bunker and I'll fix that up." Hunter smiled faintly. "I keep forgetting you were a medic." "Even after that sliver in your palm?" He quirked one eyebrow. "I'm trying to forget about that." Hunter grimaced when Oliver reminded him of his cry for help over a tiny piece of wood in his hand. Oliver glanced around for Fisher, but the operative had already gone without a word. "What's with people disappearing?" he muttered. "Guess they don't want to stick around and answer questions," Hunter said. "Maybe. I can see that with 7, but Fisher? He's part of Pegasus. What's his problem?" Hunter shrugged. The police and ambulance arrived on the scene, and Parker broke away from them to speak with the cops. Oliver made his way over along with Hunter to the ambulance to show the EMTs that it was a flesh wound. Once the authorities were taken care of, which in his opinion was done a hell of a lot quicker with Parker taking over, Parker came back to them. "Come on, I'll drive," the man said gruffly and guided Hunter to their SUV. "We can get your vehicle later." Oliver slid into the passenger seat and buckled up before he turned his attention to Parker, who'd been kind of closed off ever since he'd told him to back off. Parker must have felt his eyes on him because the man flashed him a quick glance. "What?" Parker asked. "We need to talk," was all he said before turning to gaze out the window. He may have a small build compared to the other men, but he wasn't a pushover. If he had to get Parker in the sparring ring at the bunker to show his love that he could kick ass, then he would. Maybe that was what they needed to get this settled. Parker had a protective streak a mile fucking long, and Oliver adored that about him. But he couldn't keep interfering in the way he did his job. Oliver couldn't allow that. When he glanced over, he noticed Parker's knuckles were white where they gripped the steering wheel. He probably thinks you're going to break up with him, Oliver thought, and he was tempted to ease the man's mind. But he needed Parker to take this seriously, so he stayed quiet. When the SUV parked, Oliver jumped out and helped Hunter out of the back seat. "I'm not an invalid," Hunter said, shaking him off with a frown, and Oliver backed up, hands out. "Sorry." Hunter snorted, and they all entered the bunker together. In the medical office, Oliver pulled his kit, very aware that Parker hovered at the door. Oliver kept his silence until he had dressed Hunter's wound, and then he turned to Parker. "Come with me," he ordered, and Parker didn't argue. Oliver led them down the hallway to the gym and threw open the door. "What's going on?" Oliver heard Beckett ask Hunter. "I don't know. Oliver just took Parker to the gym," Hunter said. "Oh, shit. Oliver is going to spar with Parker. Oh, man." Beckett's words reached him as the guy raced to the open gym door and clapped his hands. "This is going to be good." "No." Parker shook his head, watching him remove his shoes and socks and then tear off his t-shirt to remove the vest beneath. "Chicken?" Oliver lifted an eyebrow at Parker and slipped his shirt back on. Climbing into the small ring they designed for training, Oliver bounced on his toes on the mat. Holden, Adam, and Maverick filled the doorway and didn't come inside until Gage and Mason shoved their way in. "Come on, I won't hurt you." "Much." Oliver held out one hand, palm up, and curled his fingers. Parker squinted and then unbuttoned his shirt while simultaneously kicking off his shoes. Once the vest was removed, Parker slipped his shirt back on but left it unbuttoned. The sexy fucker. Oliver let his eyes roam over that killer chest and sexy as fuck eagle tattoo. He'd traced that ink with his tongue the other night. He shook off the distracting thought. Barefoot, Parker stepped beneath the top rung and into the ring. Oliver continued to bounce on his toes. "I'm serious, Oliver. I don't want to hurt you. I have a degree," Parker whispered harshly, as if trying to keep his voice down. "Oh, really? Is that a degree in procrastination? Because all I hear are excuses," Oliver returned smugly. Parker opened his mouth to say something else, but the words were never spoken when Oliver dodged in and swept the man's legs from beneath him. The bigger man went down, his back slapping the mat, but Parker rolled to his feet just as quickly. Oliver caught a glimpse of surprise and then determination flash in Parker's smoke-colored eyes. Oh, yeah. It was fucking on. Chapter 33. Parker. Black belt degree in karate or not, his back still stung from hitting the mat. Parker lunged inward and went for the leg sweep to return the favor. Oliver leaped like a fucking cat and danced lightly away. Okay, Parker had to admit that it had been years since he'd had to use his karate skills. Sure, a person never forgot the moves, but after working behind the chief of police desk for so long, even with going to the gym 4 times a week, he might be a bit rusty. Plus, he didn't want to hurt Oliver either. The air left his lungs when his legs were taken from beneath him again. He rolled and lurched upward and moved. With a wary eye, he circled Oliver, waiting for any tell that would give him an edge. He got nothing. Oliver was ice cold, and Parker felt his stomach drop. Shit. How had he misjudged Oliver so badly? He couldn't stop now, though. It wasn't in his nature to lose. So as skilled as the Special Forces soldier was, he was going down. When Oliver lunged in, Parker caught one of the man's arms and clamped a shoulder. Oliver twisted and spun until they were tangled, and when they met the mat together, Oliver twisted again and rolled them until Parker kissed the mat and felt like his arm was going to snap from the hold. Muscled thighs squeezed him tight, and he couldn't have moved to save his fucking life. Fucking Christ, what the hell had just happened? He slapped his free hand on the mat, and Oliver released him, rolled away, and was gone. Parker sat up. Okay, it looked like Oliver wasn't going down. In fact, he could now admit that Oliver was way more fucking skilled than him. "I'm sorry," Parker tipped his head back to gaze around for Oliver. The man was crouched next to him in a heartbeat and then straddling his lap the very next moment. When Oliver wrapped arms around his neck, Parker clutched the man's trim hips. "Is that a new way of fighting?" Adam asked, and a smattering of laughter traveled the room. Dimples flashed, but Oliver's blue eyes were filled with concern. "You okay?" Fingers cleaved through his hair, and Parker almost closed his eyes beneath the touch. "Yes," he croaked. "And I want you to know that I've never doubted your skills. I'm just scared." "I know," Oliver whispered. "I'm scared too. I don't want to lose you either." "Oh, how cute is that?" Beckett clapped and turned to Holden. "Want to go next?" "No, I don't want to be on the couch tonight if you lose," Holden grumbled, and the whole room broke out with laughter. Oliver chuckled and slipped back to stand and hold out a hand. Parker took it and leaped to his feet. Sparring with Oliver had given him another appetite. "Let's get the fuck out of here," he growled against Oliver's sweaty temple. "First, I need to talk to Ace," Oliver said with a flashing smile, and Parker groaned. Parker sat at one of the desks in the bullpen and kept his eyes on Ace's closed office door. The same door Oliver had disappeared through a few minutes ago. "So," Eagle's voice drew his attention. "So?" Parker asked. "I heard you sparred with Oliver." "I did," Parker said slowly. Eagle snickered, and Link, who was never far behind Eagle, laughed loudly. "How'd that work out for you?" Link asked with a slap to his back in passing. Parker winced. "Damned Matt. I have a black belt in karate, I'll have you know." "We all have belts in something, but there's only a couple of people that I know of that can keep up with Oliver in the ring," Link said and sprawled into a desk chair. "Why didn't I know this?" "Because you're new?" Eagle pointed out. Did you ask him? Link said. Or just assume because he's on the slider side he'd be a weakling? Parker scowled at Link. I never thought for 1 second that he was weak. Okay, I'll give you that, Link returned. But you can't tell me you're not overprotective because he's cute and doesn't come across as threatening. Parker thought about that for a moment. He does bring out my protective side. Link does that for me, Eagle said with a smug smirk at the slighter of the pair. Well, in all honesty, Eagle was one big son of a bitch, while Link was tall but slender. Link gave Eagle the bird. I can wipe the floor with you any time. I know, but I like to dream, Eagle said, and the pair smirked at each other. Are you two a couple? Parker asked. What are you, Beckett? Eagle scowled at his personal question. Who said my name? Beckett said, coming from down the hallway and into the bullpen. I did, Eagle smirked. Forget I even asked, Parker laughed, and turned just as the door opened and Oliver stepped out. Glancing around, Oliver spotted him and came forward, leaving Ace's office door open behind him. You ready? Oliver held out a hand. More than you know. Parker stood and took the outstretched hand. Good. Let's get the hell out of here. Oliver tugged him toward the exit door with one hand and waved at the men with the other. See you in a few days, Oliver called out and pushed the button for the door. Tumblers rolled and cranked, and the massive steel door popped open. Days? He questioned after Oliver closed the door and tugged him down the hallway toward the door that would take them to the parking lot. Yep, I told Ace we needed a couple of days to just relax and apartment hunt, Oliver said in a rush. Parker pulled the sexy man to a stop. Hey, he breathed, wrapping his arms around Oliver's trim waist. What? Blue eyes lifted to his. I'd love nothing more than to apartment hunt and take a few days off with you. Oliver waited as if there was more to come, but that was it. Parker had only wanted Oliver to know he was on board with whatever Oliver wanted. You're not pissed about the spar? No. He frowned and then smiled, letting humor show in his eyes. I think you're hot. Oliver laughed and those dimples flashed. That's always a plus when my boyfriend thinks I'm hot. Parker was smiling so hard his cheeks hurt by the time they reached his SUV. He slipped inside and waited until Oliver closed his door before starting the engine. Parker? Yes. He glanced over and held Oliver's bright blue eyes. I think you're hot, too. Epilogue. 3 weeks later. Oliver. Having the guys from the unit helping them move was like working with caged animals, and in his opinion they all belonged outside. They did have their uses, though, he thought as he glanced around his and Parker's new rental house while the unit carried in a variety of furniture and boxes from the large moving van double-parked in the street. The only ones not working were Adam and Mason, who were in charge of grilling on the back patio. The smell of barbecue drifted in the air, and Oliver snagged one of the bottles of root beer on the long counter that separated the kitchen from the living room. Someone had been kind enough to bring a whole case of soda and some beer. He had some wine somewhere, but with burgers, hot dogs, and sausages, he didn't think it would be needed. A shadow darkened the doorway, and surprise held him mute when Ace stepped inside carrying a grocery bag filled with chips popping out of the top. Hey, you made it, Oliver said with a smile, and walked over to take the bags from Ace. Yeah, this is a really nice place, Ace said with a brief smile. Oliver was glad he'd taken the time to talk with Ace that day he'd sparred with Parker. It hadn't been all that pleasant, but Ace had listened, and Oliver believed their boss finally realized just how much of an asshole he was being. Ace still hadn't admitted that he missed Jacob, but at least the man had almost returned to his old self. Ace was commanding and stern, but approachable. Yet still there was a lingering sadness in his eyes that Oliver knew was from Jacob. Oliver had heard from Jacob briefly a few days ago. Jacob told him that Rossi had caved, and when Jacob was medically cleared, he'd be working with Phoenix in the field. Oliver knew Jacob was happy about that, but he also heard the longing in his friend's voice, and he wondered just how much longer the two hard-headed men would let this fester. In all honesty, it wasn't Jacob's fault. It was Ace's. Their boss had demons to work out. What those were, Oliver couldn't say. "Are you hungry?" he asked and placed the bags on the counter.
"Starving,"
Ace admitted. "I think Adam can be persuaded to give you a sample. I know they have sausages going." With a nod of thanks, Ace disappeared out the back patio.
"Keep it steady,"
Holden growled.
"Hold your end higher,"
Gage snarled back, and the man's wide back came through the door carrying their brand new couch. He snickered. "Need a hand?" he called out, earning a glare from Gage. Okay. He smiled and gave them a golf clap.
"Very funny,"
Holden grumbled as they lowered the couch to the floor. "That wall," Oliver said, pointing, and they dutifully moved the couch beneath the painting he'd hung earlier. The scene was of an empty rowboat nudged against the banks of a lake with the water as a backdrop. Low-hanging branches filled the scene up close, giving the painting a 3D effect.
"Hey, Oliver,"
Hunter said, coming through the doorway carrying an end table for the couch. Oliver knew how heavy that was because he'd lifted it at the furniture store. It seemed that Hunter was fully recovered from his wound.
"Where do you want this?"
"Left side," he pointed, and then smiled when arms wrapped around him from behind. "There you are," he breathed, and Parker's arms tightened, pulling him back hard, his ass snug against the man's crotch.
"Miss me?"
Parker kissed the side of his neck. "Maybe?" He tipped his head back for a kiss. He'd never get tired of Parker's kisses. "How's the garage coming?" he asked when the kiss ended. They decided that since Parker had more shit that actually went into a garage, and Oliver didn't care about that space, that Parker would organize that spot. "It's coming. I think I'm going to need to build some shelving and a workbench." He laughed and turned in his lover's arms. "Is that right?"
"Yes, I might tinker out there sometimes."
"Did you just say tinker?" Parker flushed and nodded.
"I did?"
"You're too cute."
"Well, I'm glad you think so." "Gag," Hunter said with a cough and a finger to his open mouth.
"Shut up," Oliver laughed, "and move out of the way." Hunter leaped sideways when Creed and Owen came through the front door carrying their bed frame. "Down the hall and the last room on the right," Oliver called out. The house was a 3-bedroom. One room they'd made into an office since they had the bunker nearby to work out at, and the other was a spare room for guests. He'd talked to both Dylan and Luke about maybe renting his old room at the estate to Creed, Owen, or Fisher. 2 of the men had said yes. Fisher said no. That man was a fucking ghost. He came and went like the wind, never staying long and never talking to anyone. They hadn't had a case in the past few weeks, so Oliver wondered how that would work if the guy never stuck around. Parker lifted his fingers to Oliver's lips, and the scratch of his lover's beard on his skin drew his gaze. "Happy," Parker murmured. "Our first home together. I'm happier than I can say." Parker hugged him tightly, and Oliver leaned in close, knowing that this date would be forever etched in his memory. As far as he was concerned, whether 14 weeks, 14 months, or 14 years had passed, Parker was his perfect match, and he was in it for the long haul. Parker. After the last box was stacked inside and the moving van locked, he drew Oliver out onto the back patio along with the rest of the unit. It was a good damned thing they'd decided on that house instead of the condos they'd been looking at. This place had a huge fenced-in backyard with enough room for a ping-pong table, fire pit, and back porch that held enough chairs and one couch for 15 people if they needed. A view of Pegasus couldn't be here today. Eagle and Link were over at Eagle's aunt's house helping her with a broken water main. Maverick and Tinley were meeting with a surrogate to discuss having their baby. Parker was thrilled for the couple and hoped that someday he and Oliver could have a family. "Yoo-hoo!" He smiled and turned toward the house to find his mom holding a bowl of potato salad. "Hey, Mom." He hurried over and lifted the bowl from her hands just as his other mom came up behind the first. "Hi, sweetie," his other mother, who he called Mama, said with a smile. "We made your favorite." "Thank you." He'd requested the salad special for Oliver. "Now where is that cutie son-in-law of mine?" his mom asked. "Mom," he groaned, "we're not married." "Yet," she said smugly and patted his cheek as she stepped past him. Ever since he'd taken Oliver over to their house a few weeks ago, they'd been in love with him. Both of his mothers had pulled Parker aside and wholeheartedly gave their approval. "Oliver," Mama called out when she spotted him. "Hi, Oliver," Mom said, not to be outdone. Mom," Oliver called back and strode closer. Parker smiled. Oliver had made it a point to call each by the names that Parker had given his moms when growing up. His chest swelled when both of his mothers hugged Oliver tightly. "Hello, is this the right house?" Parker glanced over and found Dalton's mother, Leslie, in the doorway holding what looked to be a casserole. She was down from Alaska visiting Dalton and Adam for the week. "Yes, he's—" Parker told her and swung around to find both Dalton and Adam making their way over. "Hi, Mom." That looks good," Dalton said, and took the glass dish from her. "Leslie," Oliver called, "I want you to meet two very special people." "Oh, new people." Leslie's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to meet Parker's mothers. Oliver introduced the three ladies, and they immediately started chatting. Making a break for it, Oliver strode toward him with a confident walk and a cocky look on his face. And Parker had to hand it to his lover. The man knew how to work a crowd. He held out his hand, and Oliver took it when he drew near. "Have I told you how much I admire you today, Mr. Raines?" "Why, no, Mr. Johnson, you haven't," Oliver whispered. He smiled when Oliver tipped his face up, lips pursed. "I do," he whispered, and brushed his lips over Oliver's. "So damned much." This concludes Honor by Reese Knightley. Narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2022 by Reese Knightley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Reese Knightley and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.